The story begins in a very beautiful and magnificent place. The little girl smiles brightly at the scene before her. Wow. The scenery is so beautiful that it makes the little girl fascinated. At this moment, a gentle voice asks, "Great, is not it?" The man asks softly with a gentle smile. The little girl answers honestly with an excited face. Very great." The lovely little girl waves her hand high and brightly affirms, "It is really, really great." Hearing this, the man gently asks again, "Really?" The little girl nods repeatedly to confirm. Suddenly the person requests, "Then Lilian. Call me brother." Hearing this, the little girl is dumbfounded and confused. The little girl looks at the man's bright face and becomes more and more confused. Aha. The man smiles and teaches kindly and patiently. "It is easy, come on, follow me." The person pressing their beautiful angelic face close to mine is the handsome man with golden eyes and silver hair, accentuating his fair skin, is trying to teach the little girl to call him brother. And this man is Francois Cassel, 23 years old, a genius magician and the current master of the magic tower. The little girl is dazzled by that bright, handsome face. "My future brother-in-law who signed a marriage contract with Emilia, Liliana Berchio's second sister. That is me." Liliana refuses to call Francois brother but brother-in-law is brother-in-law, not brother. Liliana already has a brother. Francois does not care about those things and smiles brightly, affirming, "It is okay because we are family, so Liliana is also my little sister." Francois suddenly rushes over and urges, "Come on, call me brother quickly." Liliana is frightened and becomes flustered. The little girl can't stand the coercion from Francois anymore, so she decides to run away. "I am going to play here." Francois is rejected by Liliana and falls to the ground in self-pity, crying and calling Liliana. The reason why the little girl does this is because Francois expresses goodwill to me, with the face of a gentle angel, but Liliana's face turns pale with fear. To be honest, Francois is a little scary. The little girl recalls the original work that she had read before. Francois is one of the male leads with a crazy image in the original story. He loses his mind because of his inherent madness, and pushes me, a side character, to the edge of the abyss. According to the original story, that is how it is, and more ridiculously, it seems that I, Liliana Berchio, have been reborn. Liliana is a little confused, actually. I do not know if this is rebirth or soul possession. The little girl remembers 1 month ago, when I had a high fever. The contents of the dark reverse harem novel, Rebecca Marchioni, appeared in my head. Liliana at that time had a fever so painful that she cried all her tears out. If I were to summarize the content of the novel, then, to win the love of the female lead, the male leads are willing to launch a war. But in the end, the female lead does not give her heart to anyone. It is really a dark story from hell, but the little girl who is running trips and falls forward. Knowing that she is about to hit the ground face first, Liliana closes her eyes tightly to reduce the pain. But after a while, no pain comes, making Liliana confused and open her eyes. Unexpectedly, someone has reached out and hugged the little girl, then puts her on their shoulder, making Liliana exclaim excitedly, "Wow, the strict brother-in-law." The serious man repeats the things he had instructed before to the little girl. "I told you not to run in the hallway because you will fall." And this man is none other than Leopold von Waltrahen, 25 years old, the head of the Knights, one of the male leads in the original story, and has the leading power in this world. Suddenly, a pink rose appears on Leopold's head. After true love, the person he marries is none other than Regina, my third sister. At the dining room, Liliana is being teased by a man, not very tall, huh? The man mocks the little girl's height, still just a kid. Being teased makes Liliana angry and retort, "I am not a kid." The man still does not let go and affirms, "Not, but you are a kid." Because of this, the little girl's face becomes sullied. The man laughs loudly and compares, "Stands up to about here, that is all." And this childish man is Marius von Kemmelhoffen, 26 years old, the emperor. The final male lead, annoying and frustrating Marius, married my beloved eldest sister, Alice, and became the eldest brother-in-law. Liliana recalls the original story. In the original story, he is the crazy emperor obsessed with manic actions. But now he is like a playful guy, teasing me as a little mouse or a kid whenever he has the chance. Marius keeps teasing the little girl because he finds it interesting. It has been 1 year since I came to this empire. Liliana remembers Francois, the third brother-in-law, a person who was once like a crazy villain, always wanting to please me whenever he sees me. The next person the little girl remembers is Leopold, the second brother-in-law, expressing ardent love, with his cold face and implicitly affirming that he is the #1 brother-in-law. And finally Marius, the eldest brother-in-law, who was originally an obsessive character in the original story, calls me a little mouse or a kid every time we meet. And also, the sullied sound of a boy's voice rings out to stop them. He is my subordinate. If you take him away, you have to take the captain like me along too. Liliana tries to tease the boy from the side. What are you following for, silly Edgar? Hee. But Edgar is still determined to say to Marius, brother, I also want to live in the royal palace. Edgar even threatens Marius, if you do not take me, I won't talk to you anymore. Marius ponders a bit after hearing this. That is troublesome then. Then happily approves Edgar's request. No way, let us just take him along. Liliana strongly objects, don't like it, no way. Suddenly, Edgar's hand wraps around the little girl's shoulder and shouts, don't like what? Edgar unilaterally acknowledges that they are friends. We are soulmates. Wherever I go he will follow, wherever he goes I will follow. And this lovely boy is Edgar Runtbulnu, 7 years old. Edgar, Marius's cousin, follows me every day. Liliana is surrounded by the pampering of 4 men and feels extremely helpless and uncomfortable. Honestly, how did things turn out like this? The little girl wants to scream. I want to change the original story, but I have not done anything yet. At this time you must be very curious. What is the female lead Rebecca Marchioni, who is supposed to receive love from the brothers-in-law, doing, and where is she, right? The female lead in the original story, Rebecca Marchioni, has no time to rest or change the original story. Because she dies too soon, Liliana's face becomes horrified. Then looks down at the ocean reflecting her own image. The boat is still floating on the sea at this time, and that event happened right before my eyes. The boat floats in the middle of the blue ocean. A voice of admiration and praise rings out on the boat. What a beautiful child. Liliana shyly peeks out. Through the little girl's eyes, she sees the image of a red-haired woman asking kindly, little one, how old are you? The woman looks at Liliana with gentle eyes, making the little girl no longer afraid, and answers, 6 years old. Then does not forget to praise, you are beautiful too. The woman is praised like that and gives a bright smile in return. Oh, thank you. Meeting the female lead in the dark reverse harem novel, Rebecca Marchioni, at a party on the sea is truly a magical thing. Liliana remembers 1 month ago, along with a fever, the plot burst into my mind like a lightning strike. It was as follows. To take revenge, the female lead Rebecca left her hometown of Travanca and settled in the Empire, where she accidentally got involved in a complicated relationship with the male leads and received love from them. Rebecca wants those men to be subjugated at her feet. The male leads use their power, trying their best to get Rebecca, but she uses them to start a war. Her hometown of Travanca is engulfed in flames, and the ones who suffer in the process are my family. My eldest sister Alice passes away. Travanca is defeated in the war, and I am taken as a prisoner. Liliana hides in fear and clutches her sister's hand. The little girl slowly opens her eyes to look at Rebecca. Before knowing the plot in the original story, I was just a normal 6-year-old child. The eldest sister sees Liliana being so shy and explains to Rebecca, she is not usually this shy. Rebecca does not mind and replies gently, it is okay. Liliana squeezes her eldest sister's hand in fear. Also, maybe it is because the original story ends when I am 15 years old, especially my psychological maturity is not high. I still can't remember my previous life. The little girl is afraid that she will be electrocuted to death. Thinking about it, suddenly the original story information floods back like rain, in the mind of a normal 6-year-old child. As if struck by lightning, Liliana murmurs with determination, I have to do something to not follow the original story. To be honest, I do not know if this is rebirth or possession. I am too scared. While scared, Rebecca gives the little girl something, making Liliana surprised. This is. The little girl can't help but be attracted to the thing in Rebecca's hand and runs over. Wow, chocolate. Liliana happily holds the bag of chocolate and swings it, but is still a little curious. It is very difficult to find chocolate in Travanca. Rebecca asks the little girl kindly. Do you like chocolate? Liliana replies happily. Yes, Liliana likes chocolate. At this time, the third sister comes over to remind. Hey, little one, you have to say thank you. The little girl smiles and obediently expresses her gratitude. Thank you. Rebecca watches Liliana excitedly singing and dancing. It is chocolate, chocolate. The third sister sees this and is helpless. Look how happy she is. Suddenly, Rebecca speaks up and calls the third sister over to ask, hey, if you do not mind, can I pat Liliana's head once? The third sister accepts but still respects the little girl's decision. Sure, if Lily is okay with it. Rebecca sits down and asks Liliana kindly for her opinion. Liliana, can I pat your head once? The little girl is still immersed in joy and can't answer properly. Rebecca gently pats Liliana's head while the corners of the little girl's mouth are covered in chocolate. Rebecca sees Liliana's smile and can't help but smile. then speaks up to apologize. Sorry you for everything. The little girl is stunned by those words. Her face is blank, not understanding, and asks again. Yes, Rebecca does not repeat the previous words but asks, what is Liliana's wish? Liliana quickly answers her wish. I will live happily with my sisters. Hearing this, Rebecca praises, really a very beautiful wish, it will definitely come true. Then Rebecca gives a bright smile and wishes the little girl, Lily, grow up healthy. Liliana is wished and also happily replies, yes. You stay healthy too. Early that morning, someone fell from the ship's railing. Despite searching for a month, the body was not found and it was concluded that she had died. That person was Rebecca. Liliana's complexion becomes dark. Unexpectedly, something unexpected has happened. The original story ends before it even begins. The little girl becomes panicked with countless thoughts, cooperating in the investigation. My sisters were very shocked, but maybe not as much as me. Liliana still can't believe that something so absurd has happened. How can this happen? The little girl remembers Rebecca's beautiful face and bright smile that night and asks herself, and why in the end? If Rebecca really dies, then what exactly is the original story in my head? After the things that have happened, the sky is bright again. The sun shines in front of the door of the beautiful mansion. Liliana is scooping food. Then suddenly sighs. Haze. The eldest sister sees the little girl in a depressed mood and keeps sighing, so she asks worriedly, what is wrong, my little one? Why are you sighing like that? Liliana can't say the worry in her heart, so she denies it. No, it is nothing. The eldest sister is really worried about the little girl, so she gently pats her head and asks, do you have a secret that you are hiding from your sisters? Then can you tell your eldest sister? The third sister suddenly interrupts and gives a reason. Sister, it is because she hates eating sweet peppers. That is why she is acting like that. Then even threatens. Little one, eat it all up while I am still being nice. Although threatened like that, Liliana still shows a look of disgust. I hate sweet peppers. Suddenly, the third sister brings her dark face closer, causing the little girl to be scared, so she hurriedly eats and makes the third sister happy and prays. Good, eat a lot to grow up quickly, you can't be small forever. Liliana is working hard to eat and chokes. Gulp. At this time another person comes in and calls softly, little one. The second sister brings a pot of food and lures the little girl. Although you hate them, you have to eat all kinds of them so your body can grow tall and healthy. Seeing the food in front of her, Liliana is so attracted by the smell. It smells so good. The third sister has been hungry for a while and complains impatiently to the second sister. Hey, when are you planning to make us wait? I only slept for 1 hour yesterday. 1 hour, I am starving to death. The little girl does not care about the arguments around her and only focuses on the delicious food in front of her, shrimp. The second sister lovingly takes care of Liliana. Little one, eat a lot to grow tall and healthy. The little girl also happily replies, I know. The third sister has been talking for a while next to her, but is ignored by the second sister and is furious. Are you ignoring me? The little girl eats and looks outside and talks about herself. I have 3 older sisters and 1 older brother. The eldest sister speaks up to scold, stop it and eat. Liliana introduces a little bit again. The person who looks tired and in a bad mood over there is my third sister Emilia. Looks like that on the outside, but when the war happened in the original story and I was captured to the Empire, she infiltrated the royal palace and tried to rescue me. The second sister Regina, the twin sister and born 7 minutes before Emilia. She is gentle, the food she makes is the best. And the eldest sister, the one I love the most, Alice, she is kind, emotional, beautiful, cool. In short, she is the best person in the world. As for my older brother Andrea, he suddenly went back to the countryside without saying anything. He does not live with us anymore. Liliana eats and remembers her 4th older brother. I miss him so much. The little girl is sad. Now only I know the contents in the original story, so there are many worries that I can't share with my sisters. They probably would not understand if I said it. What can I do? Liliana remembers Rebecca's death again, the female lead in the original story. The story in the original story can't start. The war is sparked because of the obsession of the 3 male leads with her. So she died. I do not have to worry about the war happening anymore. Liliana's eyes become sparkling as I said to Rebecca, I only have one wish, is to eat delicious food with my beloved family for the rest of my life. Happiness and peace. No one has to die. Liliana scoops food and contemplates. The female lead who is said to be an obstacle to this happiness has disappeared, so now only the crazy male leads are left. The little girl eats a spoonful and asks herself, if I live like this forever, can I avoid meeting them? The original story starts when I am 12 years old, so there are still 6 years left. That spoonful is so delicious that Liliana's face is filled with joy. The little girl decides not to care about the trivial things around her anymore. I do not know, let us just enjoy the meal for now. Liliana eats and praises second sister. It is so delicious. Hearing this, The second sister happily urges, "Eat a lot, Lily." Liliana is still very optimistic and affirms, "The story I know will take a long time to happen." That is what I thought. When the little girl finishes eating, the third sister calls out, "Little one, wash your mouth and come over there with me." Hearing this, Liliana asks curiously, "Where are we going?" The third sister immediately replies, "Go buy beautiful clothes." The little girl's mouth is full of food and says to the third sister, "But I already have them." The third sister denies what Liliana just said. "No, you do not have any." The little girl stands up and replies, "I just bought them last week." The third sister goes ahead and waves her hand to affirm. Again, still not enough. Liliana is blank and confused. That is strange. The little girl turns pale and thinks the third sister wants to take her to get an injection. Does she say that because we are going to the hospital to get a shot? No. No way, right? A greeting rings out at a store. Hello. A cup of tea has been brought out on the table. The third sister brings Liliana there at this time, and the man greets her, "Little miss." Seeing that man, the little girl can't help but exclaim in admiration, "Wow. That man is Francois." Liliana replies to the greeting, "Hello." Seeing Francois's face, the little girl immediately can't take her eyes off him. Too handsome. At this time, Liliana realizes, "It seems like we are not here to get a shot." Then becomes curious again, "But who is he?" The third sister speaks up and asks, "Is that Francois Castle over there?" The third sister's question makes Liliana very shocked. "What?" The little girl's face turns pale and she looks up at the third sister in confusion. "Sister, what did you just say?" Francois Castle, the genius magician and master of the magic tower. The male lead who took on the role of the madman in the original story. The one who imprisons the female lead in the tower and makes me the maid for the female lead. Liliana looks at Francois in front of her, her face pale with countless questions in her head. "Francois, how could he?" Francois is asked and happily affirms, "That is right, I am Francois Castle." Francois's face is so beautiful that it makes people's hearts flutter. He speaks up and asks the third sister again, "And you must be Emilia Berchio, right?" The little girl really still does not understand why is he here? Why did Francois appear here still? There are still 6 years before the original story takes place. Liliana's face becomes scared. The little girl bites her lip and decides, "First, I have to leave here with my sister." Liliana tremblingly grabs her third sister's hand and calls softly, "Sister." The little girl is worried. I do not know how they know each other, but Francois is a very dangerous person. In fact, the male leads in the original story all have a crazy side. Emperor Marius will do everything because of the dark obsession for the female lead. Before the Knight Commander Leopold, the strongest man is willing to give everything for the pure and crazy feelings for the female lead. Different from the two people who are fanatical for love above, the magic tower master Francois. In a dark room, Francois glances with cold eyes. He is truly crazy. Moreover, his madness is like a bomb that does not know when it will explode, making the meeting at this moment even more dangerous. The third sister on this side keeps staring at Francois without saying anything. Then speaks up, "Received the letter, write the essay on ancient magic and things related to supernatural powers, and the supporting materials for the essay." The third sister sits down and continues, "That is not something easy to get. The side of the magic tower master knows better than anyone else." Liliana also obediently walks over to the chair. Francois hears this and replies brightly, "Of course I understand. I was very surprised by the relics of ancient magic that were left behind, adding the supernatural powers. It is truly gold mining for the magician." Seeing that he understands things so quickly makes the third sister satisfied. "Exactly, I am glad you understand this, especially supernatural power is something that outside of Trovan, Cha can't touch." Right. After hearing the conversation between the two, Liliana realizes the intention of the two people. Francois came to find them because he was curious about supernatural power. According to the little girl's knowledge of this world, supernatural power is a special ability that only appears inside Travanka. Magicians across the continent have plunged into the study of supernatural power, but because Travanka is strongly implementing a closed-door economic policy, not to mention research, it is difficult to even directly visit. Therefore, magicians are very eager to have essays related to supernatural power. Liliana is curious and stares at Francois, thinking about it. How did he get into Travanka? The Sea Guard is not a place that is easy to get through. Then the little girl immediately concludes, as expected, he is a dangerous person. Liliana is determined to protect her third sister to the end. "If he threatens my sister, I will use all my strength and try." Francois speaks up then. Immediately gets straight to the point. "What does Miss Berchio want?" His handsomeness makes Liliana flutter, asking, "Is it possible to bite his hand?" Suddenly, the third sister pats the little girl's head. Then asks Francois, "How old do you think she is?" He also listens and predicts. Let me see, 4 years old, 5 years old, not a daughter, a younger sister. The third sister affirms, that is right, she is my younger sister. Because she was born 2 months premature. Her health is very weak. Just a little fright will cause a fever, or a cough when catching a cold will also cause her to have pneumonia. Francois glances and quickly understands. So you want me to use healing magic? These words are uttered and make Liliana very shocked. The third sister honestly says, I have read the essay you wrote. If you drink magic medicine with a magic structure arranged similar to holy magic, the recovery effect will increase 5-fold. Especially without causing pain. I think stimulating the promotion of cell division will help the child be healthier in the development process. After listening, Francois can't help but praise the third sister. I heard you are not a magician, but you are quite knowledgeable. Liliana becomes self-reproachful. The main reason my second sister met Francois. The third sister on the other side replies to Francois, I am not so ignorant about this topic. It must be because of something else, which is my illness. The little girl quickly becomes clingy and grabs the third sister's clothes. Sister, can we go outside? I feel stuffy. Liliana is determined. Assuming that is true, I have to stop it immediately. Suddenly, the little girl pulls her and says she feels stuffy, making the third sister stunned. Then quickly calls the waiter. Excuse me, over here. Can you bring me a glass of orange juice? Seeing that the third sister misunderstood her, Liliana is helpless. Sister, that is not it. The little girl is worried and does not know what to do. What to do? Getting involved with Francois Castle is never good. Right at this moment, the waiter brings a glass of orange juice. Your orange juice, little miss. Liliana's face becomes gloomy. It is dangerous. It does not help me at all. What to do? What to do? Things have turned out like this. There is no turning back. Thinking this, the little girl pours all the orange juice on her clothes. The third sister worriedly takes a towel to wipe Liliana. You are always causing trouble. Are you hurt? The little girl quickly admits her mistake. Sorry, sister. The little girl does not care about those things. So what if my hands are sticky with dirty clothes? I will probably have to go home and wash up. This way I can avoid Francois Castle. Just looking at Francois makes Liliana startled. Seeing him staring at her makes the little girl confused. What is it? Why is he looking at me with that expression? After the meeting, the sky has turned to dusk. The two sisters go home. As soon as they get home, Liliana hurriedly asks the third sister, Sister, will you meet that old man again? The little girl expresses her opinion to the third sister. I hate that old man. The third sister does not believe it and teases. Isn't it because you could not take your eyes off him because he is handsome? Although she says she hates him, Liliana is still stunned by that soul-stirring face. He is really handsome, but so what? Even so, I still hate him. The third sister sighs helplessly but still puts the little girl's health first. Even if you hate him, you have to meet him so your health can get better. I am doing this for you, little one. Do you know how difficult it was to bring him here? The third sister says while poking the little girl's cute nose. Being poked makes Liliana cover her nose and is embarrassed. Hick. The little girl is still very worried. But sister, that is Francois. He is a very, very scary person. Much scarier than you think. Seeing Liliana so cute that it makes people want to pamper her. The third sister is happy. Then hugs the little girl with overflowing love. Being hugged in the third sister's arms, Liliana is still very worried. Now that the female lead is gone, what if something happens to my second sister because of him? At that time I will hate myself. Thinking this, the little girl enjoys the hug. At a playground. A castle built by the children. Liliana is brought to the playground by her second sister and her eyes light up. It is a playground, a playground. The second sister sees the little girl excited and her mood also becomes happy. Asking, does little one like it that much? Liliana affirms, I like it very, very much. Then thinks to herself, it has been a long time since I have been to a playground. The little girl remembers Rebecca. After Rebecca's incident, I had a fever during that time. Because she could not stand the shock, her body became ill. I was so sick that I could not go out and had to stop going to kindergarten. I was very bored at home all the time. At that time Liliana cried all her tears and said, I miss my friends. The little girl struggles and refuses to stop, constantly demanding, Francesca, Martina, Antonio, I miss Antonio. The second sister sees this and is helpless. Coaxing, Princess, how about we play hospital? Liliana firmly refuses. Don't like it, want to go to the playground. The third sister is annoyed by the little girl's noise and scolds loudly. Don't make so much noise. Go dig in the sand because she is not going to kindergarten, she is bored. So with the help of the third sister, I was able to come to the playground that I had been longing for. Liliana plays and smiles brightly like she is celebrating a festival. The little girl has so much fun playing that she no longer worries or wants to bother. It seems like playing blows away all worries. I am so happy. It is boring at home, but I am even more worried because I am afraid my sister will meet the male leads in the original story. At this time I just want to go up high. Liliana wants the swing to fly higher, higher, even higher. It would be great if someone pushed from behind. Seeing the second sister happily knitting, the little girl does not want to bother. Little one is excited, the third sister is knitting. At this time, a hand reaches out, making Liliana surprised. Looking at the person behind her, she wonders, who is it? Although she does not know who it is, the little girl is still having a lot of fun. I do not know who it is, but they came at the right time. The man speaks up and asks Liliana, "Do you like it even higher?" Liliana happily replies, I want to go even higher." The man also agrees, "Okay, then hold on tight." The little girl is pushed high and giggles with delight. Then thinks to herself, "Really high, I can't go this high if I swing alone." Liliana's eyes light up, awesome. While having fun, her hand slips out as if she is flying in the sky. The swing has now reached a 90-degree angle. At the same moment, Liliana's hand falls off, then falls down. Her eyes see the whole sky. Liliana is startled at this moment when she sees her second sister running quickly. Her second sister's face turns pale and she shouts loudly, "Liliana." The little girl falls freely in mid-air and is a little confused. That is strange. Then becomes curious, why is everything happening so slowly? The sky is still blue. Liliana suddenly understands, so that is it, so I am falling. The little girl asks herself, what will happen? Like this. I'm going to die, right? At this time, someone reaches out to catch Liliana. The little girl does not feel any pain, so she curiously opens her eyes. Then becomes surprised, when she sees the man in front of her. The second sister worriedly runs over, "Lily." The man who pushed the swing for the little girl also runs over worriedly, "Little one." The second sister kneels down and keeps asking Liliana, "Are you okay? Does anything hurt?" Seeing her second sister worried about her to this extent, the little girl feels guilty. I am okay." Receiving Liliana's assurance makes the second sister feel relieved and hugs the little girl. "Oh my God, thank goodness, that is great." The little girl feels her second sister's mood. So sister was very scared. Liliana blames her own hand. "My hand suddenly lost strength, then speaks up, "Sister, I am sorry." The man behind is also worried and babbles, "The head is not broken. There is no pain in the limbs." Suddenly the kid fell down. "I thought the kid was going to die." The man next to him goes over and says to that person, "Don't worry, the child is safe." The two quickly recognize each other. No, Marius. Hearing this name startles Liliana, who is feeling guilty. What? Wait, what did he just say? Marius is grateful. "Thanks to you catching her, she is still alive. Thank you, Leo, that scared me so much, I lost 10 years of my life." Liliana is startled and recognizes the two men, Leo, Marius. The little girl stands in the middle of the storm and is extremely confused. It has not been long since the third sister got involved with that crazy Francois. Why are the two male leads here too? Suddenly the second sister speaks up to scold, "Hey, you there." The third sister scolds Marius, "Look at the child's figure. How can you push a small child like this so high?" Seeing her sister angrily scolding someone like this makes Liliana scared. Sister. Liliana quickly realizes the anger of her second sister. Usually, the second sister is as gentle as a spring breeze. Princess. But it seems like she is really angry this time. Liliana looks worried, but Marius. Looking at Marius at this time, he is clenching his hands tightly. Usually he is very relaxed, but if he makes a mistake, he can become cruel at any time. The little girl is horrified. What if he gets angry because of the second sister? What should I do? The second sister looks at Leo and praises, "If it was not for that person. My younger sister could have broken her head or her legs. That would have been a big deal." Leo is suddenly praised and is embarrassed. Liliana wants to stop her second sister. Stop it, sister, I told you I am very scared of that person." The little girl hesitates and wants to advise, "Sister, let us stop." Before Liliana can finish speaking, Marius speaks up. Then bows his head to apologize to the two sisters. Sorry. This makes the little girl start to doubt her life. The second sister sees Liliana like this and is happy. "Look at my little one trembling because she is stunned." The little girl thinks, "No, I am surprised, but surprised about something else." Liliana observes Marius and thinks, in the original story, he is an open person. Unexpectedly he is apologizing respectfully to a person from Travanca like this. Even though he is the emperor of the empire, Marius's face is currently very remorseful. So Liliana has decided not to pursue it further. The little girl looks up at her second sister and advises, "Sister, I am okay, so do not be angry." The second sister is touched to see Liliana being so sensible. "Lily, she is saying this because she wants me to be at ease." The second sister pats the little girl's head and decides, "Okay, I am not angry anymore." Then the second sister goes over to Leo to express her gratitude. "Thank you for catching my younger sister. Thanks to that, it was not a big deal." He shyly replies, "It is nothing." Then affirms, "I am just doing what I should do." Liliana looks up at Leo. This person is Leopold. Looking at Leo's figure, the little girl exclaims, "Too tall and big." The little girl remembers in the original story. He appears as a swordsman who has undergone rigorous physical training to perfection, then becomes the commander and leads the war for the country. To victory with Travanka. Liliana has some goodwill towards Leo. To be honest, this person is not scary, but if it was not for him I might be dead by now. Thinking this, the little girl speaks up. Brother, Leo is called, and looks down. Seeing Liliana bowing to thank him, "I really thank you for saving me." Marius on one side witnesses Liliana's cute and polite behavior and can't help but be touched. What should I do with this child? She is so sensible and cute. Receiving thanks from the little girl makes Leo happy. The second sister is also grateful to Leo. "That is right, really thank you, Leo, I want to do something to repay you." He hears this and blushes embarrassedly and refuses. "It is nothing, it is good that the child is not hurt." Suddenly Marius jumps out and suggests, "Then miss, can you be a tour guide for us?" Hearing Marius's request makes Leo and the second sister helpless. Liliana on the side hears that weird request and is also uncomfortable. What a ridiculous request, why suddenly want a tour guide? It is enough to greet each other and go our separate ways. Marius goes over to Leo, then tells the second sister and Liliana about his hardships. "Miss, do you know how hard we work to come to Travanka for tourism? It is really hard to get in, so we need to have knowledge. Can Miss help us?" Seeing the second sister's blank face makes the little girl scared and determined to stop her. "Sister, do not fall for the trap." Suddenly the second sister gives the angelic smile and agrees. "What are you saying? If you have a conscience, you would not say these words." Hearing her second sister say this makes Liliana happy. Nice. Marius still shamelessly pushes Leo forward, but the one who wants to be guided more than anyone is Leo. Right, Leo is pushed forward and is confused. What? Then is about to say no, but when he sees the second sister's beautiful angelic face, he immediately flips his face. "That is right, if possible, sorry for being shameless, but I hope Miss can help us." Liliana thought Leo was a gentle person, who knew he was not anything special either, making the little girl helpless. "Leopold, you too." Liliana really does not know what she should do right now. What to do? Getting involved with these dark male leads is not good, but I have already met them all. Marius's appearance predicts the meeting between him and the eldest sister. Because she belongs to the security bureau, she will be responsible for escorting them. The little girl's face turns down. Things have turned out like this. Then brightens up and agrees. "Okay, I will be a tour guide." Seeing the little girl being so sudden like this makes the second sister worried. Liliana takes a breath and is determined. "Then I will change my strategy. Make the male leads and my family become friends. And like that, I, who changed my strategy together with my third sister, have become a one-day tour guide for 2 male leads." Although the third sister is no longer angry, but she completely ignores Marius's words. Marius keeps babbling and asking, near the beach of Travanka, "Is there anywhere worth visiting?" But Liliana does not care and only asks Leo, "That is right, brother Leo. Have you tried the traditional food of Travanka yet?" The little girl is secretly happy. Fortunately, Marius does not care much about this. The little girl does not understand a bit. Being looked down upon like that, and he can still smile happily. Clearly very different from that slow bomb Francois. I also feel a bit relieved. Liliana glances at Marius and asks herself, "I have decided to become friends. Can I be less afraid of him?" The 4 people strolled around for a long time, strolling from one place to another. Finally Liliana is also tired and lies down on the table. Seeing the little girl react like an old woman makes Marius happily tease. "You are so young and you already know how to sigh." Liliana is angry and curses in her heart. "Who am I tired because of?" Marius is curious at this time. "How old are you, kid?" The little girl looks up and replies, "Yes, 6 years old, and I'm not a kid." Marius rubs his chin. Right, born just 6 years old, you are a baby." Liliana is annoyed and asks Marius, "Then how old are you, brother?" He speaks up, "Me." Suddenly Marius gives a cheeky smile. Then wants Liliana to guess. "Guess, how old do you think I am?" Suddenly being attacked by beauty startles the little girl. Her eyes become yearning. Why is this male lead like this? Oh my god. Looking at Marius's handsome face makes Liliana can't help but exclaim in her heart, "Leopold and Francois are both handsome." But I realize too late, Marius is as beautiful as a sculpture. Liliana shows a lost face with no way out, worthy of being a male lead. At this time, the other 2 look at the little girl, making the little girl startled. She quickly shows her attitude to Marius. "Look, you look like 550 years old." Marius is shocked to hear this. 550? Kid, look again, how can this face be that old? Marius happily says, "Also, just talk comfortably to me." Liliana is excited to hear this. "Speak informally to the emperor." This opportunity the little girl shouts, then 5550. Marius hears Liliana say such outrageous things and crosses his arms. 5,500 years old. You really have no eyes. Then gives a bright smile. This brother is 5,000 years old but still very handsome, right? Liliana loudly retorts, no, brother Leo is more handsome. Leo spits out all the water he was drinking after hearing this. The little girl affirms with Marius once again. Brother Marius is uglier than brother Leo. Marius refuses to give in and argues with Liliana. Kid, look carefully. I can't possibly be uglier than him. The little girl is determined with her own opinion. No, brother Leo is the best. Seeing Marius being too emotional, Leo stops him. Marius, calm down. Leo's face suddenly becomes energetic and advises, she said that. Marius sees this and is helpless. You like him that much, you were still choking a moment ago. Marius refuses to let himself be uglier than Leo. Even so, in the age of 5,550, are not I the most handsome? Liliana affirms, no, not handsome at all. The fierce argument between the two makes the second sister can't help but laugh. Then happily pats Liliana's head and praises, little one really has good eyes, I think so too. The second sister's words make Leo embarrassed to the point of blushing. Marius on the side sees Leo like that and laughs excitedly. Leo stammers, thank you kid. Liliana denies again, my name is not Kid. Leo hears this and is puzzled, not Kid then Chestnut. The little girl angrily shouts, no, I said not Kid or Chestnut. At this time the food has been brought out. The waiter speaks up to announce, the food you ordered is here. The second sister sees the food has been brought up and politely thanks. Thank you. Then the second sister turns to ask the two people. I heard that the Empire mainly eats meat, so the main dishes I ordered are all meat dishes. Is that okay? Marius praises. Of course, Miss is very considerate. The food is placed in front of Liliana, making the little girl excited. Wow, it is finally here, my special lunch for children. Liliana starts eating with a thought, I am tired because of dealing with the two male leads. I have to eat quickly to regain my strength. Suddenly the door of the shop opens. The man walks in, making the waiter embarrassed to greet. Welcome, please come in. Leo is curious and looks over. Seeing that man, he is extremely surprised. Leo wonders and asks, Francois, why are you here? Liliana is about to bring the food to her mouth but stops. Then looks over with a confused face. Why did that guy appear here? Francois smiles and replies, because I had something to do, so I came earlier than expected. He asks Leo and Marius curiously, why are you two in Travanca so early? Just seeing Francois makes Liliana helpless. Why am I a magnet for the male leads in the original story? The little girl's face becomes so gloomy that she does not see the food delicious anymore. I only went out to play this morning because I was too bored, I should not have whined. What the hell is going on? Francois keeps smiling brightly. Marius does not even look and replies, since we are here in Travanca, we came a few days early to visit, and were guided by these two. Marius sees Liliana's face turn pale and is worried. But little one, why is your face so pale? The little girl is confused. Does my face look like that? What kind of day is today? Did I go in the wrong direction or something bad luck? Suddenly Francois looks over and gives a gentle smile. Hello little miss. We meet again, right? Receiving the greeting does not make Liliana happy at all. I am really scared of Francois Castle. In the original story, he not only imprisons the female lead in the tower. I, a prisoner of the Empire, was brought by him to be a servant for the female lead and locked in the tower. Even when the female lead does not eat and drink properly. He gave me poison, causing me to die painfully if I did not drink the antidote in the correct dosage. Only when he feeds the female lead properly. He gave me enough antidote to survive half a day. In order to save me, an innocent person. Rebecca was forced to eat even though her stomach was uncomfortable and vomiting. Liliana clenches her hand and trembles with fear. The little girl replies to Francois's greeting. Hello. Then looks at her second sister. Her second sister also quickly understands. Then smiles brightly and replies, hello, nice to meet you. Her second sister smiles brightly and asks Francois, it seems you know my little one. He hears this and is curious. Little one, are you her sister? Francois quickly realizes the relationship between the sisters. So you are the sister of Emilia Berchio. The second sister explains, she is my twin sister, she does not look like me, right? I have heard many people say that. At this time, her second sister's expression suddenly becomes cold, but her second sister asks Francois with a gloomy expression, how do you know our Liliana? Liliana hears her second sister ask a question like that and is flustered and tries to stop her second sister. Marius has been observing Liliana's expression for a while now. Francois crosses his arms and asks in return, didn't Liliana say? Then honestly replies, she signed a contract with me because of her youngest sister's health. Liliana's face turns pale as soon as she hears this. Her second sister becomes curious. A contract? What contract? Francois wants to keep this a secret because it is not convenient to reveal. I can't casually reveal the contents of the contract. That is not very good. Her second sister's expression immediately turns down and she looks at Liliana and smiles. Really? Then I have to ask Emilia. Her second sister urges, little one, eat quickly. The little girl wants to but at this time can't eat anymore. I seem to be full. Liliana eats and thinks, I do not know what kind of contract my second sister signed with Francois, but it is definitely because of me. The little girl secretly hopes. I hope she won't be scolded too much. Francois notices Liliana at this moment. Then speaks up and asks the second sister, what is this sister's esteemed name? The second sister immediately replies, Regina Berchio. When the food is just brought, Francois speaks up to remind, that is right, Regina. When you get home, listen carefully to what Emilia says. I thought the guardian sisters were close to each other, but she decided on her own like that. It seems like she will be scolded. The second sister is furious and wants to deal with the third sister right away, but still tries to thank Francois. Okay, Francois, thank you for letting me know. Liliana is also wary on the side. Then tries to swallow the food with an unhappy mood. If it is not a lot of scolding, then it will be a lot of scolding. The little girl can only admit her mistake at this time. I am really sorry, Sister Emilia. Then shouts loudly in her heart, run away quickly, sister. At this time, Emilia still does not know anything. The sky has set halfway. Liliana slowly opens her eyes. Then sees that she is being carried back by Leo. Marius notices Liliana at this time. Then smiles brightly to greet, little one, you are awake. The second sister also asks kindly, little one, did you sleep well? The little girl looks around curiously, where is this? Liliana is still not fully awake. The little girl remembers, just now, clearly after finishing eating, Francois left because he had something to do. And we were playing at the beach nearby, it seems like I fell asleep. Seeing the saliva wetting Leo's shoulder makes Liliana startled. Saliva came out, sorry, Uncle Leo. It seems like they have arrived at this time. The second sister immediately turns her head to thank Leo. Brother Leopold, we are here, from here we will go ourselves, but Leo hesitantly decides, I will take Miss all the way home. The second sister happily refuses. No need, there are only women in my house, so the other sisters will feel uncomfortable. Leo hears this and knows he has gone too far. So he admits his mistake. I see, I did not think thoroughly. Leo suddenly lowers his body, making Liliana startled. As soon as her feet touch the ground, the little girl shows a look of regret. It was so comfortable on his back. Suddenly Leo calls the second sister, Regina. He stammers that. Then shyly gives an invitation, on another day, is it possible to guide me again? Marius on this side is extremely eager to hear about the young couple's love story. So he whistles. Liliana realizes his intention. So she steps on Marius's foot to warn, stop it. He immediately pats the little girl's head and teases, top it. Making Liliana furious and scold, don't mimic me. But Marius is determined to tease to the end. Ot my imic eh. The little girl is furious, you. Then goes over and punches Marius's leg and scolds, you annoying old man. You are a perverted pig. Marius does not believe it. How am I like a perverted pig? Liliana refuses to let it go and scolds with another word. Then a lizard. Marius teases and asks, do you know what a lizard is? The little girl affirms, I know, do you think I do not know? Marius grabs Liliana's hands and praises, you are quite something, kid. Liliana says again, I am not a kid, let me down. Marius refuses to give in, not a kid, only a kid would not admit that they are a kid. The little girl is teased to the point of crying. I then can't hold back anymore. Then cries loudly, making the two people on this side startled. The second sister is surprised. Oh my God, little one is crying, I have to go. Before leaving, the second sister does not forget to make a date with Leo. Then I will see you again at the cafe today. 3 days later at 2 o'clock, Marius teased Liliana until she cried. Now he sits down to coax her, little one, do not cry, it was my fault, okay? Forgive me just this once, okay? The second sister happily asks, what is wrong with my princess, who made you sad? Tell me. Being caressed makes Liliana cry even louder, sister. Then scolds in her heart, Marius, you evil male, lead that kid if I ever meet you again. The second sister hugs Liliana and coaxes, my good princess, do not cry anymore. The little girl is determined, I will beat you up first. Seeing Marius make Liliana cry to this extent also makes Leo helpless and asks, Marius, did you have to make the child cry? He scratches his head embarrassedly and explains, she is too cute. Then puts his arm around Leo and is arrogant. Even so, thanks to that, you were able to make a date with Regina, right? He hears this and blushes and can't refute. Seeing Leo fall in love for the first time makes Marius feel at ease. This guy really fell in love at first sight. That Leopold Waltrahen will tremble and not know what to do when he accidentally encounters a young lady. Marius thinks of a future where he teases Leo. The knights working under this guy will definitely riot and wonder if this is a dream. Just imagining it is already interesting. Marius glances, whatever the case, being pushed to the playground because we were lost is truly a heaven-sent opportunity. Right, Leo hears this and has to agree. When they decided on the trip to Travanca because of the conference, to resolve some personal matters. So the two of them arrived in Travanca a little earlier than planned. The government side was worried because the two of them went there without an escort. But Leopold, the swordsman, is considered a weapon of humanity. After the bloody battle with his brothers in the royal family, Marius sat on the throne. Their abilities no longer needed escort, so they visited Vancha without fear, but who knew? Although they were full of power, they had no one to guide them. The two of them were dumbfounded in the middle of the road and confused. But where is this? Leo is also helpless, don't ask me. Marius makes a suggestion. Let us keep going and we will definitely get out. Leo hears this and also agrees, I think so too. Marius says while walking, well, it seems like the living standards here are higher than I thought. Because they are implementing a closed-door economic policy. I predicted that this place would be stagnant. If there is a war with Travanca now, the empire will also suffer damage. Leo looks around and also affirms that, perhaps. Moreover, 30% of the population are people with supernatural powers. This is a country we must never underestimate. Marius looks everywhere and exclaims, they are rich, peaceful and beautiful, the climate is mild, the abundance is beyond question. Which conqueror in the world would not crave this place, Marius thinks. Instead of conquering, establishing diplomatic relations is enough to ensure wealth for the empire. We have to do well in this direction. Suddenly a laugh rings out next to him, making Marius pay attention. Then looks at the place where the laughter is. What is it? There is a playground like this. Leo is interested, it looks fun. Marius is also curious, so, playing on the swing is so fun. At this time, a small figure appears in Marius's sight, making Marius surprised. Looking at Liliana's chubby cheeks. And the bright smile when she is having fun. Suddenly a voice rings out in Marius's head, listen carefully, I will die after so you. Marius quickly recognizes Liliana's identity. She is Berkio's child. Leo also immediately recognizes of Berkio. Marius recounts, because I did some research before coming to Travanca. I heard that there is a youngest daughter in the Berkio family who was born late. Leo ponders Berkio, they used to be a prestigious family in politics, right? At this time he becomes curious. But why did Andrea Berkio go back to the countryside? Leo keeps babbling, he is a promising politician in the prime of his working age, but he gave up everything and went home. I completely do not understand, just finishing speaking. He looks back and does not see Marius anywhere, making Leo dumbfounded. Marius has gone over to push the swing for Liliana. The moment I saw the child, thought that, a child with such a lovely smile, how can I let her die? Andrea, the oath of Marius Kemmelhoffen. Even if I turn back time it will still be in effect, I will keep my oath to you. Marius speaks up and asks, do you like it even higher? Liliana happily replies, I want to go even higher. Marius is determined, I will protect these lovely siblings because that is the only atonement I can do. He happily says, okay then hold on tight. A voice rings out to scold, that is not something else, it is related to Lily. How can you decide on your own like that? Already like that, but not saying a word to me and eldest sister. The third sister is scolded by the second sister and calmly admits her mistake. Sorry, I was too busy so I forgot. The third sister tries to persuade the second sister with sweet words. Listen to me, Regina. This is an extremely good opportunity if it is a magician like Francois Castle. The second sister hears this and quickly affirms, I know that person is a genius, but Lily is not a lab rat, she can't just drink that thing. The third sister is startled to be told this. Then the second sister continues to scold, that thing can be proven through the essay. Do you think I did not consider that? And Liliana on this side is hiding in the blanket. The little girl hears the sound of the two sisters arguing outside, and becomes self-reproachful because of me. Liliana is sad, if I was healthy, then maybe my sisters would not argue. The little girl does not want her two sisters to argue anymore but does not know what to do. She can only hope that her eldest sister will come back as soon as possible. Cookie, if only eldest sister came back soon. How great would that be, right? If her eldest sister comes back, her third sister and second sister won't argue anymore. Because Alice is the strongest woman in the world. Thinking of this, Liliana falls asleep with tears. Sister, come back soon. Until the next morning. A call wakes her up. Little one. Little one, wake up. Liliana is still sleepy, so she opens her eyes and is confused. The little girl looks over and sees her third sister, so she is even more confused. Third sister, the third sister urges, we have something to go out for. So quickly get up and wash your face. But Liliana is still very sleepy, so she does not want to get out of bed. I want to sleep a little longer. The third sister tries to wake her up gently and it does not work, so she snatches the blanket away. No way. The little girl tries to beg the third sister, just a little longer, but the third sister refuses to give in. I said no way is no way. Liliana can't persuade her. So she says bitter words, I hate you. After preparing everything, the little girl is given a delicious breakfast with strawberry jam bread. At this time, Liliana finally has the mood to wonder. But sister, where are we going? The third sister hears this and immediately reminds her. Do you still remember that handsome silver-haired brother? We met last time, we are going to meet him. The little girl remembers Francois's face. We meet again, little miss. Her face immediately changes. The third sister has finished tying Liliana's hair at this time, done. The little girl really does not want to meet Francois at all. So pretends to have a stomachache. Oh, it hurts so much, my stomach hurts so much, I should stay home. The third sister quickly realizes that Liliana is pretending. Little one, I will get angry if you lie. The little girl affirms, I am not lying, it really hurts, I should go to bed. The third sister quickly looks at Liliana with suspicious eyes. Then immediately becomes disbelieving. The little girl still tries to resist. So, we will meet that brother later. Seeing the third sister's threatening face, Liliana has to succumb even though she is scared. I do not hurt anymore now. The third sister is satisfied to hear this, that is right. The little girl is bored, I already went to meet him yesterday, but I have to go meet him again today. The third sister sees Liliana eating too slowly, so she urges, eat faster, we have to go. Liliana decides to resign herself to fate. Oh well, in that case I have to get him to buy grape juice for me. Finally the little girl is able to see Francois's handsome face. Before Liliana's eyes is a glass of water with a unique color of unknown origin, making the little girl panic. Francois speaks up to reassure Liliana, the taste is a bit different. Even so, there is nothing strange, so please bear with it. Looking at the glass of water in front of her makes Liliana gloomy. If this is not strange, then what is? The grape juice is boiling. My sister dragged me here, so I have to meet him. But she did not say I would have to drink this. Thinking this, the little girl turns to beg her sister, third sister. The third sister also wants the little girl to be healthier, so she tries to persuade her. Drink it and you will be healthy. Liliana vehemently refuses, but the color of it does not look healthy at all. The third sister gives a reason to persuade. Medicine is bitter to cure sickness. Her third sister Amelia is a scholar researching supernatural power magic and divine power. Her works are recognized in Travanca. Thanks to that, I have repeatedly come into contact with magic medicine. Right now I know clearly what is being poured in here. Liliana resists strongly and also realizes. This is medicine containing Francois's magic, right? Does sister think I do not know? The third sister awkwardly tries to persuade the little girl. I will buy you whatever you want to eat today if you drink this glass. But Liliana still refuses to cooperate. Liliana does not want to eat anything today. The third sister sees that she can't persuade her anymore. So she forces the little girl to drink that glass of water. Little one, you better drink it quickly. The smell of the juice wafts up, making Liliana uncomfortable. It is not the smell of grape juice. But because she is afraid of being scolded, she decides, I will drink a sip first. As soon as she drinks it, a jolt of electricity shoots down. Liliana feels disgusted and keeps throwing up, can't drink it anymore. The third sister still tries to force the little girl, endure a little longer. This way you will get healthier. But Liliana refuses and resists more fiercely than ever. I do not like it. I do not need to be healthy, get rid of it. The loud noise on this side makes the other customers pay attention. The third sister at this time is worried and wants Liliana to get better. So she still tries to persuade, please Liliana, just finish it quickly, just a little more, okay? Seeing her third sister like that. Although she hates it, the little girl still tries to drink. Then keeps throwing up non-stop. Unable to endure it anymore, Liliana firmly refuses. I can't anymore, let me go get a shot. The third sister does not want to and still tries to force. No, you have to drink it all. Francois has been witnessing the forced performance between the two sisters and is helpless. Liliana cries loudly, helplessly. Then resists. I hate you, I said I do not like it. The third sister is stunned to hear this. Lily. Suddenly Liliana picks up the fork, taking her portion of food, crying and running to another table. Then puts her head down on the table and is embarrassed. Liliana secretly blames the third sister. You idiot, I hate you. If I knew it would be like this, I definitely would not have come here. The taste is so disgusting I want to throw up. Why do I have to come here and drink this thing? At this time the third sister comes over to where the little girl is and calls Liliana. Then sits down next to her and comforts her. I am sorry, please stop being angry, okay? But Liliana refuses to forgive. I won't forgive you. Suddenly a plate of strawberry cake appears in front of the little girl, making Liliana surprised and jump up. Francois speaks up to admit his mistake. I am sorry. Then he comes closer wanting to receive the little girl's forgiveness. Let us make up. I wish Liliana would eat this and stop being angry. Liliana is mesmerized by the beauty in front of her and is stunned. Wow. In her heart she can't help but exclaim, seeing him up close like this. He is incredibly handsome. Suddenly the little girl is startled and realizes that she is angry. So she continues to sulk and refuses to forgive. So what if you are pretty? I am angry, using cake and that face won't make me stop being angry. Suddenly Francois waves his hand. Immediately a stream of light appears. A small squirrel appears before Liliana's eyes. The squirrel keeps doing tricks, making the little girl happy. The squirrel is made of light. The childishness makes Liliana can't help but reach out to touch it. Hi. Seeing the little girl happy with the squirrel, Francois persuades, how about it, Liliana? Do not be angry anymore and make up with uncle and sister. Can you do it? Liliana quickly agrees, then immediately startles when she realizes that she has slipped up. I answered unconsciously. Did not mean to. The little girl is about to turn back and refute But before she can finish her sentence, Francois feeds her a piece of strawberry cake. He happily explains the operating principle of the squirrel. It was created by artificially arranging the magic structure to be similar to divine power, so its smell is so unpleasant. Even so, you try to endure and drink it. Liliana, you are very brave. Being praised makes Liliana's spirits happy and she replies, I am a brave child, it is delicious. The third sister sees Liliana being coaxed to be happy again and also feels relieved and sighs. At this time, the third sister looks at Francois seriously. Francois quickly admits his mistake to the third sister. Because it is the first time she has absorbed my magic, there may be some problems if she feels uncomfortable or has a fever. Just give her medicine and rest comfortably. The third sister wonders and asks, how long will you stay in Travanca? Francois quickly replies uncertainly, I do not know, I came for work and won't stay long. The third sister quickly gives a time frame to negotiate with Francois. During the time you stay here, come see Lily once a week because that is what the contract says. He agrees. Of course, a contract is a contract. And more importantly, Liliana is eating cake and looks up, wondering when she hears Francois say, I. Before he can finish speaking, the little girl's face turns pale with fear. Francois looks at Liliana with hope. I hope Liliana will grow up healthy. The meeting with Francois has ended. So both sisters have returned home. As soon as they get home, Liliana sighs in relief. Finally home, the little girl remembers Francois's face at that time. I do not understand why Francois's expression was so scary. He wants me to be healthy but makes such a face. Why, it is so confusing. Liliana goes to open the door with the thought, so third sister is home. As soon as she opens the door, Liliana calls out, difficult sister, what are you doing? The second sister sees the little girl come in and is curious. Little one, come here quickly. Liliana becomes blank. When the second sister holds two sets of clothes and asks for the little girl's opinion, this one is beautiful, or this one is more beautiful. Looking at the two dresses in front of her, Liliana gives her opinion. Anything you wear looks good. Hearing the uncertain answer from the little girl makes the second sister gloomy. So that is no good. At this time, the third sister also comes in and sees the second sister dressed nicely. So she wonders, who are you going to meet? As soon as she sees the appearance of the third sister, the second sister is immediately startled. Oh my God, you scared me, then awkwardly replies, meeting a guy. The third sister looks at the pile of clothes on the bed and is surprised. You are only going on a date for 1 or 2 days and you are already worried about clothes. Liliana on one side also nods in agreement like an old woman. That is right, having a reaction like that is understandable. The honey sweet golden hair like rare honey in Travanca, and the blue eyes as beautiful as gems. Unlike the second sister, the eldest sister does not care about the opposite sex. The third sister is very concerned about her lover. One day will a good person appear. The men who want to meet the second sister all give me gifts to win me over. But on the contrary, men like that do not attract the second sister's attention. The second sister awkwardly talks about Leo's goodness for the third sister to know. What I mean is, he is very good, handsome and has a good personality too. The third sister hears this and laughs helplessly. Because he is good, so you are planning to take him home. But a sister like that has an active attitude. The second sister says excitedly, he is good, so I care. Who on earth made you like this? The third sister quickly contributes an idea for the second sister. Here, you look the best when you wear this outfit. Liliana on this side also wants to know, so she excitedly asks, sister, difficult sister, who is that uncle? Do I know him? The second sister smiles brightly and replies, It is Uncle Leo you met last time. Liliana hears this and is surprised. What? The little girl can't believe what she just heard. What did you say? You are really meeting Leopold Waltrahen, the male lead in the original story. Liliana seems to sink into her own space and does not care about the conversation of the two sisters. The third sister speaks up and wonders. Leo, who is he? What kind of person is he? The second sister happily replies. A single person since birth like you do not need to know. Liliana really can't believe that a thing like this would happen. Oh my god, I never thought the storyline would unfold like this, after the battle between the Empire and Travantia broke. Leopold and Alice went to battle as national commanders. After a fierce battle, Travantia eventually lost. And the one who took the life of Alice is none other than Leopold. Liliana's eyes light up in anticipation of a new life without war and killing, but if the third sister and Leopold get together, even if a war breaks out, it is possible that the eldest sister will be safe and sound. The opportunity is here. Liliana jumps on the bed and says loudly, if it is Uncle Leo, then I agree. The second sister hears this and is happy. Oh my, this kid is really something. The third sister is confused by Liliana's state. Little one, why are you so excited? It is a bit strange, your face is a little red. The little girl is confused to hear this. The third sister kindly sits down next to her and touches her forehead. Let me see, then orders, little one, take fever medicine. Liliana does not understand. Why take fever medicine? The third sister hugs the little girl and explains. What, why? You have a fever. Liliana is surprised to hear this. Then touches her own forehead. Hearing it, I feel like my head is a little hot. But the little girl is still very innocent and does not care much about this fever. But it is okay. Taking fever medicine will make me better. Early that morning I thought so. Eventually Sister Regina had to carry me on her back and rush to the village hospital, because I started to have a high fever even though I had taken fever medicine. The second sister carries Liliana running to the hospital, making the little girl feel a bit self-reproachful. Difficult sister, she was very excited when thinking about the date. If Sister Regina is concerned about me, she can't date Leopold. Liliana really does not understand. Why am I always sick? The little girl keeps apologizing to the second sister. Sorry sister, I am sorry. The next day, Leo returns home with a gloomy and worried face. Seeing Leo come back so quickly makes Marius curious. Came back so quickly, got dumped. Leo explains, no, I got given a rain check. Marius hears this and is surprised and can't believe it. Why? Leo does not answer but remembers. Leopold, do you have a fiancé or wife? After the second sister's question, Leo stammers and replies, no, I do not have anyone. The second sister hears this and feels relieved. So that is it. Then turns away because of Liliana's crying. Oh my god, little one is crying, I have to go. Then gives the date. Then I will see you again at the cafe today. 3 days later at 2 o'clock. Leo looks at the bouquet and understands a little about the second sister. I do not know much about women, but she would not ask that for someone she does not care about. He becomes insecure about himself. Or is that a mistake of mine to think that way? When her younger sister started crying, she hurriedly agreed. Maybe she does not really care about me. I waited for 3 hours, but she still did not come anyway. Suddenly Marius looks over. Then tries to comfort Leo. It is just someone you met once. Leo does not care what is important if it is once or many times. The important thing is that my heart is already facing that person. Hearing Leo's upright words makes Marius surprised. This trip, it seems like he really fell into the trap. Is it puberty? Oh my god. Then he speaks up and asks. That is right, the delegation on the Travanca side is about to arrive, so prepare to go. You packed your luggage this morning, right? Leo replies, that is right. At this time Marius is a bit curious. But why did Francois Castle come to Travanca? Leo quickly explains, came to fulfill the soul vow. But he is not the kind of person to come so early. There must be something. Suddenly he is a bit eager to know. I am really curious what it is that made him like that. It seems like you do not care much. Marius gives a judgment. It must be a personal matter, right? He came here maybe to study people with supernatural powers. Although he hears Marius explain it that way, Leo knows everything but still pretends. Actually, I know, pretend I do not know, pretend I do not know. Suddenly there is a knock on the door outside, making Marius surprised. Oh my god, they are already here. Leo quickly goes to open the door and does not forget to tell him, I am going out, remember to bring everything. Marius behind him also awkwardly replies, it is done here. Leo speaks up to introduce to the person in front of the door. Hello, I am Leopold von Waltrahen, are you? Marius inside also happily steps out to greet Marius, nice to meet you. The woman's eyes gently look down, then politely reaches out her hand to shake hello. The woman introduces herself, I am Alice Berkio, the police chief of the Travanca Marine Police Security Bureau. Marius looks down. Then his pupils suddenly contract. The eldest sister says seriously, I will be responsible for escorting you, while you are staying in Travanca. I am Alice Berkio, the police chief of the Travantia Marine Police Security Bureau. Marius suddenly stands stunned. At this time the eldest sister is surprised, then asks Marius, "Do you know my younger sister?" He quickly explains the reason. By chance, she happened to be a one-day tour guide for us. Then Marius glances at Leo and is pleased. "And that guy almost went on a date with your second younger sister." Leo blanks out when he hears the name Regina. At this time Marius happily urges, "Come on, do not stand here talking, let us get on the carriage, wait a little bit." The eldest sister also happily agrees, "Ah yes." The carriage starts to depart. There are only 3 people in the carriage. Suddenly Marius glances at the eldest sister. The Berkio family, the most outstanding political family, is where countless politicians are born. If a war happens, they all enlist and take the lead regardless of gender. That is the long-standing historical tradition of this family. Marius seems to be very satisfied with the eldest sister as the escort. Among them, sending someone from the main line with enough ability to escort the emperor alone is probably the sincerity that Travanca is sending to me. Suddenly Marius starts a conversation. Is Liliana still healthy? The eldest sister is a bit surprised that Marius knows Liliana. You know, Cat Liliana also has a familiar relationship with Regina. He smiles and replies, "Of course. We are quite close, did not you know that?" The eldest sister bows her head and explains, "Speaking of little one, a few days ago she had to be hospitalized because of a high fever. Regina and my other younger sister are taking care of her." Leo hears this and quickly understands the reason why he was given a rain check. Leo's mood quickly changes and becomes extremely excited. Marius next to him sees this and is also happy. This kid looks happy because he thinks he was not given a rain check. Marius cares and asks, "Then, is she still in a lot of pain?" The eldest sister sadly tells him the situation. "The test this morning showed that she is better, but if she has a fever again at night, it is hard to say." The eldest sister sees that this topic is not very happy, so she quickly changes it. "Let us change the subject," then asks Marius, "How is your tour of Travanca? Did you have enough fun?" Marius quickly replies with his thoughts, "That is obvious. People say there are many beauties in Travanca. The saying is indeed true, so I find it very difficult." The eldest sister hears those words and is a bit confused. "What are you saying?" Marius sadly explains, "I said because I decided to marry for political interests. So I only look at it from a political standpoint. But because there are too many beauties, it is hard to do this." The eldest sister is startled to hear this. The eldest sister exclaims in surprise, "I heard you prepared a soul vow through a peace agreement, but I did not expect you to even consider a political marriage." Marius waves his hand and explains, "It is already a soul vow. If I and the people on the Travanca side die, won't the matter be over?" Suddenly he gives an idea, "But mixing bloodlines will become a long-term valid agreement." Then Marius asks for the eldest sister's opinion. "Alice, what do you think? Do you have someone you want to introduce to me?" The eldest sister hears this and wonders, "Do you have a condition that you particularly want to use?" Marius rubs his chin and replies, "Because I will propose a political marriage without prior notice, so it must be someone who has the same thoughts as me. It would be even better if it is someone from a reputable political family, and also..." The eldest sister has been observing Marius for a while now and makes a judgment, the joking voice and the lack of seriousness. However, he is the man who bathed in the blood of his brothers to reach the top. "I have a hunch that if I take my eyes off him, I will be swallowed by him." Marius speaks up and suggests, "In my opinion, you are not bad either, Alice, what do you think?" The eldest sister is surprised by that question and realizes, from the beginning, the goal of this man was me. Someone from the main line of a prestigious political family will not be criticized in the empire. And there are not many people in Travanca who can implant abilities into the royal bloodline. But the eldest sister quickly replies, "Let me see. It depends on what you give me." As the eldest sister says this, she gives a bright smile. With a bit of smugness, "I am not a weak woman either. Emperor of the empire. Early yesterday morning, I heard my 2 sisters arguing. The second sister keeps blaming the third sister. After meeting Francois Castle, little one got a fever. Are you sure that person's magic can help her? What did you give Liliana to drink?" The third sister advises the second sister to calm down. "Regina, calm down, she just needs to endure a little more and she will be fine." But the third sister seems unable to calm down. "If it were you, could you calm down?" The third sister tries to give an explanation. She has a fever because of the adaptation process, but the second sister refuses to listen. What if there is a mistake? The arguing voices of the 2 sisters keep ringing, making Liliana helpless and shed tears. Outside, the argument between the 2 still does not stop. But because she can't bear it anymore, the little girl's eyes blur and she falls asleep. After a sleep, Liliana finally wakes up, every time she vaguely sees The little girl sees her third sister sitting next to her. I see the third sister silently crying again. I was sad about that, so I reached out, but it seems like the third sister does not see my action. Liliana wonders if I get healthy my sisters won't cry anymore, right? Thinking like that, I ate a lot of hospital food. So I was completely able to be discharged from the hospital. And now I am bravely going to the playground alone. At that time Liliana resisted the third sister and went out. I can go out myself, the third sister angrily scolds. Liliana, are not you listening to me? I told you to go together. The little girl walks and blames the third sister. The third sister is really something. I am not a kid, I can go to the playground by myself. Liliana looks up at the blue sky and blames herself. Thinking about it, it is because of me that Sister Regina could not go on a date with Leopold. Because the female lead in the original story is dead. The original story does not start anymore. Politics is what leads to war, although I do not know what will happen, but at least the gloomy situation like in the original story won't happen. So here there is one question: if the original story disappears, who will the male leads meet and marry? Marius started a war because he wanted to gain the love of the female lead. So if the woman he loves this time wants peace, then the war won't happen. Liliana remembers Francois. He is the person I hope will meet the right person the most. The little girl suddenly trembles with fear. If she meets someone strict and his madness gets worse then. Finally there is Leo, and the boy with true love Leopold. It would be a pity if this man fell into the hands of someone else. Liliana regrets, if he became a couple with a third sister, how great would that be because of me? If it is Leopold, although he is rude, but when he loves, he is very gentle like a teenager in puberty. The little girl sighs sadly. I have to meet him again and tell him to date my sister. What to do, Hayes? I wish I would accidentally meet him somewhere. While playing in the yard, a sound of "oh" rings out. Marius and Leo's worried faces ask, "Little one, are you okay?" Seeing her wish quickly come true makes Liliana turn pale. Marius keeps babbling. I heard you were seriously ill. Why are you so thin? The little girl really can't believe. I did not expect to meet the male lead so easily. At Liliana's house. The second sister with a sleepy face and messy hair yawns. The third sister on this side keeps walking back and forth, worried about Liliana. Really, that kid always makes people worry. The second sister lies on the chair and asks, "Going to find Liliana?" The third sister replies, "That is right, she ran out on her own. What if something happens?" At this time, the eldest sister comes out to take responsibility for finding Liliana. "Emilia, let me." Seeing the eldest sister wake up early makes the third sister worried. "Aren't you going to sleep more? You are tired, you just came home early in the morning." But the eldest sister does not pay much attention and advises, "You guys have taken care of Liliana. Take a rest today." The third sister suddenly blushes and gently says her wish. "Then will you go find her for me? Actually, I wanted to go to the library because I need to find an essay. I will go and come back, and if I come back late, everyone should have dinner first." The eldest sister hears this and happily replies, "Okay, be careful." Seeing the second sister lying on the chair taking a nap. The eldest sister then goes over and gently wakes her up. "Don't lie here, go back to your room to sleep." The second sister does not want to go. "If I sleep now, it will be hard for me to sleep at night. I will try to stay awake." The eldest sister worries, "Are you very tired?" The second sister replies, "No, I am not tired, it is just." Seeing the second sister hesitate, the eldest sister worries and asks, "Regina, what is wrong?" The second sister shyly twists her hair and says, "I." Then her face turns red and admits, "It seems like I like that man more than I thought." The eldest sister is curious, "That man?" The second sister's eyes become gentle and she remembers, It is someone I met by chance. Actually, if I only look at the personality, he is not my type compared to someone rude. I like someone who can keep up the conversation if I talk about appearance. I like a man with delicate beauty like Francois Castle. However, the gentle voice when he came close to me. The blushing appearance like a teenager every time he hears me say anything, I can't forget. Those words of Leo keep echoing in the second sister's ears. "Regina, will you give me a chance to meet you again?" He has nothing special other than his sincere heart, and perhaps that sincere heart has touched my heart. The second sister does not want to think much anymore, so she decides, it is nothing. If there is a chance, we will meet again on another day. The second sister turns back and smiles. Then pushes the eldest sister away and does not forget to tell her, "Sister, when you come back, remember to buy grilled chicken feet at the Olga bar." "Okay." The eldest sister quickly agrees. Okay, it seems like her mood has stabilized. When the eldest sister just grabs the doorknob, the door opens and both of them look out. Seeing that Liliana is already in front of the house makes the two sisters surprised. "Liliana." The little girl turns into a sparrow when she sees the eldest sister, then runs to hug the eldest sister. The second sister sticks her head out and is a bit curious. Why are you back so soon from playing? You were so excited when you went to the playground. At this time, the second sister looks up. Then sees Leo's red face and stops. The second sister falls into confusion. Looks up at Leo with a red face and calls Leopold. Leo also happily replies Regina. The second sister at this time is startled and remembers. She is wearing pajamas, and already has not washed her face with no makeup. The second sister is flustered. Then immediately runs into the room, making Leo want to say, but it is too late. The second sister's reaction makes Leo unable to believe and stand there dumbfounded. Liliana happily introduces the two people to the eldest sister. Oh, that is right. Uncle Leo and Uncle Marius are my friends. They were hungry and got lost, but they did not have any money, so I brought them to my house. Marius at this time also walks over. Really, I did not expect us to meet like this. He smiles brightly and praises the eldest sister. Meeting you again. You are even more beautiful, Alice. Just seeing Marius makes the eldest sister's mood go down, making Liliana confused. The eldest sister sighs helplessly. Hey, Liliana, what on earth did you bring home? At this time, the group invites each other to go to the restaurant to eat. The little girl is excited and runs quickly. The second sister worriedly calls after her, little one, you can't run in the restaurant. Liliana does not care and even invites the second sister over. I know, come sit here. The second sister is also helpless. This kid is really cunning. The little girl suddenly pushes Leo to sit down next to the second sister to create an opportunity for the two to interact. And Uncle Leo sits here. The two are arranged to sit together and look at each other with red faces. Liliana also actively pushes the boat by letting Leo know the second sister's preferences. Sister Regina likes lilac flowers. Leo unexpectedly looks down and sees Liliana smiling brightly. Then can't help but be grateful. Thank you. Liliana is pleased. On the way to the restaurant, I deliberately held Sister 2 and Leopold's hands. Then keeps praising Leo in front of the second sister. Uncle Leopold is so handsome. Sister 2, the second sister hears this and blushes and asks, Liliana likes Uncle Leopold. The result of trying to probe her sister. This time it is green light. Liliana is now very much looking forward to it, assuming that Leopold becomes the third brother-in-law. The risk of war is reduced. The chance of surviving for Sister Alice will increase. Leopold with pure feelings won't make the second sister shed tears. The two of them will become a harmonious family. If the second sister gives birth to a baby, wouldn't I be able to be an aunt? Liliana is extremely excited. The eldest sister immediately understands the little girl's thoughts, so she bonks her head. The bonk on the head makes Liliana hurt, so she asks, why did you hit me? The eldest sister immediately gives the reason, for constantly teasing Regina. Liliana sadly explains, I am not teasing. Marius has been constantly observing the two sisters in a submerged way. Then he speaks up and asks the little girl, then Liliana. Do you want to? The eldest sister is confused to hear this. But when she sees Marius's eyes and smile, the eldest sister understands what he wants to say. Marius asks Liliana, play the role of Cupid for the eldest sister. On the third sister's side, the third sister had just arrived at the library and was surprised when she comes across Francois, so the third sister wonders, why are you here? He is also surprised, then replies with a smile, guess, is not the National Library specializing in magic and supernatural powers the dream of every magician? Francois asks the third sister in return, and what is it that you came here for? Could it be to study on the weekend? The third sister is extremely confused after hearing this. Do you distinguish between weekdays and weekends for studying at this time? The third sister remembers something. More importantly, the third sister notices the book in Francois's hand. It seems like you are very interested in the field of healing, he affirms. Yeah, a bit. The third sister happily asks, I have more good essays than that. I will introduce them to you. Francois happily agrees after hearing this. If that is the case, that is great. Finding someone with the same ideals makes the third sister happy. Then let us go to aisle C because there are many essays for you to refer to. The two go to aisle C, searching for books on the shelf. Seeing the third sister take a book makes Francois also a bit surprised. It seems like you are also interested in this field. The third sister looks at the pile of books in her hand and replies, and Shan or purification is not the field I am interested in. Then the third sister pushes all the books to Francois, making him surprised. I remember I did not say specifically. How do you know the field I am looking for? The third sister brightly explains, the essay I just read has the topic of healing body and mind through the impact of Enshan and purification, so I tried it and it seems like you are really interested. Francois explains the reason why he looks at those things. I look at them for reference in similar cases. He is pleased to see the happy mood of the third sister. So this is the mood when she talks about the things she likes. She becomes tense every time we meet because she is worried about her younger sister. It is really hard to believe. The third sister hears this and asks back, really, if it is for reference, then I do not need to introduce the related thesis, right? Francois denies, no, it would be good if you could introduce it. Francois becomes embarrassed and explains, but outsiders can only borrow 8 books. The third sister hears this and feels a bit regretful. Is that so? That is a pity. After finishing the matter, the third sister intends to leave. I have something to do, so I will go first. Francois sees the third sister leave so quickly and is a bit surprised, hey. Suddenly Francois grabs the third sister's hand, making the third sister look back in confusion. The third sister wonders, what is it? Francois quickly asks, are you hungry? He gives a bright smile and invites, because you introduced the thesis to me, I want to treat you to a meal to show my sincerity. The third sister finds Francois being too close and unnecessary and feels a bit uncomfortable. Let me see, you do not need to thank me. Francois wants to pull closer to the relationship with the third sister. Then as people in the industry we can have meals together and tighten our relationship. Right, the third sister hears this and is a bit swayed. Then if that is the case, then okay. Francois looks at the pile of books and thinks, actually, I am not hungry. He looks towards the third sister with hope. She has extensive knowledge and can chat with me because she is a native. She clearly understands the situation here. A close talent is only beneficial. Francois's eyes look down at the third sister. And more than anything, she is the sister of Adrien Berkio, the one who made an irrevocable transaction with me. It is hard not to report to have someone's heart. Just smile lightly and friendly. Francois smiles brightly and says, I will treat you to a meal. He is pleased. Just like this, according to common sense, they will change their attitude right away. Seeing the third sister's red face makes Francois more pleased than ever. Look, almost no one can get past this smile of mine. In the end, Adrien's younger sister is just like everyone else. Suddenly the third sister grinds her teeth to make an extremely uncomfortable face, tch. Seeing the third sister's face makes Francois stunned. The third sister turns away and mutters to herself, it is that unlucky smile. Francois hears this and is embarrassed, unlucky. The third sister glances at Francois and reminds, also, I have wanted to correct you all along, do not call me Dangai but Emilia. If you use a long name, calling Emilia is fine. Francois replies with a dumbfounded face, At this time, the third sister angrily reminds, if we are eating together, then call the name correctly and also. The third sister gets close to Francois and calls, Dangai. And does not forget to affirm one thing, you are not my type so you do not have to do those expressive actions, it is useless, so, just do one thing. Find what you need to find, even if we take advantage of each other, knowing clearly that we can't overcome temptation, but we still have to try to face it. Francois is surprised, Then wonders, what is this? The eyes are full of contempt, not excited and thrilled. The third sister smiles and understands Francois' mood. You look a bit disappointed. He becomes helpless, not to mention easy. She does not care about me at all. The two quickly arrive at a restaurant. Francois speaks up and wonders, Dangai, no, how do you know I have something I need to understand? The third sister eats and says casually, how would not I know in this Travanka, who has a smarter head than me? Seeing Francois surprised, the third sister chews food and asks back, what, you speak informally to me and I can't? Francois can only helplessly comply. No, speak comfortably, beauty tricks are not effective. It is really special, it is rare to have a case like this, it is a bit difficult. At this time, Francois pays attention to the girl behind. Then puts on a handsome appearance that captivates people. Immediately makes that girl's heart beat so fast it wants to jump out. Seeing the sudden reaction of the girl makes the boy she is with confused. What is wrong with you all of a sudden? Finally, Francois sees everything happening as usual. Look, it is not that I am ugly, it is that she is strange. He looks at the third sister with a curious look. What is the problem in the end? The third sister again puts on a disgusted look and criticizes everything. Please, that is too much, I am getting indigestion, do not do that in front of me. Francois smiles and replies, if you are getting indigestion, that is no good, next time bring digestive medicine, if not try to get used to it. The third sister is uncomfortable, I should have just vomited. Francois tries to think of a way to conquer the third sister. Beauty tricks failed, if I threaten her, she will directly confront me. Francois gives a pleased smile. I understand, I do not need to pretend to be a good person. Francois thought like that. Then he intends to say, but you look a bit like a conger eel. The third sister hears this and is furious and curses this guy. Conger eel. A few years later he regretted it deeply, for calling Emilia that. But it is still a matter of the distant future. Marius asks Liliana, Liliana, do you want to play Cupid for the eldest sister? The little girl hears this and is blank and confused. In her heart she is confused. What are you suddenly talking about, Cupid? Liliana looks at the eldest sister with a confused face. For the eldest sister. The little girl keeps looking back and forth. What is it? Is there something between the two of them that I do not know? Why did the atmosphere become like this? Suddenly Marius puts the menu towards Liliana and lures. Come on, little one, what do you want to eat? I will buy it all. The little girl hears this and is very excited. Buy it all. Marius affirms with a happy mood. That is right, buy it all. Liliana at this time becomes worried for him. But you do not have money. Will it be okay if I eat a lot? Marius is a bit surprised that the little girl thinks he is poor. Then calls the waiter over. Let me order. Yes, sir. Marius generously orders like a domineering president. The dishes on the menu. Give me one portion of each dish. Liliana hears this and is so shocked that she can't believe this is happening. The entire menu, in which there are 12 kinds of desserts that my sisters do not let me eat. He becomes arrogant and glances at the little girl. See, uncle is the best, right? Liliana is convinced and nods repeatedly. Although she does not want to admit it, but Marius. Right now, he is the best. The food at this time has been arranged all over the table. The little girl happily starts eating. Everyone bon appetit. Just eating the first bite makes Liliana become tamed. Because Sister Alice opposed it, the order of the entire menu has been reduced to the minimum. But because Marius requested to pack the desserts to take away, I am also satisfied. While eating, the little girl looks ahead, quickly paying attention to Leo, and Leopold and Sister Regina. Unexpectedly, Leo is so gallant that he cuts the meat into small pieces. Then hands it to the third sister, making her startled. Oh. But also very happily turns to thank Leo. Thank you, Leopold. Liliana is very happy that they are becoming closer. The little girl's face smiles slyly, making Leo blush and stop. Then quickly realizes and offers to cut the meat. Let uncle cut the meat for you. Being offered pre-cut meat makes Liliana happily cheer. Wow, thank you. Just about to take the cut meat, Leo looks down. Sees the piece of meat in the children's portion and is startled. Isn't it? The piece of meat is too small. Edgar, who is 1 year older than me, seems to eat twice as much and is much taller than me. Leo at this time seems to be a bit ashamed. Only now do I realize how small and thin this child is. After cutting, he hands it to Liliana and instructs, eat a lot. The little girl excitedly exclaims, as expected of a swordsman, so fast. Yes, I will eat heartily. Seeing the little girl just eating meat makes the eldest sister pay attention. Then immediately reminds Liliana, you have to eat vegetables too. Liliana looks at her bowl with only vegetables and is surprised. Then shows a look of boredom. I know I will eat vegetables. The little girl clenches her nose and tries to swallow the vegetables she can't eat. I secretly left them. But the eldest sister has sharp eyes. Liliana's reaction is too cute, making Marius can't help but laugh. He kindly takes some of the vegetables in the little girl's plate away. Then actively eats it, making the little girl surprised. The eldest sister is also puzzled. Liliana sees Marius being so kind today and quickly changes her impression. What, is he helping me eat carrots today? I really have to look at him again with. Just about to think again, she sees Marius wink, making the little girl have a blank face. He confidently asks, how is it? Uncle is the best, right? Seeing Marius being so self-absorbed makes the little girl tired of thinking. Tired and ganglin. Liliana does not want to talk to this person anymore, so she decides to leave. Eldest sister, I am going to the bathroom. Marius sees the little girl not paying attention to him and is sad. Little one, you have to say uncle is number one, right? The eldest sister worriedly asks, can you go by yourself? Being seen as a kid makes Liliana uncomfortable. Am I a kid? I am big now. Suddenly the second sister stands up and calls the little girl, Lily, go with me. Liliana still wants to prove that she is an adult. Really, I am not a kid. The second sister hears this and has to comply. Okay, our Lily is big now, so let me go with you. After coaxing Liliana to leave, the second sister winks at the eldest sister. I will be back after I go. The eldest sister also smiles and replies, okay. After her two younger sisters leave, the eldest sister's expression quickly changes. Speaks with an uncomfortable tone. You are not allowed to approach our youngest sister. Marius is eating and stops. Then pretends that he has no other intentions. Don't misunderstand. I am very happy to meet such an innocent child. The eldest sister hears this and immediately does not believe it. Happy Marius von Kemmelhofen, right? The eldest sister repeats the matter she told Marius last time. Last time I asked you what you would give me. Do you have an answer? He calmly replies. Oh, of course I do. Then gives a bright smile and replies, I will not compare and calculate with Alice Berkio. This is my first card and also my last. The eldest sister hears this and is curious. What is it? Marius's eyes become gloomy and says, guess. Then gives a condition of exchange. How about Liliana's health, your younger sister? The eldest sister hears this and is surprised. Her eyes become unbelieving. What? Looking at Marius eating at ease makes the eldest sister uncomfortable. Then immerses herself in unanswerable questions. I know Liliana is a child who is often sick, but almost no one knows the reason. The eldest sister is really very curious. Why does this man? After Marius drinks a sip of wine, then immediately reminds if you keep like this. In the bathroom, the two sisters are washing their hands happily together. Marius warns about Liliana's health. She won't live past 15 years old. You probably also know. After washing her hands, Liliana returns to her seat with a comfortable mood. That was great. But seeing the atmosphere around her extremely dim makes the little girl confused. But what is with this atmosphere? Liliana is very perceptive when paying attention to the expression on the eldest sister's face. Especially the eldest sister. The little girl is worried. When I was not there, what did Marius do? Thinking this, Liliana glances at Marius with deep hostility. What exactly did you do to my eldest sister to make her like that? He is not perceptive at all and only smiles brightly and asks the little girl, little one, do you want to eat more rice? Liliana is confused to hear that question. Eat rice? I have to eat light food. Marius is surprised. Why eat more light food? Suddenly the little girl becomes flustered. If I eat more light food. Before finishing her intention, she turns to look at the eldest sister. Seeing the sorrowful face of the eldest sister makes Liliana not dare to demand. I see that eldest sister is not happy, so I have to pay attention. Even so, the little girl bites her lip and says her wish. Liliana wants to go see the circus. The sisters are afraid of me going to crowded places because at kindergarten, I have to integrate with children of the same age, so the sisters have no choice but to accept. But locations like circuses, theater, amusement parks are almost all banned by the sisters because they are afraid that I will bump into this person and that person and get sick. The eldest sister's face quickly turns down, making Liliana worried. See, she is glaring at me. Then blames herself. I knew I should not have said it. She won't scold me, right? Suddenly a hand reaches out to pat the little girl's head. Marius absolutely agrees with Liliana's request. Okay, let us go to the circus. Uncle will take you to see the circus. The little girl is excited to hear this. Really, you promised? Marius affirms, of course, we will go right after eating. The little girl's eyes become excited. Awesome. The circus, it is really the circus that Vicky bragged was so interesting. The circus is really interesting. Lily, go see it. Liliana quickly stabs her fork into the vegetables. Quickly eat so she can go to the circus. Marius sees the little girl eat so quickly and reminds, little one, eating like that will make you full. Liliana is extremely happy because Marius is willing to accept her request. Marius, today you are my hero. After finishing eating, the little girl immediately urges, quick, let us go quickly. The little girl is so happy that she pulls her eldest sister's hand. I have been waiting for everyone to finish eating. Let us go quickly. The eldest sister sees the little girl being so excited and reminds Liliana, I know, so calm down. But this is the first time she is seeing the circus. So Liliana can't restrain herself. I want to see the circus soon, go faster. The eldest sister worriedly stops the little girl. Walk slowly, we can still see it. What if you fall if you go fast? Liliana is said like this and her mood is a bit down. You are right, but because I wanted to see it quickly, I tried to eat broccoli, endured the boredom and waited until the meal ended. Unable to wait any longer, the little girl immediately releases the eldest sister's hand. Then quickly runs away. It is okay, I won't fall, catch up quickly. The eldest sister sees this and hurriedly stops her. This kid, Liliana, stop there. Liliana on this side runs happily. The circus, if I go to the circus, I will be able to see the interesting fire dancing performance that Vicky bragged about. They spit fire from their mouths, right? Finally I can brag to my friends with Vicky and Tokyo. The voices of stopping keep ringing out behind. Stop quickly, Liliana. The little girl is running and suddenly gets caught, but refuses to comply, so the little girl immediately pulls her hand away. You can't catch me, Lily, wait. Liliana's eyes are full of anticipation. On the street, a group of people chases after a fun-loving little girl. I want to see it right away. While running, something appears in front of Liliana, making the little girl's face change, followed by a piercing scream calling back Liliana. Immediately Liliana falls into self-reproach. If I knew it would be like this, I would have listened to sister. I am not dying because of the original story, not because of being sick, but because of something like this. I am tired of pain. If possible, I wish I would die without pain. At this time Liliana opens her eyes and wonders, why is my heartbeat so loud? The little girl looks up with a confused expression. And why do not I feel any pain? It turns out that the eldest sister used her body to protect the little girl, causing her whole body to be injured. The second sister worriedly screams loudly, Liliana, sister, the people around blame the carriage driver. What to do? Hey, are you crazy? All three people at this time also run over with worry. Little one. Marius reaches out to hug the eldest sister and calls, Alice, open your eyes. Can you hear me, Alice? Leo worriedly asks Liliana, little one, are you okay? The second sister also pats the little girl's face, constantly caring. Liliana, are you hurt anywhere? Are you okay? The sisters told you do not run. Marius hurries and tells the second sister, Regina, calm down a bit. But in this situation she can hardly calm down. How can I calm down? What if something bad happens? Liliana looks at the unconscious eldest sister and trembles with worry. Sister, eldest sister. When the little girl's hand touches the eldest sister's face, a reaction appears. The eldest sister quickly opens her eyes, hurriedly gets up and hugs Liliana, making the little girl startled. Liliana worries that the eldest sister will hit or scold her, so she fearfully cowers. Sister will be angry, right, very very angry, because I ran away without listening to sister. But unexpectedly the eldest sister pats Liliana's face. Worriedly keeps asking, are you hurt anywhere? No, are you okay? Is your head not injured? Are your legs still intact? The little girl can only stammer and reply, Then the eldest sister blames Liliana for making her worry. Do you know how scared I was? Liliana can't hold back anymore and sheds tears. The little girl cries loudly and admits her mistake. I am sorry. Liliana worriedly does not want the eldest sister to be hurt because of her. Sister, do not be hurt, it is Liliana. It is Lily that made sister injured. Marius advises the little girl, hey little one, calm down. The eldest sister's eyes looking at the little girl are full of love, making the little girl cry even louder. I am sorry. The eldest sister hugs the little girl and feels grateful to the heavens. It is really lucky that you are not hurt. Finally a day is about to end. Liliana cried so much her eyes were swollen and she fell asleep. Marius peeks into the room and announces to the outside, the little one is asleep. It seems like she cried too much, so she is tired now. He reminds the eldest sister, it seems like the little one was very scared today. Comfort her gently. The eldest sister hears this and does not say anything, making Marius sigh helplessly. He starts to joke with the eldest sister. It is lucky Alice was not injured too much. It is better to rest and get healthy. Her beautiful face is injured like this, although it is a bit of a pity, but I still find it quite. Suddenly the eldest sister speaks up and says, okay. Marius hears this and is confused, His face blank and confused, The eldest sister's eyes are sad, then turns to look at Marius and says, let us do it. The eldest sister's eyes are extremely serious when talking about the political marriage. Is a very lovely child. Who would not be curious about the smile of this child? Compared to love, I like being with my friends and my siblings. Living in the world, I have never thought about getting married because the ability to be recognized through work and to become the best is my ambition. When looking back at my career path from before until now, and my life plan in the future, if I continue in this direction, the road ahead will definitely be wide open. Liliana is a younger sister, but also like my daughter, is a child that I love very much. A child like that has to die from illness. The eldest sister seriously gives a condition to Marius. First, write a contract to know how much you can help. How much you can help, that is my condition. The eldest sister is determined. I will prevent her death no matter what means I have to use. Marius is very surprised to see the eldest sister sacrificing for her sister like that, He really feels it, the eyes as if ready to rush into battle immediately. Marius scratches his head helplessly at the eldest sister's will. I give in, I was still wary at first. Marius suddenly feels a bit sad for her. What is important is the existence of that child. He speaks up to declare firmly, I promise Liliana will be okay. Leo on this side walks down the stairs, then immerses himself in contemplation. It seems like the little one was very scared before that. He had taken Liliana back to bed. Leo feels extremely guilty. I should have protected her first, but Alice was faster, but that is how it should be because she is the child's guardian. Leo sees the second sister sitting in a corner, then quickly hides behind the wall with his heart beating loudly. Regina, so she is here. But when he discovers the second sister's mood, Leo goes over to care. Regina, what is wrong? You look so sad. Seeing him suddenly appear makes the second sister surprised. Leopold. The second sister's face, although smiling, is extremely gloomy. It is just. The second sister clenches her hands and feels self-conscious. I feel ashamed of myself. Leo hears this and incomprehensibly declares to the second sister that there is nothing to be ashamed of. The second sister hears this and is somewhat comforted. You have not heard all of what I said. The second sister sadly explains, it has already been 2 times, I could not save Liliana. By my side. Clearly I am also right next to her. But every time I let her slip out of my grasp. I should have been more careful because just not paying attention a little. she immediately disappears. If I was a bit stronger, if I was born with supernatural powers, the eldest sister would not be injured like that. Thinking this, I feel too ashamed as she says this. The second sister's tears are about to fall. But Leo speaks up. Suddenly he sits down next to the second sister. Then blushes and comforts. I am not skilled in jobs that need meticulousness. The second sister hears this and is confused. Leo tells the second sister his weakness besides fighting and protecting. I have no talent. I think everyone has areas they are not good at. Therefore, Regina just needs to protect Liliana in her own way. Is not that right? At this time the second sister is like being bathed in a stream of sweet water. The second sister calls Leopold. Knowing he is holding the hand of the girl he loves makes him startled. He hurriedly pulls his hand away. Sorry, I touched your hand without permission. Seeing that innocent action of Leo makes the second sister can't help but laugh. The second sister keeps laughing non-stop because she was comforted in such a cute way. No, really, thank you, I feel very comforted. The second sister wipes away her tears and suggests to Leo, before you return to the Empire, can you spend time with me once? Because sometime I want to invite you to my house. Leo is given a meeting invitation by the girl he likes and blushes. His eyes become affectionate. Then quickly says, you do not need to invite me. The second sister thought she was rejected and stops. Ugh, did I go too far? But unexpectedly Leo gives a bold dating invitation with a shy face. Only please go on a date with me once. The second sister receives a dating invitation and is embarrassed. Leo speaks up to express his heart. Not for me to express my gratitude, but I really want that. The next day, Berkio, who I thought would end with their sweet romantic love story, a scream rings out. What is this article? The third sister points to the information on the newspaper and questions the eldest sister. Marriage. And with the Emperor of the Empire. The eldest sister calmly reminds her two younger sisters. It is just morning and you are already shouting. But the second sister and third sister still refuse to believe that the eldest sister is getting married. It is just a rumor, right? I have to go to the newspaper office and ask them to correct it. No, someone who does not even have a boyfriend, you are telling them to get married. It is unreasonable. The eldest sister does not care about her two noisy younger sisters and only focuses on feeding Liliana. Come on, Liliana. The second sister has also been vehemently opposing. That is right, little one also does not like the emperor. Why do not you say a word and suddenly decide to get married? It is clear that you are not getting married because of love. Not wanting her younger sisters to make a fool of themselves anymore. The eldest sister immediately affirms. That article is true. Both younger sisters quickly freeze at the confirmation. Even Liliana is surprised no less. Eldest sister getting married. After affirming, the eldest sister mentions her partner, Marius. You know Uncle Marius you met last time. Right, I am going to marry him. The little girl hears this shocking information and is speechless. Why? Liliana vehemently opposes in a strong way. Why? No way, I do not like it. The second sister takes advantage of that opportunity and uses the little girl as an excuse to stop this marriage. Sister, little one also does not like the emperor. Why do not you say a word and suddenly decide to get married? It is clear that you are not getting married because of love. Not wanting her younger sisters to make a mess anymore, the eldest sister immediately stops them. That is enough, we will skip the engagement ceremony and just exchange rings. And when that person returns to the empire, I will also follow. I plan to stay in the empire for a while before holding the wedding. The third sister's face darkens with a pale face. The third sister looks up and asks a question. What exactly are you saying? Don't just announce it, explain it. Why are you suddenly getting married? Not to mention the partner is the emperor. The eldest sister does not want to say much. Emilia, this is a matter between me and that person. It is not something you need to speak up about, sister. The eldest sister turns to tell Liliana, Liliana, go back to your room. The little girl does not intend to listen. But the eldest sister's eyes quickly threaten, immediately, making Liliana also have to listen. Returning to her room, the little girl confides with her teddy bear. Cookie, why is she suddenly like this? Outside, the arguing voices keep ringing, making Liliana sad. Outside rings the shout of the third sister. Because of that, so what? Liliana is extremely curious and wants to know what is happening. I can't hear clearly, I want to hear more details. Thinking this, the little girl secretly hides in a corner to eavesdrop. Now I can hear more clearly. At this moment, the eldest sister declares to her two younger sisters, Liliana, I will raise her. Liliana hears this and is surprised, dropping the teddy bear in her hand. What? Outside, Marius sits in the carriage. Remembering the words that the eldest sister had said before, that is my condition. Marius can't help but be interested in the eldest sister. What an interesting woman. Normally she keeps a cold expression, but has a personality of sacrificing everything for things related to her younger sister. Even so, she does not bring a feeling of weakness. He gets out of the car with a calm mood and thinks again, well, for me this is a good thing because the benefits brought by this marriage are very great. As soon as he arrives, Marius hears the sound of playing and pays attention. He quickly looks over, there is some trouble again. Suddenly Liliana sheds tears and cries. Then calls out loudly, older brother. Marius hears this and is curious, older brother. Liliana's call keeps ringing in the air, older brother, Liliana is here. Marius quickly looks over. Then sees the little girl running over with tears streaming down her face. Liliana remembers the previous declaration of the eldest sister. I will raise Liliana. The little girl quickly realizes, the sentence, the eldest sister will raise me, means I will also go to the empire. In other words, I am forced to separate from my two twin sisters. If the family breaks down, society will weaken, and when society weakens, the country will collapse. If the country collapses, the world going to destruction is inevitable. Therefore, I must prevent having to live far away from my sisters, Liliana says to her teddy bear with a determined attitude. Cookie, I have decided. Decided. That is right, I have decided. Liliana with two small legs. An extremely determined attitude, I will persuade Marius. The little girl secretly leaves the house. Sees that there is no one, so she also realizes without the sisters, it seems like they all went back to their rooms after arguing. According to the information on the newspaper, Liliana immediately recognizes Marius's residence. Where is it? So Marius is staying at the Rizzolo Hotel, I know where it is. Liliana secretly, I can totally go. Because she is still young, she can't ride the carriage by herself. As soon as she arrives at the hotel, Liliana is stopped by an uncle. Little kid, messing around will get you scolded. The little girl is shocked when she sees that the uncle does not believe her. Then tries to persuade, I am telling the truth. I am going to the Rizzolo Hotel, I have money. The uncle refuses to believe. If you want to go to the hotel, bring your mother here. Liliana hears her mother mentioned and her eyes start to tear up. Mother. Then admits to the uncle, I do not have a mother, and I do not have a father. The uncle is startled to hear this. Liliana tries to explain to the uncle, I am going to meet my older brother because my older brother is at the Rizzolo Hotel. My older brother and sister argued. So my older brother can't come home. The little girl feels guilty, this is a lie, but that is why Liliana has to go meet him. Liliana wants to meet her older brother. It is a lie, but mentioning her older brother makes her miss him too much. Liliana remembers her older brother before he said, I have done my best for you guys and I think that is enough, so from now on you guys should live well. After her older brother Andrea decided to go home without prior notice. He said that to us. My eldest brother is 24 years older than me, and 6 years older than the third sister. So after my parents passed away, he took care of all the big and small things in the house himself and raised me when I was born. Is the reason why such an older brother left the capital where he used to live, because he was exhausted from raising a younger sister who is the age of his daughter like me. That is why he said that is enough. The uncle is suddenly startled when he sees Liliana cry because she thinks her older brother is tired of her, so he left. The little girl starts to cry loudly and blames herself. I am the one who causes trouble for my older brother and sisters. The uncle sees this and turns pale and awkwardly tries to coax her. Oh my, come on, if you are meeting your older brother, then you have to bring your older brother back, right? People in the family have to look at each other. Liliana still cries and does not stop. Then the kind uncle throws Liliana onto the car. We are departing. The little girl looks out through the carriage window. Liliana's face at this time is blank and confused. I do not know how I got in lucky. Seeing everything going smoothly makes the little girl smile brightly. Now I can safely get to the hotel. Liliana lies down on the carriage in a comfortable position. If I meet Marius, should I lie down on the floor first, or lie and say that he is the most handsome person in the world and persuade him not to marry the third sister? The little girl helplessly sighs like an old woman. Haze, it is just one thing after another. Then the little girl takes a nap and finally wakes up. Then she is startled and looks around. It seems like we are here. In front is the hotel where Marius is staying. Arriving at the place, Liliana jumps down and says to the uncle, Uncle, here's the money. The uncle also happily takes it. Okay, then the little girl is extremely proud. I really came to find Marius by myself. See, I am not a kid. Liliana thinks she is finished paying the carriage fare, so she quickly wants to go find Marius. I have to quickly go talk and go home. Seeing the amount of money in his hand, the uncle's face immediately turns dark. Then pulls Liliana back, not letting the little girl escape. Hey, customer. The uncle tells the little girl, not enough money. Liliana is unexpectedly unable to believe it. How can that be? The little girl remembers, the sisters always give me 5 coins to pay for the carriage fare. Clearly I gave the uncle 5 coins. Liliana blanks out and looks at the money in the uncle's hand. Oh. Finally, the little girl and the uncle stand there blankly and realize, I brought the wrong copper coins instead of silver coins. Copper coins are worth less than silver coins. Liliana right now can only hug Marius's leg with an embarrassed face and borrow some money. Lend me some money. Marius hears this and is surprised. Money? Why suddenly borrow money? Liliana explains, I came by carriage, but I do not have enough money to pay. Marius wonders, why did you come by carriage at this time? The little girl is startled and remembers. Ah, that is right. The little girl shouts at Marius, I came to meet you, older brother. Marius hears this and is stunned and does not understand what is happening. That voice of Liliana keeps echoing in Marius's ears. I came to meet you, older brother, older brother. He can't hold back and gives a lewd smile, then is pleased and shows it on his face, older brother. Marius points at himself and asks Liliana, older brother, older brother. Liliana sees that face of Marius and is a bit uncomfortable, that annoying face, but still tries to endure and says, that is right, so quickly lend me some money. Marius laughs excitedly, making the uncle on this side who has not gotten the money feel uncomfortable. How long are you going to laugh? Are you the guardian of this child? The carriage fare is still short, so quickly pay me. Marius refuses to pay the money right away and just keeps babbling and showing off about the relationship between him and Liliana. Keep laughing for a while. Guardian, I am really the guardian because this child calls me older brother. Marius generously pays the uncle a gold coin, take it. Then asks again, that should be enough, right? The uncle looks at the gold coin in his hand and trembles, Immediately shows a respectful and flattering face to Liliana. Oh, of course that is enough. Then I will go. The little girl sees the uncle's attitude change constantly and wonders, what is wrong with that uncle? Then turns to ask Marius, but you only gave one coin, is that okay? He smiles and affirms, it is a gold coin. Liliana hears this and is startled. Her eyes widen and she can't believe it. What? The second sister said one gold coin is worth 100 silver coins. Liliana learns about Marius's wealth and is angry. Marius, why do you have so much money? You said you did not have money last time and could not eat anymore. Were not you lying? I was tricked. Suddenly he sees the little girl and gives a satisfied smile. Then asks, little one, are you hungry? Let us go eat. At this time Marius is a bit curious. But why did you come here to meet your older brother? Did you miss this older brother? Liliana immediately denies. No, I do not miss you. At this time the little girl distinguishes the truth. Also, you are not Liliana's older brother. Although the little girl says that, Marius refuses to listen. You called me older brother first. The little girl awkwardly replies, I just said that. Marius can't help but laugh loudly and tease the little girl. Where did you learn that from? Then turns to show off Liliana to Max behind. Max, is not my youngest younger sister very cute? She is so lovable. I have been living like I have a youngest sister-in-law these days. Liliana is said like this and her face turns red with anger. I am not a youngest sister-in-law. You are not married to my eldest sister. Marius confusedly replies, well, it will be soon. Liliana speaks up and resolutely opposes this marriage. No way, do not get married, I object. He is forbidden by Liliana and is sad. Why, even a little kid is objecting. I will be sad and cry. The little girl hears this and immediately gives a solution and way to compensate. You cry, I will buy chocolate to comfort you. In return, you give up the eldest sister. Do you understand? Deal. Marius feeds Liliana a piece of cake and asks curiously, why do you hate me so much? The little girl's mouth is filled, but still tries to explain, because I feel sorry for the eldest sister. The eldest sister is the most beautiful and wonderful person in the world. And strong too. Marius hears this and is also proud and shows off himself. Well, I am also the most handsome, rich and strongest person. Liliana hears this and only two words appear in her head, shameless. Marius looks at Liliana with sparkling eyes and affirms, I am really outstanding. Seeing him being so self-absorbed makes the little girl become more disgusted and wonders. Does everyone who becomes the emperor of the empire become this shameless? Whatever you say, Liliana still has to admit, of course he is handsome, but he does not know how to take advantage of his face. In terms of strength, Leopold is the best muscle strength. You dare forget the human weapon? Liliana's face is blank and asks, do you have a conscience? Marius at this time just notices and asks, but hey, you did not come alone, right? If you came with your sisters, there is no reason you would be short on money. Where did your sisters go? Hearing this, the little girl who is eating suddenly looks up, then replies in a certain way, I came alone, making Marius and Max stunned. Both of them immediately look at each other. Then Marius wants to ask again to make sure, you told your sisters before going out, right? Liliana looks elsewhere and lies, that is of course. Thinking about it, before leaving I decided to leave a letter for the sisters and said I was going to play at the playground for a bit. I have to write a letter, but did I write a letter? I do not remember writing it. A moment ago we were talking lively, but now it is silent. Liliana is so frightened that her body trembles. Then calms herself down. Calm down at times like this. Just rubbing my face against Cookie will make it okay. The little girl takes out her bear and chats. Cookie, what should I do? I am so tired. Cookie, quickly give me courage. Marius sees this and can only force a smile. Liliana wants to find courage, but it seems like it is not there at all. The little girl urges, hurry. Cookie, use magic. Max. Marius orders Max, inform the Berkio house, say the younger sister-in-law is here. It is probably going to be a riot. At that time at the Berkio house, the third sister rushes in from the outside to inform. She is not at the playground. She also did not go to her friends' houses nearby. The second sister, after searching for a while, also did not find her. The attic and the basement are also not there. I checked under the bed and in the wardrobe. The eldest sister also turns pale with worry. 3 hours is the optimal time for a child to be missing. If we do not see her after 3 hours, we have to report her missing. The third sister immediately nominates a plan. I will try to go find a magician. Maybe using magic to track or hunt can help. At this time there is a sound outside. All 3 sisters immediately look out. The second sister awkwardly wonders, could it be Liliana? The third sister explains, if it is Lily, she will open the door and come in. It is someone else. The third sister goes to open the door, but I wish the person standing outside was Liliana. Before the 3 sisters appears a bouquet of purple flowers that looks extremely eye-catching. I am sorry to intrude. The second sister at this time remembers, that is right today. Leo shyly holds the bouquet and expresses, I came to meet Regina. I decided to go on a date with Leopold. But at this time Leo looks down. Then sees that the 3 sisters' moods are extremely bad. What is wrong? The third sister intends to leave. I am going to meet a magician. The second sister feels extremely guilty. Leopold, I am sorry. It seems like I can't go on a date this time either. Because Liliana disappeared. At this time there is a voice outside asking the eldest sister, is Miss Alice Berkio home? Someone comes to the door. Quickly informs, sorry to come at a time when you are busy. His Highness Marius has words he wants to quickly convey to Miss. That person relays the message. Currently Miss Liliana Berkio is with His Highness Marius, at the Rizzolo Hotel, nothing else, please find her there quickly. The eldest sister and second sister hear this and are surprised in unison. What? The carriage sets off. In the car are the eldest sister, second sister and Leo. The eldest sister is silent and does not say anything, but is trying to calm her mood. After meeting Liliana, I have to calmly ask her first. Don't be angry why she left without saying a word, why she went to the hotel. That is what needs to be resolved first. Getting excited in front of a child is not good. That is right, that is what I should do. When she arrives at the room, the eldest sister grabs the door. Then the voice of Marius rings out from inside asking Liliana, it is okay if you do not go home. The little girl asks his opinion. Uncle, can Liliana stay at the hotel please? If I go home my sisters will deal with me. Marius refuses. No way, you went out without saying a word. Your sisters must be freaking out right now. Liliana is extremely scared and waves her arms and legs and blames Marius. You do not understand me at all. Not even a little bit. My sisters are really very scary. Just finishing speaking, the little girl quickly turns back. Then sees the eldest sister standing in front of her, making the little girl stop in fear. SCA. Liliana utters, eldest sister. The eldest sister is still trying to calm herself. Calm down, first, ask the little one why she came here. But just when she opens her mouth, Liliana, sister. Seeing Liliana hiding behind Marius, the eldest sister still tries to calm herself. I have to calm down. At this time the eldest sister's voice rings out, do you know how worried I am? Just finishing speaking, the eldest sister can't hold back and sheds tears sadly. Seeing the eldest sister's face full of tears, Liliana turns pale and feels guilty. Eldest sister. Suddenly the eldest sister grabs the little girl's hand and pulls her back. Then cries and scolds sadly. You went out without telling us, we were very worried about you. Liliana trembles and prepares to cry, but still tries to admit her mistake. I was wrong. I was wrong, the eldest sister says with extreme heartache and says her worry. If you go out alone and something happens, what will we do? We have told you so many times. You have to tell us when you go out. Liliana knows she was wrong from beginning to end, so she cries and sobs. Eldest sister, I am sorry, do not cry. The little girl can't believe it. Sister. The eldest sister is crying. The sister who has never shown a weak side before. Last time I acted on my own, causing sister to get hurt. Liliana's complexion gradually turns pale. The little girl rushes over to hug the eldest sister and calls, eldest sister. The eldest sister blames, why do not you listen to us? I do not like Liliana not listening. But Liliana refuses to let go. No, I like eldest sister the most in the world. The little girl feels that everything is caused by her. My older brother left because he was tired of me. Sister, I am sorry if because of this my sisters also abandon me. What should I do? Liliana's mood becomes depressed. So the little girl shouts, so do not abandon me. The words seem to tear apart the heart of a person who is a sister. The eldest sister is confused and does not understand why the little girl is saying that. What? Abandon who? The eldest sister really does not understand. Although she is my younger sister, I have raised her with more love than obligation. I really have wholeheartedly. The second sister goes over to coax Liliana. Come here, come on Lily, stop crying. The eldest sister is stunned. The younger sister is like my daughter, like that. How can I abandon her? Using love to raise her, it does not bring the little one a peaceful feeling from her parents. No, from the beginning I have. Seeing the eldest sister keep sitting on the ground makes the second sister worried. Sister. The second sister's eyes become surprised when she sees the current appearance of the eldest sister, the sister who is always strong. Right now. The eldest sister tells both of them, go home and then we will talk. At this time the sky has turned yellow. The sound of sobbing keeps ringing in the house. Marius holds a glass of water in his hand and reminds, it has been over 10 minutes. It turns out that Liliana is being subjected to the Berkio-style punishment, a chair of self-reflection. The little girl refuses to listen to Marius and is determined to serve the punishment to the end. Sister Regina said I have to sit for 15 minutes. He hears this and is surprised. At this time the little girl drinks water and cries. Then Marius sits down next to Liliana and decides to serve the punishment together. Then I will sit with you, kid. Marius sadly calls, little one. He gives a question to Liliana and wants to hear the truth from the little girl. Really, is it because you hate me marrying the eldest sister that you came to the hotel? Liliana sadly admits, I was going to ask you not to marry the eldest sister. Marius is curious, you hate me marrying Alice. The little girl admits, I hate it. He hears this and is a bit puzzled why. Marius quickly understands Liliana's heart, because you think I will steal the eldest sister away. Being said what is on her mind startles the little girl. So becomes hesitant. Not wanting to be shy anymore, Liliana quickly runs away. It has been 15 minutes. Liliana wants to go to the bathroom. Marius feels a bit regretful she escaped. I probably said what is on her mind. Liliana is angry. What does Marius know? Of course he guessed right. Leopold is a man with true feelings. If he becomes a couple with a second sister, the chance is high that he will come to Travanka, and Marius is the emperor. Living in the royal palace makes it hard to meet the eldest sister, not to mention emigration. Suddenly Liliana stops sadly. The third sister is more than everything. When talking about mothers, people often feel warm. But for me, it is the eldest sister's embrace. My parents are no longer in this world, so my sisters are everything to me. If my sisters are each in a different place, I will live in a broken world. Experiencing losing an important person when older brother Andrea left is enough. Liliana looks up, then sees the second sister and calls, second sister, but at that time the second sister is talking to Leo. Leopold, I want to ask you seriously. Don't feel any pressure and tell me. The little girl intends to call again sister. But when the second sister is about to open her mouth and gives an important decision that makes Liliana stop, I have decided that I will follow my sister and live in the empire. The second sister asks Leo directly, do you have any jobs that I can do while staying in the empire? Before that, the conversation took place. The second sister asked the eldest sister, tell me the truth, is not this a political marriage? What did you exchange? But the eldest sister tries to avoid the real reason. That is the best choice for my career. Both of them refuse to believe those words, lies. The eldest sister knows clearly that becoming the empress of an empire can't help her advance at the Marine Police Security Bureau. Do you think we do not know how ambitious you are in your job? Job or something, putting it aside, can you adapt in the empire? The empire is a system of discrimination, from the social system, rules to the way of thinking, completely different from us. According to what I heard, children, foreigners, and women there are all discriminated against heavily. How can you stand it alone? Although she knows that, the eldest sister does not seem to care about those things. The eldest sister honestly says her opinion. I have to defeat them. The second sister hears this and can't help but turn her head in surprise. The eldest sister righteously affirms one thing, I will defeat them. After saying that, the eldest sister comforts the two of them. Therefore, you two do not worry too much. But at this time, the second sister remembers the eldest sister's tear-filled face. The sister who said she would defeat them has such a collapsed appearance. How can I stand still and not do anything? The second sister is enough to understand clearly. Surely, she made a deal with the emperor. It seems that even if she dies, the eldest sister will not say what that deal is. The second sister clenches her hands and decides, I can't let the two of them go alone. I can't stand watching her fight alone in the Empire, and I can't bear to be far away from Liliana. With that thought, the second sister tells Leo, I have decided that I will follow my sister and live in the Empire. Do you have any jobs that I can do while staying in the Empire? Leo hears this and can't help but be surprised and looks up. The second sister, although making a suggestion like that, is still a bit embarrassed. I know what I said sounds absurd. I understand everything, even that I am living in the Empire. The second sister wants to explain but is quickly stopped by Leo. Wait a bit, Regina. He has now realized that Liliana has been hiding behind listening to everything. This matter, it would be better if we talk somewhere else. The second sister hears this and agrees. Okay, let us go to my room. Liliana really does not understand what exactly is this matter. The second sister is also going to the Empire. But is not it if she gets married, she may never return to Travanka? Then what about the third sister? The third sister will be alone. Liliana does not know what she should do, so she lies down on the bed and asks her teddy bear for its opinion. What should I do, Cookie? The little girl is really very worried. Maybe our family will break up. The next morning at the hotel where Marius and Leo are staying. Leo looks outside and remembers the words that the second sister suggested before. Do you have any jobs that I can do while staying in the Empire, because I am the younger sister of the person who will become Empress? If I go along with the family, I will become a burden to my sister, a person who does not know anything about the Empire, and at the very least I have to support myself. Leo at this time also does not know what to think. Because Travanka is a country that values labor. Even if you have a lot of assets, a person having a job is obvious. That is why the Berkio sisters, a prestigious family in politics, all have jobs. But the noble women that I have seen before do not work, because the virtue of the nobles is to use the money saved from their territory to do charity and take care of the people. That is not labor. Saying I am not worried is a lie, but Leo can't hold back and smiles. Then gives a bright smile with a thought. It is really a pleasure to not have to part with Regina. I must be crazy. Max behind him sees that state of Leo and gets goosebumps. Then goes over to Marius and asks about Leo's condition. He has been smiling to himself a lot lately. What really happened? Gets goosebumps all over. Marius also helplessly clicks his tongue a few times. That guy, he has not even dated seriously once and he is already infatuated with her. Marius goes over and pats Leo's shoulder and wonders, Hey Leopold, are you so happy to be going with Regina? Leo hears this and seriously admits, that is right, I am very happy. Seeing Leo's extremely quick response makes Marius also have to be surprised. Oh, you are answering really fast. He looks at Leo and sighs helplessly. There is someone who likes you so much. Then ponders and speaks up, but from the past until now, the way I love someone has never been like this. Leo hears this and is confused. Then shows his discomfort. What are you saying? This is my first love. Seeing Leo not understand his meaning makes Marius not want to explain further. That is the story. At this time Marius reminds, but if you get married, the two of you will become the only nobles who have an influence on Travanka. Right, you and I are once again bound by blood relations. Don't forget our soul vow. When the war between the Empire and Travanka breaks out, the Empire will lose the Emperor and the Commander-in-Chief at the same time. Leo immediately replies, I know. Marius at this time reveals a treacherous smile. Then pats Leo's shoulder and urges, therefore, I hope you can become a couple with Regina. Leo sees Marius acting abnormally and really can't understand. Marius on the side falls into contemplation. Although I say that, but you, someone who does not know anything about the past, will find it suspicious, and I know your past, so I will support you from the outside. I have no other way. Seeing Marius intend to leave the door makes Leo curious. Where are you going? He looks at the box in his hand and says, I will also personally give it to her. At Liliana's house. The little girl puts her face down on the table and remembers her friends. I miss you so much, Francesca, Martian, Antonio, Vicky. The little girl is like this because she's been banned from going to the playground for 3 days. Several days have passed since I heard the conversation about Sister Regina going to the Empire. I feel a bit bored. Right when the third sister appears, she scolded me until I had to cry. At that time, the third sister barged in and shouted, Liliana, you, did not I tell you to tell me when you go out? The little girl is startled and screams. It was already a tiring day. Meeting this makes me even more tired. Liliana immediately reconsiders. Being scolded by the third sister like this, following the eldest sister to the Empire is not bad, and at this time, the little girl puts the pen down on the table. Whatever the case, I finished writing. The little girl holds the piece of paper up with an excited face. She has finished writing a letter to older brother Adrian. It looks a bit crumpled, but if the 4 of us live together, would not that be better if I tell older brother that my sisters intend to marry a strange man? Maybe he will come back to stop them. Thinking this, Liliana can't help but be happy. Hi, but the little girl is still a bit worried. Will he really receive the letter and come back? On the letter is written the following content. Older brother Adian, I am Liliana. Do you remember me? I miss you a lot. Liliana comes to the door and calls inside. Difficult sister, come with me to the post office. The sisters are getting married. You also have to come to live in the empire. I like Rovancha. The little girl does not give up and comes to the third sister's room and calls. Third sister, come with me to the post. Before she can finish speaking, the third sister has opened the door and shouts. Okay, let us go. You stop my sisters. The third sister is excited. I will buy delicious food on the way there. Liliana hears this and is even more excited. Really sister, you will, the third sister affirms. Course, have I ever lied to you? Liliana smiles brightly and admits. A lot of times. The third sister hears this and freezes. The third sister angrily chases after Liliana. You naughty kid. The little girl is scared and hurriedly runs away. I am telling the truth, feeling wronged, about to open the door to escape. Then the door quickly slams into the face of the person outside, making Liliana confused. The little girl's face is blank. When she sees Marius having a swollen face and falling on the ground, he complains. Ugh, it hurts so much. Seeing that it is Marius makes the little girl startled. Uncle. Why is Marius here again? At this time the third sister also runs out and witnesses that scene. Marius hurriedly hugs his face and groans. Ah, it hurts so much. It seems like my nose is broken. Liliana hears this and turns pale. Hawk. Then Marius teases, if you blow on it for me, I think my nose will feel better. Liliana quickly gets baited and slowly comes closer and asks again, blow on it, he affirms. But Liliana is determined to see Marius's face before she is willing. Let me see first. He then takes his hand off here. Seeing Marius not having anything wrong and still teasing her makes Liliana angry. You are still intact, your hand is redder than your nose, even so, because I bumped into the door so. Thinking this, the little girl shouts the rain dance, blow, stop hurting, stop hurting, stop hurting, seeing the little girl listening so well. It makes Marius can't help but laugh loudly. You are great, kid, now I do not feel any pain at all. Being praised makes Liliana proud. Right, I am very awesome. At this time the third sister comes over and asks, so, why did you come here? Marius is asked and immediately stands up to greet, then asks the eldest sister, hello Emilia, is Alice home? The third sister quickly denies, no. Marius refuses to listen and even jokes, but I came because I knew she was home. Even if you are not happy with me, do not lie, making the third sister furious, you know, and you still ask. He hears this and is stunned and his face blanks. Then explains, because I want to be close to my sister-in-law. The third sister quickly shows her disgusted attitude, making Marius surprised. She does not like it at all. Liliana also wants to chase Marius away. Sister Alice is sleeping. Go home. Marius hears this and shamelessly suggests, Alice is sleeping, then I will wake her up. The little girl refuses. No way, go home. The eldest sister is awakened in the room by the noise. Outside still rings Marius's teasing voice threatening, if you lie, you won't grow taller. Do you want to live your whole life under that small appearance? The little girl hears this and is scared. Hick, the eldest sister in the room is awakened and gets up annoyed. It is too noisy. The eldest sister walks down the stairs. The voice of Marius still echoes in her ears. Therefore you can't if you lie. Do you want to live your whole life under that small appearance? Liliana happily replies, of course. The third sister does not want to listen to Marius babbling anymore. So she wants to take the little girl away. Lily, no need to answer anymore, let us go. The eldest sister at this time walks out and asks, what is going on? Just seeing the eldest sister makes Liliana happily call, eldest sister. Marius also shamelessly gives a bright smile to greet. What is this? So Alice has woken up. I came to give the engagement ring. The engagement ceremony has been skipped. So I want to give the ring directly. Don't stay here, let us go out, let us eat and exchange it at a luxurious place. The third sister wants to stop the eldest sister. The eldest sister looks down at Liliana and asks for the little girl's opinion. Lily, where are you planning to go? Do you want to go with eldest sister? The little girl hears this and is a bit hesitant and unsure. Suddenly the third sister grabs Liliana's hand to stop her. No way. She will go with me. The third sister quickly pulls Liliana away. Little one, let us go. Even if I die, I won't listen to what you say. The eldest sister watches them leave and does not say anything. Suddenly Liliana turns back and calls loudly, eldest sister. Then does not forget to tell her, don't play with that silly uncle for too long and come home quickly, okay? Being cared for by her younger sister makes the eldest sister happily give a beautiful smile. Then sneers and replies, okay, I know, go early and come back, Lily. At a restaurant. Looking through the window you can see two people sitting opposite each other. Marius gives the contract to the eldest sister with the content. The duration of the marriage is 10 years. Starting from the day of the national wedding in the empire. He advises, read the documents, you will know the compensation as well as the attached benefits. The eldest sister, after reading, wants Marius to add a condition: treatment with divine power. Add one more thing. He is curious, what is it? The eldest sister gives a condition: my second younger sister is a scholar. She says she can try many ways through magic. Therefore, let a magician with power equal to the magic tower master research and treat Lily's illness. Marius can't decide this, and can only ask Francois this part. I probably have to meet Francois Castle in private and talk to him. The eldest sister hears this and also agrees, okay, and also, during the marriage, write clearly that my family can stay at any time, without anyone's agreement or permission. Marius hears this and exclaims, skilled indeed, I will do that, anything else? The eldest sister has read through everything. She checks again and can't find anything to point out. At this time, the eldest sister looks up and asks Marius, and your majesty? He hears this and is confused. The eldest sister asks Marius for his opinion. Does your majesty want to add anything? At this time, he can't help but be surprised and is stunned. Then taps his hand on his thigh and awkwardly thinks. He puts on an unpleasant look and laughs loudly with Alice, what more could I want? The eldest sister hears this and can't help but click her tongue, making Marius feel hurt. Did you just click your tongue? That is too much. The eldest sister helplessly sighs. Marius smiles and wonders what I want, Actually, I do not know what I really want. On Liliana's side, the third sister keeps begging the little girl Liliana. Okay, please, if you drink it all, I will buy mango pudding. But the little girl refuses and shouts loudly, I do not like it, I do not want mango pudding. In her heart, she secretly complains, I was tricked by third sister again. I sent a letter to my older brother and followed the third sister, because she said she would buy children's food. Why is Francois here again, being called by Emilia? The third sister tries to lure Liliana. I will buy jelly and also a discount coupon for not eating sweet peppers. The little girl seems to be attracted, then blushes and says, just buy one. The third sister gives more, too. Always Liliana takes the opportunity to raise 4 fingers for. At this time, both sisters quickly reach an agreement, making Francois happily ask Liliana, have you finished talking, little miss? The little girl uncomfortably reminds, I am not a little miss. Francois gives a suggestion, then can I call you Liliana from now on? Hearing his question makes Liliana have to secretly exclaim in her heart. He is really sharp-tongued. He is responding very emotionally, beyond imagination. Because the storyline is very different from the original story, maybe Francois right now is not as scary as I think. Liliana is still a bit wary of Francois because of his madness. I am still scared, the little girl hesitantly agrees. But, okay, call me Liliana. He hears this and quickly calls, okay, Liliana. Francois rests his chin on his hand and looks at the little girl with a handsome face. Then speaks up and asks Liliana, do you feel scared of me? Hearing this, the little girl's face immediately changes. Liliana becomes embarrassed. She hurriedly denies, no, I am not scared. The little girl is secretly worried. Did he find out that I am scared of him? The third sister on the side reminds her of the way to address him. Not on, call him Chu. The third sister quickly mocks Francois. If you caused trouble when you were young, you probably have a daughter the same age as my little one. Being teased by the third sister, he turns to Liliana. After the magic is created, you have to drink it within 1 hour. Even if it tastes bad, you have to endure and drink it. The little girl is secretly pleased. You are looking down on me too much, but he is speaking casually with my sister. What is the relationship between the two of them? Francois pushes the glass of water in front of Liliana. Seeing the gruesome color of that glass of water makes the little girl's hair stand on end. Ugh, I still do not want to drink it, it tastes terrible. The little girl becomes hesitant. Or should I tell her not to eat pudding and jelly anymore, so I do not have to drink it? The little girl really can't understand, why do I have to drink it? Suddenly something touches Liliana's hand. Seeing this, the little girl slowly opens her eyes. The little girl's eyes light up in surprise, wow. Seeing the bear in front of her makes Liliana excited. It is so cute. Francois gives a condition to the little girl. If Liliana tries to endure and drinks it all, I will give you this doll. The little girl asks back, really, really? Francois affirms, of course. Liliana holds the bear in her hand with bright eyes. If I drink the whole glass, this little one will be mine. The little girl hugs the bear into her arms. Then shouts excitedly, I can drink it all. The third sister on the side also happily praises. My little one is a big girl. Francois also chimes in from the side. That is right, our Liliana is a very brave child. After drinking that water, Liliana just returned home and was dumbfounded by the words of the second sister. Emilia, come here, you came at the right time. The second sister introduces. Lily knows her already, right? Let me introduce, this is brother Leopold. He is the one who saved Liliana at the playground before. The second sister declares in front of everyone, and also, from now on I will be dating Leopold. Returning home in a happy mood because she received jelly, but the second sister said she will pair up with Leopold. The third sister is stunned and can't believe her ears. Congratulations to you, but why suddenly? Liliana on one side excitedly exclaims, wow. Moreover, the second sister declares an important thing, therefore, I will also go to the Empire with Leopold, and prepares a shocking declaration. The eldest sister seems to know everything, so she is currently extremely helpless. The third sister with Liliana stand like a statue right there. The little girl worriedly looks at the second sister. Then sees the second sister speak up. Regina Berchio. The second sister seems to have gone crazy and yells, "Are you crazy?" Before the loud scolding, the second sister only gently replies, "Emilia, keep it down, I am not deaf." That shout makes Leo worriedly look at the second sister. The third sister is still trying to ask, "Why are you suddenly going to the Empire? Tell me the truth." The second sister gives a side reason, "Because I do not like long-distance relationships. Leopold is a good person, I want to see him often. Anyway, introduce my new boyfriend to you guys." Leo also shyly speaks up, "I still have many shortcomings. I hope everyone can help me." Suddenly the third sister rushes over to grab the second sister's hand. Then says, "You, let us talk a bit." The second sister's eyes are extremely determined and does not listen, don't want to. The third sister is startled to see those eyes. The third sister does not want to care anymore, so she turns away. "Okay, whatever, do what you want." The sound of the door slamming shut makes Liliana startled. The second sister is also silent and does not say anything. At this time, the second sister comes over and asks Liliana to change the subject. "Little one, that doll is the first time I have seen it. Did Emilia buy it for you?" The little girl blushes and denies, "No, a handsome uncle gave it to me." The little girl is still unable to believe it and looks up to ask again, "But sister, are you really dating Uncle Leo?" The second sister smiles and admits, "That is right, little one also likes Uncle Leo, right?" Liliana awkwardly admits, I like him." The previous boyfriends of Sister Regina were all those carriage drivers with heads full of dung, therefore, I am extremely happy to see her pair up with Leopold. If it is Leopold, even if he knows the secret of the second sister, he won't make the second sister sad. The eldest sister, who has been silent, suddenly speaks up and asks, "Are you two serious with each other?" The second sister seriously affirms, "Yes, I am serious." Liliana at this time remembers and asks second sister, "Then, you won't be returning to Travanca with me?" Leo is curious. Liliana wants to stay in Travanca. The little girl hears this and speaks up. Liliana. Through the little girl's eyes, she can currently see that the eldest sister is very sad. At this time, the little girl has seen the ring worn on the ring finger of her eldest sister. Then her mood immediately plummets. Liliana does not know what she wants anymore, so she avoids it. "I'm going to sleep now, it is not fun anymore. I want to stay in Travanca, that is obvious. This place has a warm climate and a beautiful beach that can be found anywhere. Has juicy and cheap lemons, has my friends. And memories with family members, all are here." Liliana lies on the bed and asks the bear, "If I was an adult, I could have said something to my sisters, right, Jelly?" The little girl hugs the bear and sheds tears. "There are still 10 years until I become an adult. I have to sleep about 3,650 nights. Not 100 nights, but 3,000 nights. Until the next morning." The third sister is sleeping and is awakened by the light. The third sister immediately covers her face with the blanket. "What is this light?" At this time, the third sister blanks out. "Light." The third sister screams, "There are curtains in my crazy room. Where is this?" At this time a voice rings out next to her, "You are awake." Hearing that voice makes the third sister stunned. Turning to look. Then is surprised to see Francois sitting sipping a cup of morning tea. "What is this? What the hell is going on?" Francois sees that the third sister does not remember anything about last night and is embarrassed. "What is it? Could it be that you do not remember?" The third sister is also helpless. "If I remembered, why would I act like this? Try to remember, Emilia. Clearly yesterday after leaving the house. We drank alcohol together like a hooligan." The third sister blanks out. Then concludes in a short way, "Whatever happened, consider it did not happen." Francois hears this and is furious. "You are speaking so simply, do you like a simple life?" The third sister uncomfortably shouts, "So what, do you want me to compensate or take responsibility?" He hears this and says, "Of course you have to take responsibility." The third sister does not know what to say after hearing this. At this time, Francois brings a blood-stained shirt in front of the third sister. The third sister picks it up and is confused. Then Francois wants the third sister to compensate for this shirt, a shirt worth 15 gold made from high-quality silk. Francois's face remembers the scene before and feels nauseous. You felt dizzy, then held onto me and vomited, really very dirty. The third sister hears this and grins. Then throws the shirt back to Francois and says, if that is the case, you should have said it sooner. Why were you hesitating? I will pay you 16 gold including interest. The third sister is secretly happy. As long as nothing happened, that is great. Francois also sighs helplessly. Then says, the emperor contacted me and said he could help maintain the health of your younger sister for the next 10 years. Even Francois realizes that the relationship between the eldest sister and Marius does not come from true love. The emperor and your eldest sister. No matter how you look at it. This is a contract marriage. The third sister does not hide it and admits, I know you also see that my older sister will have a lot of difficulties to stabilize her position in the empire, right? Is not that obvious? A woman, not from royalty or a royal family, is able to become an empress. Would the nobles of the empire let her be? The third sister, I am a very stubborn person. No matter how much I try to stop her, I can't change her. If it is related to Lily's health, it is even harder. Francois hears this and can only exclaim. You really chose a difficult road. The third sister intends to say more. It is not that I do not understand, but when she sees Francois take out a pill, then drinks it down, in Francois's heart he is extremely tired. This damn pill does not help much. Even so, it is the best thing I have right now. But suddenly Francois suggests, let us sign a similar contract. The third sister is confused by the sudden suggestion. Francois stands up and gives a contract condition that is extremely attractive. I will help you and your sister. After 10 years you will help me back. The third sister is confused. After 10 years, help with what? Suddenly the third sister is shocked and realizes. Francois's sly smile appears. Just bear with it for a few more years is enough. What else? You will know when the time comes to be able to do that. Preparing beforehand is very important. At this time, the older brother's letter is sent to Liliana. I have heard the news of the marriage, but this is your life, I can't participate in it. The letter lies on the table. Continues with the content, life here is busy, so it is not convenient for me to visit you. Live well there, at that time I will visit the empire once, at that time let us meet. After reading the letter, Liliana's eyes are swollen, making Marius worried. Are you crying? Liliana tries to argue. No, I am not crying, I am not a kid. He is confused. You say that, but you are a kid. Liliana still refuses to admit. No way, I am big now, I am past the age of crying. Marius hears this and laughs loudly. Haha, okay. The little girl's eyes are swollen to the point that she can't see well. Today is the debut of the eldest sister and Marius. Just at the right time I received a reply from older brother Andrea. He did not leave any words for me. Marius speaks up and talks about the preparation. Is the preparation still smooth? The second sister happily replies, we only intend to bring clothes and a few important items. Friends have decided to manage the house for us. He not only makes empty promises, but also replies coldly to his sisters. Marius hears this and suggests, I will send people to follow along, so do not worry and prepare everything fully. That will help Alice when she gets to the empire. Liliana blames her older brother. You really abandoned me. Suddenly Leo brings a plate of food and urges Liliana. This. Liliana sadly accepts the plate of food. And there is no one who can stop my sisters anymore. Thank you, because she thinks like that. I am very, very sad and burst into tears. Even so, the shrimp is so delicious. Liliana suddenly looks over. Then sees the third sister's seat is empty. So she wonders, isn't the third sister coming with us? The eldest sister hears this and does not know how to reply. The eldest sister turns away and says, if Emilia wants to, then we will go together. If we go, Liliana is curious. Can we be together for a long time? The eldest sister immediately replies, if Emilia wants. Liliana hears this and can't help but be gloomy. Sister Emilia has not been home for several days. Does she want to? The little girl objects. I do not like going anywhere either. Suddenly Marius jumps out and interrupts. Kid, are you afraid that I will steal your sister away? That is why you are like this. Liliana is provoked and angrily objects. No way, it is because Liliana likes home. That is why. What I mean is I do not like saying goodbye to my friends. Leo hears this and innocently suggests. When you get to the empire you can make new friends. There is also a boy at my house who is the same age as Liliana. The little girl sadly refuses. He is not Francesca or Antonio. I want to go to the playground with Antonio. The eldest sister sees the little girl being so sad and gives an idea. Lily, when you were crying just now, was it because you missed Antonio? Then let us go meet Antonio later. Liliana sees the eldest sister not understanding her meaning and is angry. You silly sister. You do not understand me at all. But not liking to say goodbye to friends is real. Liliana admits, I do not like saying goodbye to Antonio. We are very good friends. I miss Francesca, Vicky and Martina every day. The little girl's face is extremely frustrated and speaks up. Sister, don't get married anymore. The eldest sister hears this and is startled. Liliana is also unexpectedly startled. Ah. The little girl is worried. It is over. I slipped my tongue, no way. Liliana is sad. Like this, the eldest sister will also hate me. At this time, Marius speaks up to dispel the tense atmosphere. It is really a pity to have to say goodbye to friends, right? The little girl's tears can't help but fall down. Marius tries to persuade Liliana. Even so, there are many things in the Empire that are very interesting. Until that day, can Liliana wait a little longer? The little girl is currently a bit embarrassed that Marius is standing on her side. Looking at Marius's current face makes Liliana determined, a serious face every time we meet. He teases me. He is a dangerous tyrant, but Marius sadly asks the reason. Because I tease Liliana every day, so you do not like me. Liliana denies. That is not it. Whatever the case, I still like Uncle Leo more. He hears this and can only exclaim, that is so sad. I also know he is a good person now. Marius constantly persuades Liliana, if you come to the Empire, I will give you delicious food every day, wear beautiful clothes, and buy a mountain of toys for you too. On your birthday, I will let you watch fireworks, experience magic, and suddenly Marius comes up with an idea. Uncle Leo will carry you on his back and play hide and seek every day. Leo is suddenly pulled in and is stunned and has a blank face. Marius again gives attractive things to try to win Liliana over. You do not know how fun it is to ride a horse, right? Uncle Leo is so tall, you will like it a lot. The little girl seems to be pulled in and asks back. Really? Marius affirms, of course. Finally the little girl agrees. Okay, then I will come and stay for 100 nights. Marius negotiates, not 100 but 200 nights, okay? Liliana is a bit hesitant. 200 nights is a bit much, but okay, 200 nights. Okay, you promise to live at my house, you know. The little girl happily affirms, I know, I definitely won't betray my sisters because of bribery. I am doing this because I think this will be good for everyone. I am telling the truth, I definitely won't accept bribes. At that time, one day before departing to the Empire, a boy cries sadly. Liliana comforts her friend, don't cry Antonio, even if we are separated, we will always be friends. The boy is still very reluctant, but if you leave I can't see you anymore. Antonio came to find me when he heard the news that I would be leaving. Liliana is also very sad to have to leave her friend, that is right, but people can't live and do whatever they want. The boy is still very sad that his friend has to leave. Even so, I want to play with Liliana every day. Liliana is no less sorry, me too, I want to play with Antonio every day, but at this time, the little girl looks up at the blue sky and bites her lip sadly. Liliana's eyes light up. Then gets up happily and says to the boy, aren't we best friends? Even if I go there, I just need to write a letter, right? The boy's swollen eyes ask back in disbelief. Really, will you really write a letter? Liliana affirms in a certain way. Really? The boy keeps sniffling non-stop. Then reaches his hand towards Liliana and wants the little girl to promise. Then you promise. Liliana also happily replies. Okay, I promise. Both of them say together, O wise spirit of the lemon tree, let our friendship be long-lasting. After vowing, both children look at each other and smile brightly like innocent children. Before Liliana leaves, the boy does not forget to chase after her and shout, Liliana, you promised. Even if we are separated, we will still be best friends, you know. Currently the little girl has to leave her familiar place with endless regret. I said I would write letters to Antonio every day. So everything will be okay. Liliana looks outside with an unhappy expression. The little girl's eyes are clearly sad. The blue sea ripples and the horizon. The lemon trees and olive trees stand tall every time we cross the road. The beautiful houses made from white bricks. Travanca, my beloved hometown. Now that I am leaving, I do not know when I will be back. The familiar scenery in my 6-year-old memory. Will it be forgotten when I grow up? Although I feel very scared, Liliana says goodbye to the land she has been attached to since she was born until now. Goodbye, Travanca. The whole family got on the boat and departed. Inside the ship's cabin, the eldest sister cares and asks Liliana, Lily, are not you hungry? The little girl happily replies, I think I am a bit hungry. The eldest sister says, it is almost lunchtime, so try to bear with it a bit longer. You know, at this time Liliana is covering her 2 teddy bears with a blanket. The little girl feels bored, so she asks her eldest sister for her opinion before going out. So while waiting, can I go out and look around? The eldest sister agrees, but also instructs, don't go far, do not go to strange places without permission. The little girl receives acceptance and happily replies yes. Liliana comes to the side of the boat and looks at the land of her homeland, making the little girl feel attached, getting farther and farther away. Travanca. The little girl's eyes become sad. Remembering her third sister, that is right, we left without saying goodbye to the third sister. The little girl clenches the railing full of longing. I miss her so much, does not the third sister miss me? I did not expect that because I was angry with the two eldest sisters, the third sister would avoid me like that. If I knew it would be like this, I would have brought Cookie to follow. During times like this when I feel lonely, I will hug Cookie in my arms. While pondering and remembering, suddenly the third sister is standing next to her helplessly. Really, little one, are you sad because you are leaving home? Liliana wipes away her tears and replies. I like my home more. Suddenly the little girl sees something wrong, so she stops. Then turns around in surprise when she sees the third sister also appear on the boat. Third sister. The third sister happily replies, it has been a while, huh? Liliana's face is blank and stunned. Sister, the little one is so surprised. When did you get on the boat? Before that, why were you here? The little girl seems unable to hold back her tears anymore. Immediately hugs the third sister and bursts into tears. Third sister, I miss you. The third sister feels Liliana's longing and pats the little girl's head and replies, you miss me that much? Have you been living well without me? Currently the sisters have gathered, so the little girl does not care about the things around her anymore. Anything is fine. It is so great to be able to meet the third sister like this. At this time, the eldest sister also comes out and is surprised to see the third sister. Lilia, how did you get up here? The third sister gives a bright smile in reply. From now on, I will also be working in the Empire. I have resigned and applied to be an assistant for the Magic Tower Master. So I was given special permission to get on the boat. The eldest sister hears this and can't help but be startled. What? Seeing the eldest sister's scary eyes makes Liliana scared and hugs the third sister tightly. The third sister happily looks at her two sisters. Even in the Empire I have to live with my family. Is not that right? Liliana listens and really can't understand. I am happy that the third sister is coming with us. But what is going on? Suddenly the third sister speaks up and asks a question, or maybe, you hate living with me. Liliana can only cry loudly when she is surrounded by this gloomy atmosphere. Before even arriving at the Empire, the atmosphere between the sisters has become gloomy. Unable to hold back, the little girl remembers her sunny friend. Antonio, dear Antonio, I miss you too. Lily, take me back to Travanca. Before that, when in the office, the manager wonders and asks, Emilia, for you to also crawl to the Empire is a great loss for Travanca. You just need to take a long leave of absence. How long are you planning to stay there to submit your resignation letter? The third sister hears those babbling questions and can only helplessly sigh. Then, after thinking it over, I admitted that I was worried about letting the sisters and my child go alone. The manager felt that was true. Surely Alice got married for political reasons, and Regina went along to help her. Actually, the third sister understood all of the second sister's decisions. The third sister gave a helpless smile, secretly blaming, you idiot, do you think I do not know what you are thinking? Regina considered herself decisive, but did not imagine how difficult it would be to love a man with a different status and culture than hers. The third sister sighed in relief. Wasn't I too careless? The third sister excitedly told the manager. Even so, was not it better that I transferred to a better workplace? The manager felt happy for her. That is really lucky. The manager encouraged the third sister. Then go there and learn all their cool techniques. The third sister quickly revealed a sly face. Of course I have to learn. I will take advantage of the Empire as much as I can. Just wait for me. They were completely in sync, taking everything for themselves. Tomorrow morning, the two sisters and their younger sister would board the ship to leave for Travanca. The third sister recalled Francois' sinister face at that time and wondered, Francois Castle, I do not know what you want from me. But I will show you how dark our hearts can be. I will control you completely. Finally, Liliana's whole family arrived in the Empire. The little girl looked around and exclaimed, wow. Her face pressed against the car window excitedly. Kia. The eldest sister worriedly stopped Liliana from doing anything dangerous. Liliana, that is dangerous, sit properly. Marius crossed his arms smugly. Ahem. Liliana's eyes widened in surprise. So this is the Empire. Completely different from Travanca, from the rare 6-story buildings in her hometown, to the magnificent building decorations and people wearing strange clothes. Everything was amazing. After a week-long trip, we finally arrived in the Empire. The carriage of my third sister and Marius. The carriage of my third sister, second sister and Leopold. Life on the ship was so boring. I wanted to go back immediately, but after arriving I felt it was not bad at all. At this moment, Liliana glanced at her worried eldest sister. Of course, maybe the eldest sister does not feel that way. On the day the third sister appeared, the second and third sisters had a big argument. Before that, the second sister had advised the third sister, as soon as you arrive in the Empire, you will return to Travanca. Your specialty is researching supernatural abilities. How can you switch to researching magic at the Magic Tower? The third sister retorted, "That is what I should be saying to you. Are you planning to have a serious relationship with someone you have not even had a proper date with? You are even immigrating to the empire. Who is the crazy one here?" The second sister awkwardly admitted, "I like Leopold. I like him sincerely and do not want to lose him. Moreover, life in the empire won't be easy. How can the eldest sister take care of Lily alone? Liliana is not healthy either." Hearing this, the third sister admitted, "That is why I am going with you." Liliana hid in a corner, listening to the whole story. While playing hide and seek with Marius and Leopold, I did not expect to feel so heartbroken by the words I accidentally heard from my second sister. The second sister kept advising the third sister, "I will take care of Liliana. Go back to doing research like you have always done. Don't you like studying, Emilia, please?" Hearing this made the third sister irritated. Then she loudly scolded the second sister, "That is ridiculous. I am going abroad to study to learn more diverse knowledge. Because I have long wanted to research the skills of interweaving with divine power and magic. Now I just want to decipher that mystery. Do not make useless assumptions there." The second sister desperately shouted, "Emilia." At that time, the second sister cried, and Liliana could not hold back her tears either. And so did I. I know my sisters love me, but I can't do anything but constantly feel uneasy. Maybe it is because of me that everyone feels annoyed or disturbed. Liliana sadly wished I also want to have a mother and an older brother. That night I could not think of anything else. Even so, Leopold gave me a ride on his horse. Marius also played with me and comforted me, so I felt better. I have become good friends with Leopold. Seeing Liliana so excited, Marius immediately stopped her. "No, look, this kid can't sit still." He rushed to hug her, this little kid. The two joked with each other. "Okay, now, isn't it clearer to see when you sit like this?" Marius and Liliana looked outside and chatted. "Great, right?" The little girl happily replied. It is amazing." Marius then asked her opinion. Coming to the empire was a wise choice, right? Liliana did not admit it immediately, but wanted to see his mood. "That depends on how well you treat me. You call me Chestnut every day." Marius admitted, "But I am telling the truth." Liliana was happy, but then got teased again, so she got angry and wanted to stop playing. "I am not talking to you anymore." Just like that, the laughter of the two echoed throughout the journey. Liliana crossed her arms and sulked. Suddenly, Marius called Liliana back and reminded her, "Little kid, when you are outside the carriage, you have to call me your majesty or brother-in-law, understand?" The little girl asked confusedly, "Huh, what are you suddenly saying?" Liliana looked outside and her eyes lit up immediately. Looking at the magnificent palace in front of her, she could not help but exclaim, "Wow, oh my. From now on I have to live in this place." Before getting out of the car, Marius did not forget to remind Liliana one more time, "Brother-in-law, call me brother-in-law, really call me that, okay?" This time the little girl blushed and retorted, "Really, do you think Liliana does not know this? Of course I have to call you that." Marius was about to turn to remind the eldest sister and Alice, but the eldest sister quickly replied, "No need to worry." Seeing that the eldest sister understood so well made Marius very satisfied. Then he reached out and took the eldest sister's hand happily. "That is right, I was worried for nothing." The carriage door was opened. When the eldest sister stepped out, she was immediately scrutinized by the nobles, making Liliana afraid to follow her. The little girl trembled, not daring to look directly, so scary. Liliana looked towards her two sisters, worried for them. Isn't this vigilance and hostility? Even a child like me can feel it. At this moment, Leo came to greet them. "Welcome to the Baedirk Empire." Liliana felt that the voice here was a bit hard to hear, and also because of the different intonation, it was very difficult to understand. Liliana looked up at Leo with gratitude. "Marius and Leopold have always been considerate of us." At this time, the eldest sister looked down. Then she bowed in response to Leo's greeting. "Thank you for welcoming us. Let us help each other in the future." Liliana clung to her back, extremely scared and disbelieving. "What should I do? Do I and my sisters have to live in this place? Could they continue to live here?" At this moment, the three sisters came forward to protect Liliana from those malicious eyes, making Liliana move to tears. At this moment, Marius stepped forward, speaking to welcome them, Alice and sisters-in-law. "Welcome to the Empire." After that, Liliana was taken to live in a building. Suddenly, a scream rang out from inside Kia. Liliana's face was full of fear as she asked, Who is it?" The two maids assigned by Marius to take care of Liliana were bowing to greet her. "Hello, nice to meet you. We are Mary and Joe, maids who will serve Miss Liliana." The little girl was very flustered at being treated like this for the first time. Serve me. The two maids confirmed yes. If you need anything, please tell us at any time, such as unloading luggage or arranging things. Liliana hesitated to refuse. I can do that myself. Then she awkwardly said, you can go see my third sister. The maids happily replied, Miss Alice already has other maids. Liliana was still made uncomfortable by this situation. Even so. Seeing that she wanted to refuse, the maid spoke first. This is our job. Miss, please sit down and rest. You must be tired from the long journey. Hearing this, the little girl closed her eyes tightly. This place is the Leet Palace. From today onwards, I and my sisters will live here. In Travanca, there are butlers but no maids, so I do not know when I will get used to this. If I do not arrange my luggage, I will have nothing to do. So I went to see what my sisters were doing. The eldest sister was unpacking her luggage with the maids. The eldest sister ordered the maid, please put it next to the window for me. Yes, Miss Alice. The second sister was greeting and smiling with the maids assigned to her. As for the third sister, seeing the maid trying to touch her books, the third sister stopped her. Wait. I will arrange my own books and documents. Don't touch them. I won't be staying long anyway. The maid was a bit curious. Will Miss be returning home soon? The third sister denied no. I will find a house and move out. I can't always go to work and then come back to the palace, right? Hearing this, both maids looked at each other, confused. Work. The third sister sorted her documents and confirmed, yes, I have to work. Then she told the two maids, so you do not need to serve me. I will also arrange my own room. Don't touch anything in this room, understand? Liliana heard everything outside. Anyway, the atmosphere here is hard to get into. So this time I quietly closed the door again. Liliana looked at her bear and sighed in boredom. Haze. There is no one to play with Liliana except Cookie. The little girl ran and asked her bear, Cookie, where should we go to play? Liliana was very bored. I want to play on the swing. I guess there is no playground in the palace, right? There are no seesaws, swings, and white sand beaches. As expected, there are only those things. At this moment, the little girl suddenly stopped. Then she happily decided, all right, I will go explore the palace. As soon as she arrived at a place, she exclaimed in surprise, wow. Liliana sat down next to a flower bed and touched it, asking her bear, Jelly should see this too, right, Cookie? She was very curious and wanted to explore. It is the first time I have seen this flower. What kind of flower is it? It smells so good. Right at this moment someone appeared behind her. Leo came to explain about the flower that Liliana was curious about. It is a tulip, a flower that does not exist in Travanca. Seeing Leo appear made her happy. Uncle Leo. Liliana ran to hug Leo, showing her affection. I miss you. Do you miss Liliana? Leo happily replied, I miss you. Even if I did not, I would come to find you anyway. You must be bored, right? I saw you out here all alone. Liliana blushed and nodded. My sisters are all busy, so there is no one to play with Lily. But why did you come to find Lily? Leo explained. My younger brother is also bored, so I thought it would be better for you two to play together. The little girl was very curious after hearing this. Younger brother, Leo confirmed. That is right, younger brother. The same age as Liliana. Liliana was overjoyed with her eyes shining brightly after hearing that they were the same age. The same age? Then he is a friend. I have been lonely without a child of the same age to play with. She ran after Leo with curiosity. What kind of child is he, since he is Leopold's younger brother? Is he a rigid kid like a potato? Or? At this moment, Liliana saw the face of that boy and could not take her eyes off him. Wow. So pretty. This is the first time I have seen a child prettier than Antonio. That child is Leopold's younger brother. Leo reminded the boy, Edgar, go say hello. This is Liliana Berchio. Edgar approached step by step, making Liliana captivated like a little angel in famous paintings. The boy's eyes glanced over sharply, paying attention to the handshake between Leo and Liliana, to the point where I could not take my eyes off him. She was fascinated by Edgar's beauty, and his blue eyes were also very beautiful. Liliana greeted him friendly. Hello, I am Liliana. Let us get along well in the future. But unexpectedly, Edgar was too much, saying, just a newcomer. Then he waved his hand, knocking Liliana away from the handshake with Leo. Edgar shouted loudly, I am not friends with you, don't pretend to be close to me. Pumpkin, pumpkin, pumpkin. That sentence pierced Liliana's pride, making her flustered. What did I just hear? Pumpkin, not friends with me, why? She remembered that before, everyone had welcomed her very friendly. Liliana, you are great, you are the best, let us play every day, best friends among the friends in the lemon class, olive class, grape class, and pomegranate class at the public kindergarten. No one hated being friends with me. Me like this is hated as a friend. Seeing this, Leo was so shocked that his face turned pale. Then he tried to explain to Liliana, Liliana, Edgar is just kidding, Edgar, you can't say that to your friend, Edgar repeated unhappily, so you are telling me to lie. What can I do if I do not want to be friends? Liliana seemed to have had her pride deeply hurt. She looked at Leo with teary eyes and called out, Uncle, am I ugly so he does not want to be friends with me? Leo tried to explain, no, Liliana is very cute. Everyone wants to be friends with you. The little girl insisted on not believing him. You are stuttering. Too much, this is too much, it is the first time I have been humiliated like this, Leo called worriedly Liliana. Liliana looked up with a puffy face, blaming him inwardly. What the heck are you? What are you good at that you do not want to be friends with me? What did I ever do to you? Edgar did not want to look at Liliana anymore, so he turned away uncomfortably with a teasage. Tears streamed down her face as she secretly apologized. Sisters, I am sorry. I was supposed to make friends and live harmoniously, but I can't. I can't possibly get along, so Liliana immediately switched to savage mode. You are an asparagus, what are you gonna do about it? That sentence echoed in Edgar's ears, making him flustered. Asparagus, what? Immediately, a rebuttal by Liliana took place. You are like a seaweed floating on the surface of the sea. Edgar was increasingly shocked as he listened. Seaweed. Seaweed. That is right, a seaweed, blah. Edgar got angry and scolded back. No, you are the one who is like a seaweed, you arrogant thing. Seeing that the boy wanted to rush to fight with Liliana, Leo stopped him. Edgar, calm down. Edgar, unable to win, snitched to his older brother. He said I am a seaweed. He said I am a seaweed. Seeing Liliana so uncooperative made Edgar even angrier and he warned, don't you dare mimic me. But the little girl did not listen and insisted on being persistent. Don't you dare mimic me, asparagus, seaweed, I am leaving now. Edgar struggled to break free from Leo's hand. Let go, today I am going to turn that pumpkin into a watermelon. Stand there, you pumpkin. Liliana was not stupid enough to do that. So she quickly ran away. If you tell me to stand, I am supposed to stand, idiot. She was very proud of winning against an insolent brat. You are still too young. You should have been friends with me when I asked you. There is no chance of us meeting again. She walked while singing happily. But right after, Edgar was brought by Leo to Liliana's sisters. Seeing the boy's distorted face, Leo reminded him, Edgar, say hello. This is Alice, who will marry me, and the younger sister sitting next to her is Rosina. I heard Emilia has gone to the magic tower, so it seems she really went. Liliana was no less surprised to see Edgar's face again. And this is Liliana. She became helpless. The world really does not operate the way I want it to. Marius found the atmosphere too gloomy and asked confusedly, huh? Then he asked again, you two know each other already. It has only been a few hours since you parted, and now you are reunited with a seaweed pair. Finally, both sides quickly proceeded to the dining table. Leo was very gallant when he took the second sister's plate of meat. He blushed and said, let me cut it for you. The second sister was happy and grateful, oh thank you. Seeing how the two of them behaved, Marius also intended to follow suit and reached out to offer, I will also cut. But the eldest sister quickly refused bluntly, no need. Being rejected so directly made Marius sad. How cold, rejecting me so decisively. What can I do? I will switch plates with Liliana, okay? The little girl quickly replied, yes, your majesty. Edgar felt frustrated at this time. Looking down at his plate of meat, he had to cut it himself, while Liliana was being cut for her. The little girl happily thanked him, wow, thank you, uncle. Edgar's sharp eyes caught Liliana's attention. The little girl did not understand. What is wrong with him suddenly? At this moment, Marius raised his glass to congratulate. Everyone has worked hard on the long journey. You must be very tired. Don't think about anything this week and have fun, relax and enjoy yourselves. Hearing this, the second sister happily agreed, I agree. At this time, everyone wondered, why did Emilia go to the magic tower so soon? She should stay longer. That is what I am saying. Liliana was trying to spear a tomato when it slipped, The tomato rolled in front of Edgar. She wanted to grab it, really. Suddenly, the boy teased, can't even pick that up, you pumpkin. Hearing this, Liliana retorted, what? It was just a small mistake. Edgar got angry at being teased and scolded, you like making mistakes too much. Edgar speared the tomato, throwing it hard at Liliana, making her startled, ouch. Food splattered on her clothes, making her regret, my beloved dress. Seeing this, Edgar showed off smugly, sorry, I also made a small mistake. The little girl got angry after hearing this. Then she speared a tomato forcefully, threw it hard towards Edgar, but the boy quickly dodged it. Edgar even provoked her, what are you doing? Liliana was furious. Why did not any of them hit you, annoying name? At this moment, she caught Leo's helpless gaze. She immediately became embarrassed. No, if I am dragged along by the seaweed, I will lose. Clear my mind, inner peace. At this moment, his toe touched Liliana's dress. She was calming her mood. Then Edgar was nowhere to be seen. Quickly looking down, she saw the boy making faces. Making her furious. Shouting out loud to express her hatred, Edgar, I hate you so much. The second sister, who was eating, also noticed this side and reminded Liliana, do not overdo it like that. Edgar is just doing that to be friendly with you. The eldest sister also spoke to persuade, that is right, that boy is very polite and kind to us. Liliana explained the truth to her two sisters. He is only like that to you. Liliana recounted the bad things Edgar had done. He called me spinach and corn. It seemed like her two sisters did not mind much. On the contrary, they happily said, but they are cute and delicious. So what is wrong? Liliana angrily denied. Not cute at all and not delicious either. She was really unhappy to have to meet Edgar. These days, every time they meet, he glares at her. The last meal was also a disaster, resulting in a mess. Liliana really could not understand. He is Uncle Leo's younger brother, so why is he so mean? After hearing this, the second sister explained, to be exact, he is a half-brother. Liliana was confused, half-brother. The second sister confirmed, that is right. Then she explained, Marius and Edgar are the sons born from the marriage between Uncle Leo's uncle and the emperor's aunt. After being explained, the little girl understood, so that is how it is. But why is he in the palace? The second sister continued to explain, that child lives back and forth between the palace and Uncle Leo's house. Now that Leo and the emperor have returned from Travanca, that child will live here for a while. Hearing this made Liliana feel bored and tired. At this moment, the eldest sister made a new discovery. Thinking about it, Edgar has a different surname from Leopold. What is wrong with you? Oh, that matter. The second sister explained, after Leo's father inherited the title of Duke Waltoahan, Edgar's father, Leo's father's younger brother, married Princess Elizabeth and received the title of Relintrelanu. And the surname was changed from then on. The eldest sister understood everything after hearing this. Is that so? I heard that he lost his parents when he was young. Growing up among his brothers must have been very difficult for him. Liliana, who was about to eat, stopped. The little girl's eyes widened. She asked her two sisters again, Edgar also does not have parents. The eldest sister awkwardly admitted, that is right. Edgar also lost his parents when he was young. That child has had a very hard time, so do not show that you know about this, okay? Liliana agreed after hearing this and continued to eat her cake, so that is how it is. After the argument at the restaurant, I occasionally ran into Edgar. Thinking about it, he was always clinging to Leopold. And every time I appeared, he would glare at me as if afraid I would snatch away his most precious toy. At this moment, Liliana was a little confused. But Marius is also his brother, so why does he always follow Leopold? Liliana's eyes became happy and then she said to her two sisters, I grew up with my older siblings and did not find it hard at all. The eldest sister, who was about to lift her teacup to drink, stopped. The eldest sister looked at Liliana in surprise. The little girl said it again. Liliana is very happy to live with her sisters. At this moment she was talking to her teddy bear and said, Edgar is also happy to live with his uncles, right Cookie? You are also happy to live with my sisters, right? Come on, ah. While playing with her bear, her two sisters suddenly jumped up, making Liliana surprised and confused. Both of them came forward to hug her, expressing their burning affection. Where did a child like Liliana come from, little one? Live with your sisters for a very long time. Okay, do you understand? Being hugged too tightly made it hard for the little girl to breathe. It is hard to breathe, please let me go. But her sisters were still obsessed and did not let go Liliana. After eating snacks, the little girl went back to her room. Putting her teddy bear on the bed, she complained, my sisters are really exaggerating. Cookie has not even eaten anything and we have to go back already. Liliana seemed unable to stay awake anymore and yawned longly. Then she climbed onto the bed wanting to take a nap. I am so sleepy, I will take a nap first. As soon as she opened the blanket, a big pumpkin appeared, making Liliana startled. Seeing that pumpkin, the little girl immediately became flustered. Pumpkin. Edgar's giggling voice rang out outside the door, making the little girl furious and puffing out her cheeks. Then she flung open the door and shouted, making the boy startled. Liliana used her teddy bear to hit Edgar. You annoying thing, the boy, hurt by the hit, said, ah, stop it. Liliana kept scolding Edgar. Edgar, you water strider, you dragonfly, you praying mantis. The boy did not give in either and retorted, if I am a water strider, then you are an ape. The girl chased after him with a screaming voice, Edgar, I won't forgive you, stand there. Edgar also immediately ran away. If you tell me to stand, am I supposed to stand? If you catch me, then you try me, come here, you ape. Liliana was furious at being teased. You really, I am not an ape. I was like an idiot because I tried to understand Edgar for a moment. It is so foolish to think that he is still like me. He is already annoying and he is also mean. I said stand there, what is wrong with you? Liliana really could not understand. Why does Edgar treat me so badly? Why am I an ape? I am so upset. I did not do anything wrong. The little girl lay on the ground hugging her teddy bear. Unable to hold back, she cried out loud, scolding Edgar, you annoying thing. Seeing Liliana burst into tears made Edgar look back in confusion. Then he looked down on her. Why are you crying so much? Who told you to attack me first? But unexpectedly, there was someone behind him. Leo sat down closer to Edgar, making Edgar scream out loud, determined not to admit his guilt. Put me down, it is not my fault. Leo hugged the boy to remind him, Edgar, you can't make your friend cry. Edgar tried to offer an explanation. He started it first. Liliana cried loudly, blaming everything on Edgar. No, Edgar started it. He called me a pumpkin. Edgar also did not want to lose and repeated, hey, you called me a seaweed first. At this moment, Leo went to help Liliana up. He hugged the little girl and coaxed, Liliana, stop crying. Does anything hurt? The little girl replied, my heart hurts. Leo also reminded Edgar again, calm down. Edgar wants to be friends with you, so he did that. Liliana cried until her eyes were swollen. When she opened her swollen eyes and looked towards Edgar, she was surprised. Edgar could not help but burst into tears, making Liliana really confused. Why is he making that face? Lilian was about to call the boy back, Ed. But the boy ran away. Leo looked over and was startled to see Edgar disappear. Edgar. He was confused. Why is he suddenly like that? Liliana looked at the boy's back and felt heartbroken. Why does he look so sad, as if he has lost the whole world? Unable to hold back, she said to her teddy bear, Cookie, this is not good. Liliana was determined. Now we are going to meet Edgar immediately. Because I was worried about that brat, I could not sleep. We are both 6 years old. I have to know why he is making such a sad face. Because he is sad. If he calls me a pumpkin this time, I will forgive him once. If he accepts the gift I give him, maybe he will cry and ask to be friends with me. At this moment, the little girl sat in a corner, but I do not know Edgar's room. Liliana cried, somehow, I successfully arrived at the palace next door, but I do not know where Edgar is. Blaming herself, I am really an idiot. Not knowing where she was, the little girl lay down on the stairs to think. A few minutes have passed since I sat here waiting for someone to pass by. Anyone is fine, please appear. Suddenly, a voice rang out on the stairs, catching her attention. Someone, I just thought about it, and they appeared. Liliana happily peeked out excitedly. Finally, I can ask for Edgar's room. The ugly voices of several people rang out. Forget it, the person who will marry His Majesty. I do not know how strict that person is, but I am already tired of working. That maid kept speaking ill of the eldest sister behind her back, with a cold appearance. Did you see the whole family following along? Because her sister will become the empress. They all flocked to the empire to enjoy preferential treatment. I can't say enough about those people from Travanka. Lilian quickly walked down the stairs with an uncomfortable attitude. I do not know who they are, but are not they cursing my third sister? I can't forgive them. I have to stomp on their feet really hard. The male servant next to her also echoed her criticism. I can't understand His Majesty either. Killing all his siblings, but every time he holds a birthday party for his cousin, the person who killed his mother at birth. Liliana stopped immediately after hearing this. The voice kept echoing in Liliana's ears. His Majesty killed all his siblings, but always holds a birthday for his cousin, the person who killed his mother at birth. The little girl's eyes widened in surprise, remembering the words her eldest sister had said to her. Liliana, you are not the child who killed your mother at birth, but the child that your mother risked her life to protect. You are such a precious child. Liliana recalled Edgar's frustrated face and ran down the stairs with her tiny feet. She rushed to the two servants who were talking. The male servant saw the little girl rushing over. At this moment, Liliana rushed over with rage. Don't you? Scolding Edgar. The little girl's tone surprised the two servants. Both screamed loudly at the sudden appearance of the little girl. Suddenly, what is wrong with this child? Liliana stood up to defend Edgar. You two are too much. What is wrong with Edgar? Edgar is more handsome, kind, and cheerful than you guys. She slapped and scolded, you bad people, you are not adults, I hope you too lose your eyebrows. Liliana remembered the words her sisters had said to her. My sister said Edgar also lost his parents. Edgar is just like me, also a precious child. The male servant gritted his teeth angrily, this little brat. Then he grabbed Liliana's hand. The male servant was furious and threw the little girl away. I have had enough, what the heck are you? The little girl was thrown back hard. The male servant raised his hand wanting to interact with Liliana. Where did you get that impudence? The female servant next to him quickly stopped him. No, do not hit her. No wonder she looks familiar. It is the child from Travanka. That male servant still did not want to let Liliana go. Get out of the way. Even if she is the fiancé's family, she still has to be punished. No one will complain when I teach a rude child like her. A lesson, but... His eyes became terrifying and contemptuous. Besides, is not she a savage? Liliana could not believe her ears after hearing those insulting words. She wanted to cry, but that male servant was still showing off. Let her go tell her sister, who would believe her, as long as you and I keep our mouths shut. He rushed up, really wanting to hit Liliana, and you know it already, right? You, the savage brat who laid hands on me first. The little girl covered herself with her hands in fear. Thinking she was about to be hit, a voice stopped her. Who dares to make trouble in the palace? Edgar stepped forward, making that male servant scared. Liliana also looked over, Your Highness, the young duke. Edgar stood up to defend Liliana and scolded the two servants, working in the palace. You dare to lay hands on a distinguished guest from Travanka. Don't you know who you are supposed to serve? People like you must be punished with a whip. Tell me your names quickly. He tried to justify himself. Your Highness, the young duke, we are just... But Edgar did not care and smirked as he asked, Still want to justify yourself? Do you think this is something that can be justified? The male servant quickly bowed and admitted his mistake. We do not know our place and have committed a serious mistake. We apologize, Your Highness, the young duke. We won't do it again. Please forgive us, Your Highness. Edgar did not care about his apology and threatened. I saw that you intended to lay hands on His Majesty's guest. You should know what kind of punishment awaits you. The threat made him scared. At this moment, the eldest sister also rushed over and called out Liliana. As soon as she saw her eldest sister, the little girl happily asked, Eldest sister, why are you here? The eldest sister quickly explained, I came because I thought maybe you were playing with the young duke. Are you injured anywhere? The little girl replied, I have a small scratch on the palm of my hand. At this moment, the two servants still did not know their mistake and looked at the Liliana sisters with contempt. The eldest sister angrily glanced over, which made the female servant scared. Ugh. The male servant hurriedly explained, It was the child who ran over and laid hands on me first, so I only pushed her a little. The eldest sister did not believe it after hearing this. Laid hands, Liliana. Liliana grabbed her eldest sister's hand and explained the reason why she did that. Eldest sister, they scolded Edgar, they are bad people, sister. Hearing this, the eldest sister turned to blame the male servant. Even if the child rushed over, are not you ashamed as an adult? The male servant still did not know his mistake and even tried to argue. Do you know that she was hiding there, eavesdropping, and that bad habit too, you should teach her properly. Seeing the male servant speaking rudely to her eldest sister made Liliana very angry, and she shouted loudly as a warning, Speak properly. At this moment, Liliana recounted the words they had insulted her with. Eldest sister, they called me a savage. At this moment, those voices echoed in the eldest sister's ears. The empire is a classist system. From the social system, laws, to the way of thinking, it is completely different from us. According to what I heard, children, foreigners, and women are all heavily discriminated against there. The eldest sister could not quite believe it, I know, but I did not think it was to this extent. The eldest sister looked at Edgar for help. Young Duke Runt Blenyu, if possible, can you take Liliana away from here? The boy was confused when asked for help. What is it? Before leaving, the eldest sister instructed, Liliana, go back to your room and do not come out. Edgar, although unwilling, still obeyed. Looking at her expression, I feel too much pressure. The boy said, let us go. The little girl replied after hearing this, The eldest sister smiled and looked at Liliana. We will see you later. At this moment, the sky was covered in a golden layer, shining down on the castle. Inside the hallway, Edgar held Liliana's hand and led her away. The boy wondered, is Miss Alice good at fighting? Hearing this, Liliana took the opportunity to show off. My eldest sister is very strong. She always wins. She even took care of a sea monster all by herself. Actually, there was no sea monster, but... Edgar was curious. Is she good with swords too? Liliana confirmed, of course, eldest sister is invincible. At this moment, Edgar still managed to interject to compare. Even so, she is not as good as my brother Leopold. The little girl pouted after hearing this and glared at Edgar. Then both of them started arguing. No way, my third sister also wins against Uncle Leo. What are you talking about? That is ridiculous. My brother Leo is the strongest in the world. Liliana insisted on not giving in. Not strong, Edgar is an idiot. You are the idiot. The little girl got angry after being said that. What? Suddenly, Edgar reached out and touched the little girl's hair. Then he instructed, you could not respond to those words, so you used your fists. Being suddenly comforted surprised Liliana. Blaming those people, it is because they are bad people, they deserve to be hit because they spoke ill of Edgar. Edgar was surprised after hearing those words. The boy's heart kept pounding, making him confused. What is with this pounding? Even so, I won't give up my brother Leo. Liliana was confused after hearing this. What are you saying? Uncle Leo is second sisters. Liliana immediately scolded, Edgar is really an idiot. The boy was uncomfortable after hearing this. What? Why am I an idiot? Because you do not know anything. So you are an idiot. Anyway, I think I have become a little closer to Edgar now. Evening at the castle. Inside the room, Marius's voice rang out. The commotion that happened this afternoon was entirely my fault. He took all the blame on himself. I am really sorry and ashamed to you, Alice. Hearing this, the eldest sister only made one suggestion. Please apologize to Liliana. Marius also listened and accepted. That is right. I will apologize to Liliana separately. After receiving a definite answer, the eldest sister also admitted her mistake. I also apologize. The eldest sister explained, we are not officially married yet. I do not have the right to punish them, but I laid hands on them anyway. Marius did not care much. You are my fiancé, you have enough right to do that. The eldest sister lowered her head. Recalling the scene at that time, Marius also felt uncomfortable in his heart. The rudeness they caused today shows the discrimination and prejudice of the empire towards Travanca. If Travanca criticizes the empire as nouveau riche and ignorant warmongers, then the empire curses Travanca as savages. The atmosphere in Travanca is completely opposite to the empire. Savage is also an insult when seeing someone eat raw shrimp, lobster, similar crustaceans, and strange ingredients. Marius kept tapping on the armrest of the chair as he thought, because before the Berkio family came here, they had already looked down on and despised Travanca, knowing that she will become the empress, but they still did that. Even if she ascends the throne as empress, the majority of people who do not recognize her will definitely be the majority. He had a headache because there were too many things to solve. The road ahead is still too far. At this moment, Marius calmed down and then sympathized with the eldest sister. Although the languages are similar, the cultures of each country are different. Alice, you will face many difficulties. Receiving the concern surprised the eldest sister. Marius confirmed, after dealing with my siblings, I need to consolidate the imperial power, so I can't pay attention to the situation in the palace. From now on, I will consider carefully, but I can't promise that things like this won't happen again in the future. The eldest sister did not seem to care much. I have already thought about that, so it is okay. However, the eldest sister made a serious request. You need to bring everything back to its proper order, including the matter of the young Duke Runtbulnu. Marius was a little surprised after hearing this. He remembered Edgar and was confused. Edgar. Marius started to think. Then he suddenly asked the eldest sister, Alice, are you okay? I heard you were very angry today. The eldest sister was confused. Is it my imagination? It seems like he is changing the subject. Then she spoke up. I have given them a suitable punishment, and this will become a lesson for those around them, so I am fine. Marius only calmly asked after hearing this, is that so? He gave a fake smile and said, if Alice says so, then I am okay too. The next morning a young voice rang out, hey, where are you going? Edgar kept following behind Liliana with curiosity. You came from Travanca, there is nothing here. Or should I especially play with you? Liliana went ahead and immediately refused, I do not like it. If you become a subordinate, then I will think about it. Edgar stopped after hearing this, subordinate. Then he resolutely refused, that is ridiculous, why should I be a subordinate to you? Hearing this, Liliana sighed in boredom, then that is right. The little girl quickly left because she did not want to play with Edgar. If you do not like it, then forget it. I have to go back to my room to play doll soldiers with Jelly and Cookie. The boy came closer and begged, wait, you wanted to play with me, why did you suddenly change? Liliana quickly repeated, you think about what happened at the beginning. That is what happened at that time. Now it is over. If you become a subordinate to me, then I will think about it. Edgar was confused, but what does playing have to do with being a subordinate? After hearing this, Liliana immediately explained, the boss must cherish his subordinates, and the subordinates must be loyal to the boss. Therefore you have to become a subordinate for me to play with you. Hearing those explanations, Edgar immediately became dumbfounded. Seeing this, Liliana was also bored. See, you do not understand even if I explain. After that incident, Edgar started harassing me around. It was the same today. He was secretly looking outside the door while I was having a meal with my sisters. If he suddenly comes to play with me, is he threatening me? His face is all red. He is asking people to play, but he is acting so badly. Edgar is really a strange child. At this moment, Liliana said her own doubts. Edgar, do not you have friends? Being hit on the nail made Edgar stop you. Then he jumped up and denied, what are you saying so strangely? Of course I do. Seeing Edgar's reaction made Liliana understand. You do not have any, a little pitiful. Liliana had no choice but to accept. Phew, there is no way around it. I can't play with you, but you can play with me. Finally, both of them went to the flower garden here. Edgar proudly introduced, this place is the entrance to the garden. Seeing the scene in front of her made Liliana excited with her eyes shining brightly. The boy was very proud when he saw that excited reaction from the girl. Seriously, I put in so much effort, but the place you want to go is the garden. How can the palace lack a garden? Liliana kept praising. Amazing, it is really amazing. Isn't it very similar to the entrance to the secret forest in front of the tower, where the evil dragon imprisoned the princess? On the other side of the garden is the princess. The brave knight avoids the evil dragon guarding the tower and rescues the princess. Seeing Liliana's fantasy made Edgar confused and dumbfounded. It is just the entrance to the garden. The meeting between the capital letter S and the capital letter N. Liliana grabbed Edgar's hand uncomfortably, really. Then she pulled Edgar away. All right, let us go rescue the princess. Seeing the place where the two were holding hands made the boy blush shyly. Liliana was so happy that she could not bear it. Amazing, last time I did not know where the garden was. I only saw the flower garden nearby. I did not expect there to be such a large and beautiful garden. She seemed to be immersed in this space, because this is Edgar's first time playing the night game. I have to guide him well. Avoid the evil dragon. Then rescue the princess. At this moment, the gardener appeared and warned, you can't enter. Liliana suddenly stopped as soon as she saw the gardener. Edgar wondered, what is it? The gardener hurriedly explained, young Duke, I apologize, but you can't visit the garden today. The boy did not understand why. The gardener explained the reason, today I have to prune the branches in the garden, so it will be dangerous for you. You should come back another day. It will be better. Edgar had no choice but to give in after hearing this. Is that so? Then that is it, we will come next time then. The little girl agreed after hearing this. Then she realized it seems that person is not pruning branches. Both of them left the garden, making Liliana a little regretful. I can't play in the garden, too bad. Edgar was helpless next to her. Seriously, so in the end we are playing cooking. The girl wondered, have not you ever played this game before? We are making petal salad. Edgar admitted, that is right. Because this is a children's game. But you are a child. Seeing that the boy had no interest at all made Liliana sad. You do not like it, forget it. The little girl heard this and immediately criticized. You do not grill meat very well. There is really no way around it. Today I will cook and Edgar can be the guest. At this moment, the boy was a little embarrassed for having synchronized with little Liliana. Edgar curled his legs up, then called out to Liliana, hey. The little girl looked over when called, wondering, what are you saying? Edgar stammered, you know why. Liliana did not hear anything at all, so she shouted loudly, I can't hear you, speak louder. The boy's face turned red at this moment. He started to speak loudly, why? Because Liliana came closer to hear more clearly, because you. Edgar's face was red with curiosity. Because of me, you rushed at those servants, why? Liliana looked over after hearing this, and immediately saw Edgar's shy face. Edgar, could it be that today you intentionally did that to ask this question? The boy was helpless after hearing this. His face turned bright red. He hurriedly got up and explained, I was just curious, can't I be? Liliana said after seeing the boy's strong reaction. Who said you can't? It is just that your question was too simple. So I am speechless. Edgar really did not understand. Simple, the little girl confirmed. At this moment, Liliana picked up a stone and rubbed something on the ground. Then she went along with it and explained, because Edgar is an important person. Such people cannot be spoken badly of. Hearing that answer made the boy stunned in disbelief. After rubbing the flowers, Liliana then took them and put them on her nails to create color. The little girl was happy. Should I put red water on my nails? Edgar stammered on one side, I am a person important. Liliana affirmed in a certain way, of course I am a very important person to my parents and my sisters. Isn't Edgar? The boy immediately denied, I do not have parents. Liliana also sadly admitted on one side, me too, I do not have parents. The little girl recounted her life. My father passed away before I was born, and my mother passed away right after I was born. My eldest sister said that my mother did not pass away because of me, but that my mother sacrificed her life to save me. Edgar remembered the words that the group of servants had discussed behind his back. The young duke killed his mother at birth. Princess Elizabeth is so pitiful. Liliana confirmed once again with certainty, therefore you are a very, very important child. If it was not for the birth of the young Duke Runtbell knew Edgar too. Edgar clenched his hands a little disbelievingly. I know. Suppose if I was an important child. Big brother Marius would not avoid me like that. Suddenly, Liliana rushed over, surprising Edgar. The little girl hugged the boy tightly. Then recounted, when I had a fever and was tired, or when I argued with Antonio and cried. My sisters hugged me like this. At that time, my tired mood would be comforted and I would have more courage to overcome the pain. Liliana admitted, I hit them because of you. We are not friends, even so, Edgar is still an important person. Understand, after that sentence, Edgar's face turned as red as a baboon's, but the boy's hands were stiff, making Liliana uncomfortable. It is like hugging an octopus with a weird shape. Does he hate hugging that much? The little girl let go and looked at Edgar. Edgar could not take it anymore. He immediately avoided it, making Liliana confused. Edgar was too embarrassed, so he ran away, making Liliana chase after him. Hey you! The little girl angrily blamed. Edgar, you liar, you said you would play cooking, where are you going? Liar. Everything that idiot said was a lie. Edgar had already returned to his room at this time and covered himself with a blanket. He still did not believe the words that Liliana said. How do I know how important I am? You can tell just by looking at it. That is proof that everyone in the palace does not think so. Proof. Suppose if there was proof. At this moment Leo saw that Edgar was sad, so he sat down beside him and comforted him. So, something unhappy happened while I was not here. I am sorry, Edgar, stop crying and come here to me. The boy denied, I am not crying, and why are you apologizing? Leo blushed and admitted, because I am still lacking in many things. The last time, if I had paid more attention, then that incident would not have happened. Edgar left the blanket and understood everything clearly. Even if you paid attention, the people who cursed would still continue to curse. It is just, I was unlucky to have heard it. Suddenly hearing the boy say that made Leo surprised. Is that so? Leo wondered if it was Regina. What would she say? What kind of expression would a child who receives love and care from their family have? Seeing Liliana, I realized too late. I was so foolish to believe that I could replace that child's parents. Leo spoke up, wanting to talk to Edgar. You say what you want to say, I am listening to everything. The boy tightened his grip on the blanket after hearing this. Then he turned away, not wanting to say. There is nothing special. What do you think? Leo wondered. Edgar spoke of the matter that he had always held in his heart, about my mother regretting giving birth to me. Leo was shocked, speechless after hearing this. Looking at that small back, Leo could completely affirm, I swear, the princess never regretted giving birth to you. Edgar was surprised after hearing this and turned back, wanting to confirm. Why did mother die because of me? Leo rushed over and hugged the boy, comforting him. I do not know what others have said, but Princess Elizabeth was very happy to have you. She never showed any signs of fatigue, not even once. The princess loved you very much. Hearing those affirmations from Leo made Edgar unable to hold back his tears. Loved me, but everyone said that mother died because of me. They said that if it was not for me, mother would not have died like that. Just like that, Leo kept hugging Edgar in his arms in that room as a way of comforting him. Leo started to recount everything in detail. After Duke Runtbell, who was both my master and like a father, passed away, the princess was too heartbroken and her body gradually became weakened. Usually, the royal family would marry the royal family of another country, but because the princess's body was weaker than normal, the previous emperor allowed her to marry a noble. The two of them loved each other very much. When we all thought that the princess would definitely not survive, we found out that she was pregnant with you. With that truth, the princess tried to persevere. For the first time hearing this made Edgar surprised. Leo started to continue. She strived to live until she gave birth to you because she thought that if she did not try, you would not be able to be born either. Therefore, the princess did not die because of you, but lived for you. Thanks to you, she was able to endure. Although her body could not recover after giving birth to you, but with love she created a miracle. After giving birth to you, the princess was very sad because she could not be with you any longer. She passed away after earnestly asking me and Marius to take care of you. You are the princess's hope. You are proof of the miracle. Edgar, you are a child born in boundless love. Hearing everything made Edgar unable to hold back his tears. The boy remembered the words that Liliana had said. Even so, Edgar is an important person. Not lying, Edgar kept sobbing, making Leo heartbroken and shedding tears too. Both hugged each other and cried out loud. Edgar was happy when, there is evidence that I am an important child. After crying, Edgar went to find Liliana again. Seeing the boy's swollen eyes made Liliana interested. Edgar, you cried. The boy denied with a red face. Ah, who cried? The little girl did not understand why Edgar had to deny it all the time like that. But you cried. Edgar shouted loudly. I did not cry. The shout caught the attention of her sisters, making the boy a little humiliated. I accidentally shouted. The eldest sister urged. Quickly sit down and have your meal. Young Duke must be hungry too, right? Yes. Edgar went to pull up a chair. Then Liliana looked over. The boy showed an uncomfortable expression and said, Hey, put this down. Liliana was asked to do that and did not understand why. Edgar explained, stars, moons, whatever, I want to sit here. Liliana thought, there are 3 people on my side and 3 on the other side. Sitting opposite each other is just right. Why do you have to insist on sitting here and making things complicated? The little girl insisted on not giving Edgar a seat. No, that is Cookie's seat. You sit on the other side. The boy sighed helplessly. What are you saying? This kid is a stuffed animal. He can't eat. Liliana angrily shouted. If he can't eat, he is still my brother, because Cookie is a special child to me. Edgar is not special, so go somewhere else. Those words made the boy uncomfortable. He was so angry that he was about to explode. He immediately snatched Liliana's teddy bear and ran away. Edgar quickly sat on the opposite side with a disgruntled attitude. Making Liliana furious. You really apologized to Cookie quickly. Leo reminded. Edgar, you can't do that to your friend. At this moment, all 6 people had gathered and started eating. Today we are eating together. That was Marius's idea. The emperor cares a lot about the distinguished guests from Travanka, to secretly announce something. The second sister has mocked sharply, but Liliana looked at the water glass sadly because they were not all gathered together. I wish my third sister was here too. When will I finally get to see her? The whole family came to the empire together, but in the end they had to separate. At this moment, Marius noticed Liliana's mood and smiled bitterly. Then spoke up to admit his mistake. Kid, I am very sorry. At this moment, food was brought out by the servant. Marius admitted his mistake. Because I did not manage things well, you had to hear those unpleasant words from the servant. He also turned to apologize to Edgar. Edgar, I am also very sorry. I should have paid more attention. The boy decided to forgive him after hearing this. Well, anyway, they received a suitable punishment, so it is okay. You do not need to worry about it. The little girl happily echoed. Liliana also forgives you. Although I was pushed down, it did not hurt at all. Marius was curious. They acted so rudely. Are not you angry? The little girl explained, because a knight must be kind and brave. Edgar was eating and had to stop after hearing that sentence. Edgar asked again, Knight, you still have not given up on the knight thing? Liliana looked confused. Why, knights are so cool. You abandoned the cooking game and ran away. So do not say it like that. The boy retorted with a red face after being said that I did not run away. At this moment, Edgar remembered what he had said at that time. Even so, Edgar is an important person. Then he spoke up to criticize. Anyway, you are so weak you can't be a knight. Know that. Liliana was furious after being said that, want to fight. The little girl tried to endure. No, endure it, Liliana. Edgar is like that not just once or twice. Just ignore him. Suddenly, Liliana spoke to Marius in a super cute way. But uncle, suppose it is not the servant who made a mistake, but you. I can still generously forgive you, 'cause you cut the meat for me, so I can do that much. He laughed loudly and praised. Where did you learn the word generous? Liliana said extremely proudly and confidently. Why would not I know? This appears in the adventure of Red Sheep Cocobomb. Edgar was confused. Red Sheep Cocobomb. The boy started to laugh. You still read comic books, you're not a little kid anymore. Liliana was really teased to the point of being really mad this time. She angrily shouted, why have you been picking on me all this time? The second sister immediately stopped her. Liliana, calm down. You. Am I what? I am just asking. After arguing for a while, in the end, the two of them still slept together. Seeing the scene of the two being close made Marius happy. The two of them are really noisy. It seems that she is very angry at being said that she still reads comic books. Edgar is he also reads comic books sometimes. The eldest sister came over to chat. I saw that he seemed to want to say something to Liliana. Marius was curious after hearing this. Is that so? Kids are really hard to understand. Today, I officially announced the engagement. Next week will be Edgar's birthday party. It is also the day everyone will meet the nobles for the first time. The eldest sister decided, that is right, I will attend alone. Introducing my siblings, maybe it will be better after the wedding. Marius made a suggestion. Even so, it would be great if Liliana attended together, because Edgar is very happy to have a friend. He sat down next to the two children. Looking at Liliana, who was sleeping, he really had to sigh. She is really a small child, making anyone who sees her feel sorry for her. Marius spoke up. Alice, you can't stop all attacks. It is not because you are a foreigner but because of the queen. You have to shoulder and prove to everyone. Promise you. I am sure I will be able to protect Liliana. I will support you with all my strength to help her grow up in peace, because that is our contract. After being serious for a few seconds, Marius went back to his scattered self. So do not be too stressed. The outside is a family with a long history, but if you look closely, they are nothing special. The eldest sister had no choice but to listen and answer. Yes, he is really a difficult man to understand. At the Tower Castle, inside a campus, the second sister happily asked, the young duke's birthday is coming up soon, right? Because I also want to congratulate him on his birthday. I have prepared a small gift. I do not know if he will like it. Leo answered awkwardly on the side, whatever it is, he will happily accept it. The second sister was still a little hesitant and turned away. Even so, the second sister looked around, then waved her hand wanting Leo to come closer. Brother Leo, come closer. Leo also listened very obediently and came closer. The second sister suddenly tiptoed, came closer to Leo's ear, and whispered a few words, just a little. Oh no. Although I have to listen to what Regina is saying, I can't hear anything at all. The second sister wondered, isn't this a bit too much? But Leo did not hear anything at all and wondered, it is still spring, why is it so hot? At this moment a voice rang out that someone with blonde hair appeared, making Leo and the second sister startled. A scream rang out from the front. How annoying. At this moment Leo came closer, going into a defensive stance, using himself to shield the second sister. Seeing the figure in front of him, turned out to be the third sister, Emilia. The second sister came closer with curiosity. What are you doing here, and what is with that appearance? The third sister raised two bags in her hand to explain. I am going to find experimental materials. Leo wondered, experimental materials, how? The third sister scratched her head and smiled brightly. Yes, I need gorgon sap and rose thorns. You are still healthy, right? Then she assured, I got a mining permit, so do not worry. The second sister intended to speak up. To speak of her worries. I have not seen you in a while, I was very worried. The two sisters looked at each other. The second sister asked with concern, how's work? But the third sister only replied with one word, busy. The second sister reminded, let us have a meal together sometime. Liliana is also looking for you. The third sister quickly replied, I do not have time until the end of this week. How about next week? I'm so sorry, it is so late. What time does your work end? Isn't it too dangerous to go to work at that time? I should say that to you, it is this late already. Thinking about it, after the argument on the ship, we just left without properly reconciling with each other. The third sister looked at the thing in her hand. Then she pulled the second sister away, wanting to talk in private. Wait a bit, I will borrow her for a while, sister stuff. Leo listened to what was said and nodded. Okay, you two have fun talking. The atmosphere seemed uneasy, so I was concerned. The second sister wondered, Emilia, what do you want to talk about that you are pulling me all the way here? The third sister was silent and did not say anything. Then she looked at the second sister and spoke up, that man is a duke. He does not know anything and has fallen in love with you. Before anything happens, quickly resolve it. The second sister bit her lip uncomfortably after hearing this. Then she loudly retorted, it is good if everything goes smoothly, and even if it does not go smoothly, I will resolve everything properly. I am not going to cause trouble, do you think I do not? The third sister did not want to listen anymore, so she called out loudly, Regina. The third sister was a little embarrassed. Then she spoke of her own thoughts, it is because of your supernatural ability, is not it? Not just as a lover, if that man heard that he was affected by your supernatural ability, the problem at that time could be related to politics. At that time you will be in trouble, and so will eldest sister. You do not want this to happen either, right? I did not intentionally hurt her, but this is an issue that should be mentioned at least once. Regina's supernatural ability is mind manipulation because it affects the human mind. Through hypnosis, hallucinations, and emotional control, those who know that supernatural ability are wary of Regina. Friends, lovers, or anyone will also suspect whether Regina is unconsciously messing with their minds. Before that, someone who knew about the second sister's ability left. Didn't you use your supernatural ability to make me like you? The words that those lovers said when they saw their feelings cool down and wanted to break up with Regina. Because of that sentence, Regina cried a lot and received too much hurt. Looking at the second sister who was trembling, she tried to justify herself. I also just wanted, damn it. I just want to love normally. The third sister felt guilty. I did not think she would cry. The second sister trembled as she spoke of the inner part of her heart. What I mean is that he seems like a man who can understand and accept me in any situation. I know he is someone I can't miss. The third sister hugged the second sister to comfort her. Why are you crying? Stop it. Those pursuers before, running away because they were afraid, they are all idiots. What about you? The second sister recounted the meeting between the two, causing trouble from the first meeting, but he still said he liked me. With this, won't he be able to understand me? The third sister did not know what to say after hearing this. At this moment, Leo also came to find them. Regina, Emilia, are you two still there? It is late, so I was worried. The third sister came to Leo's side. You came at the right time. Then asked for help. Help me take Regina back to the palace. There is no more time, I have to go now. The second sister was surprised to see the third sister leave so easily. I know how much hurt you have received because of your supernatural ability. The third sister waved her hand. Sorry, third sister is determined. Not just you, I won't let the eldest sister and little one be in danger. Leo looked at the second sister at this moment and blushed without saying anything. The second sister spoke up and called out, Brother Leopold. Then smiled. The second sister smiled brightly and suggested, if we have time in the future, let us have a picnic together with Liliana and the young duke. This place is so beautiful. Leo was happy after hearing this, but there were still some worries. I do not know what happened, but at this moment, pretending not to know will be better. He quickly agreed, okay, I will make time before summer comes. The next morning, Liliana excitedly called Edgar over. Edgar, did you see just now? The horse ate the carrot that I gave it. The boy grabbed Liliana's hand and pulled her away. I saw it. Next time, we will go to the stables dedicated to the cavalry. There are puppies there too. Seeing that everything was happy, the little girl listened very well to Edgar. Listening to you. Clearly, she had argued loudly with Edgar at the restaurant last time, but in a short time I was playing with him again. Liliana pondered, but I do not have any friends to play with, and he knows the palace very well, so it will be very interesting to go exploring. So the little girl secretly went to the stables again. Edgar thought that the garden had been finished today, so he intended to come to play with Liliana. They must have finished the garden today. Let us go check if there are olive trees and lemon trees that you are looking for. Hearing this made the little girl's eyes shine and, last time I said I wished there were olive trees and lemon trees. Turns out that he still remembers. Liliana accepted. Okay, although his personality is a little deviated, he is not a bad person. This time, the gardener again stopped them from entering with a reason. We are planting flowers, so you two can't enter. Edgar could not help but feel disappointed after hearing this. What? The boy really did not understand. It is not winter or early spring, but they are planting flowers now. The gardener still tried to prevaricate because we have to plant many kinds of flowers this time. The work has not been finished yet. Liliana tentatively asked, can we come back tomorrow? The gardener felt troubled after hearing this. Well, that. Then he said firmly, sorry, whatever the reason, you can't enter at this time. Not being able to enter made Liliana sad. Hick. Edgar was also troubled and at a loss on the side. What should I do? I said I wanted to see the olive trees, but... At this moment, the little girl tightly grasped the hem of her skirt. Then she gave a bright smile and affirmed with Edgar, I am okay, let us go play somewhere else. Is that so? Edgar quickly remembered another place. Then today let us go to that place. The mysterious sentence made Liliana curious. That place. The boy affirmed, it is a place you will like. Liliana was very curious after hearing this. Where is it? You will know when we go. Both of them had been running for a while now, causing Liliana to be out of breath. The little girl tried to stop him. Wait, stop. Let go of my hand. Edgar saw that their hands were about to let go, so he immediately grabbed it tighter. Being held tightly made the little girl confused. What is it? My hand hurts and it is hard to breathe. Edgar tried to give an explanation for this action. The palace is a complicated place. What if I lose you? Liliana did not seem to believe it very much. Even if the palace is complicated, it is not as crowded as the market. Is it necessary to hold hands? Is it because I am the only friend he has to play with? So that is why. The little girl decided, then let us walk. I am exhausted. Edgar had no choice but to go along with it. What can I do? Alright, let us walk. Both of them immediately strolled under the trees. While walking, Edgar wondered, but Liliana, why do you want to become a knight? The little girl quickly explained, because knights are strong. Edgar was confused. Aren't dragons stronger? Liliana immediately countered. Dragons are evil creatures, while knights are good people. Edgar was even more puzzled after hearing this. Is that so? Then after becoming a knight, who are you going to save? The little girl became embarrassed after hearing this. Thinking about it. I have never thought about that before. Long before that, I had dreamed about knights. I wanted to become a knight to save the princess trapped in the tower. Liliana gave an answer. Probably because my eldest sister is a knight. Edgar wondered, Knight Miss Alice. The little girl happily told the story of her eldest sister's exploits. My sister even caught pirates. She is very strong. The boy asked a question that hit the nail on the head after hearing this. But why are you so weak? Liliana threatened furiously. Wait 10 years and see. My fist will be as strong as my eldest sister's. Hearing this made Edgar laugh. Edgar reminded Liliana, who was pouting, we are here. The little girl looked over and was surprised. Seeing a strange castle in front of her, Edgar proudly spoke up to ask, how is it? It is very cool, right? The boy explained, usually the princess is trapped in the tower, not the castle. This is the West Tower, and there is even a laboratory for the royal court mages. But Liliana had a different mood. Liliana started to gasp for breath, and lay down on the ground, making Edgar worried. Hey, what is wrong with you? Where does it hurt? The little girl was scared. I wanted to say that I was okay, but I could not make a sound. What kind of place is that? I know better than Edgar. Why did not I think of that? I do not know the ending of the original story at all. After being imprisoned inside the tower, I do not remember what happened. The West Tower, this place. Hey, wake up. Is the place where Francois Castle imprisoned Rebecca Marchioni, the original female lead, and me, Rebecca's maid. And it may also be the place where I have to face death. Why have not I ever thought about what happened after I was imprisoned inside the tower? Even if the original work was distorted from the beginning, I should have been curious. One day, the palace started to riot. Rebecca was suddenly thrown into prison, and Marius. After that, I do not remember anything anymore. Maybe I was already dead, so that is why I do not have any memories. Liliana was in extreme pain with a high fever that would not stop. The little girl opened her eyes and asked her eldest sister, Eldest sister, am I going to die? The eldest sister immediately comforted her. You are not going to die. After drinking all the medicine, you will be fine. Liliana insisted on not giving in. I do not want to die. When the second sister came in, the eldest sister recounted, Regina, it seems that she had convulsions from the high fever. Before the doctor comes, wipe her down first. Both of them were extremely worried about Liliana. The little girl kept asking, give me a blanket, I am cold. I am so cold. The second sister could not hold back her tears. Liliana continued to remember, after coming to the Empire, I have never been sick. I thought I was compatible with the environment here, but I did not expect to have a fever with convulsions for several days in a row, making my sisters worry. At this moment, Francois's voice rang out from afar. I have used magic to treat her, but this spell only helps to accelerate the self-healing process. She is still sick, so there is a limit, therefore. I heard that early in the morning. Francois came and transferred magic power to me, but I was sick and they kept making noise in the room and I cried. Perhaps thanks to that I felt better this morning. The eldest sister immediately issued a curfew. You are not allowed to go out to play for the time being. Liliana could only eat and feel sad after hearing this. The little girl really could not believe it. I did not think I would suddenly faint like that, and I did not expect to be so seriously ill. According to what the second sister said, I occasionally babbled in my delirium. What kind of fate do I have to suffer like this? Pale hands, prone to fever, weak body that can't eat anything. The little girl's eyes narrowed. Looking towards the two sisters, it seems that my sisters all know about my illness, but they said I am still young so they can't explain it. Even so, it is not to the point of having to die. Seeing my sisters become haggard from taking care of me, I feel so guilty. The second sister comforted on one side, Lily, even if you hate it, you have to eat to get better. The little girl immediately explained, I did not say I hate eating, I am just thinking a bit. The eldest sister was immediately curious, thinking about what Liliana had to lie. From now on, I will always eat spinach. I will be tall and have a sledgehammer punch like my sisters, right? The second sister could not help but laugh after hearing this. What is wrong? Little one looks mature after being sick, huh? The coolest and strongest people in the world are protecting me. I can't be weak forever. Liliana tried to negotiate, so, leave 3 broccoli florets, okay sister, no, I cooked it myself from early in the morning. At this moment, a knock rang out outside the door, making Liliana excited. Come in. Someone immediately pushed the door and came in. As soon as she saw that person, Liliana was surprised. Edgar walked in shyly. Then the little girl shouted loudly, Edgar. Both sisters were startled to see the little girl so excited. Edgar was also uneasy. No, sit there. The boy quickly ran to Liliana's side. Then asked with concern, are you okay? Being cared for so warmly made the little girl surprised and replied, I do not hurt anymore. Even so, the boy still felt guilty. Speaking up with a pout, liar, your face is as white as a boiled egg. Liliana could only helplessly explain after hearing this. Well, I am originally pale. Edgar immediately gave her a gift for you. As soon as she opened it, Liliana was surprised. This is. Edgar explained, it is a get-well gift. Because everyone was taking care of the garden, you could not enter. A few days ago I was able to enter again, so I picked them and brought them back. I still have not found the lemon tree. When I find it, I will tell you. Liliana was excited after hearing this. Thank you. The second sister asked again after hearing the conversation. Young Duke, everyone was taking care of the garden, so you could not enter, Edgar replied. Yes, they said they were planting more flowers. So we could not enter. Liliana also explained to her 2 sisters, at first, we intended to play in the garden, but we could not enter, so we went to see the tower. Both were startled after hearing this, making Liliana and Edgar scared. Sister, what is wrong with you? Did I say something strange? Edgar thought it was his fault, so he tentatively asked, Is it not allowed to bring olive trees to visit the sick? The second sister smiled brightly and explained, it is not that, I am just curious about the garden. I have been in the palace, but I have never been there. The second sister recounted, a few days ago you even went to the garden with brother Leo, and even met Emilia there. They are intentionally not letting the children enter. The eldest sister came to Marius's office at this time. Max announced, His Majesty is having a private conversation with the Magic Tower Master. Miss, please wait a moment. But a cold air blew over, startling Max, not daring to stop her. Inside, Marius's conversation with Francois rang out, if there is no documentation in Travanca, there is none here either. After coming to the Empire, I have searched through the library of the Magic Tower and the palace, but I still have not found anything. We have to develop a way to treat her. Funds or anything else, I will take care of it. Just find a way to treat her. Max, I said do not come in without my permission, Francois ordered. Do you want to die? Get out of here, you secretary. At this moment, the eldest sister's voice rang out, surprising both of them. I did not think you two would talk without the child's guardian. Marius looked up and called, Alice. Is Liliana better? I thought it was Max. The eldest sister told Marius about Liliana's condition. Her fever has subsided. She is out of danger and she has started eating again and taking medicine. He was relieved after hearing this. That is great. She is still young, so having such a high fever must have been very tiring. Alice must have suffered a lot too. At this moment, the eldest sister gave a smile. Then she said, I did not suffer, she is my younger sister. Marius was stunned after hearing this. Suddenly, the eldest sister waved her hand and punched the table hard. Thinking that something would happen, Marius quickly understood. When witnessing the eldest sister's mood, the table cracked in half, making the 2 men freeze. Francois was scared and trembling. Oh. The eldest sister spoke up to ask, Francois, can you excuse us for a bit? In an hour we will meet in my room. I have something I want to talk about related to Liliana's treatment. He immediately rushed to leave after hearing this. Marius looked down at the cracked table at this time and was confused. He then raised his eyes to look and said, it is just as well, I also wanted to replace the table. Marius made a suggestion, sit down first, then we will talk. Okay, the eldest sister did not care, but frowned and went straight to the problem. Liliana can't enter the garden because she is from Travanca. Regina enters with Duke Waltrahen every night. Marius smiled after hearing this. Is that so? I have to call the person in charge of that place then. Then he gave a condition, if you had to choose between giving that person a 5-year prison sentence or being beaten until half of their body is crippled, which would make you feel better? Instead of apologizing first, he nonchalantly gave a cruel punishment. That smiling appearance with Liliana is just one of the countless masks of this man. A cruel face that disregards life and is indifferent to bloodshed. This is the true face of the man who made a contract with me. Marius's mother, Princess Colin. Similar to Princess Elizabeth, after giving birth to her son, she became ill and passed away. Rosalind, who was chosen by the previous emperor to become the next queen, gave birth to 3 children. When Marius succeeded the throne at the age of 17, Rosalind plotted to make her eldest son, Lucas, the new emperor. But the plan was exposed. And both were executed according to national law. If you are loyal to me, I will guarantee your lives and you will have honor. Don't betray me, I do not want to kill you. Although Marius had warned his 2 remaining younger brothers, they fell into a plot, dragging in the foreigners of their uncle, and plotting a rebellion. In the end, Marius personally put down the rebellion with Leopold, and beheaded his uncle and his younger brothers. At 19 years old, he had completed the purge, with the belief that family is just an illusion. When that happened, he thought whatever comes, comes. Marius held the sword. Standing in the rain with Leo, Marius spoke up to ask Edgar, "Do you know what your actions mean at this moment?" Edgar spoke up to affirm, "I clearly understand what it means to point a sword at my older brother." Marius had to widen his eyes in surprise after hearing this. He wondered, "If you know, why are you still doing it?" Edgar immediately retorted, "Because I know, so I am doing it. Hating you, I am disappointed. And the feeling of being betrayed, that emotion does not come from anyone else, but Edgar, the younger brother I raised with all my love, because of that indelible heartache." He decided to keep his distance from Edgar. Ironically, that bloody emperor was afraid of being hurt again. Marius happily crossed his legs and asked the eldest sister, "It is probably more comfortable to beat them up, right?" "I also think so. The fact that I went to war to the end has already made the other side fear us, so there won't be any problems." He continued to say, "Max is turning the palace upside down to investigate now. As long as we find an excuse, we can start right away. Taking this opportunity, we can solve everything." After finishing speaking, Marius gave a fake smile, surprising her. "When I found out that Liliana was being treated unfairly, I was so angry that I could not control myself. But when I saw this insane name, the anger inside me disappeared." The eldest sister spoke up, "The hostility towards the foreign queen is okay. That is unavoidable. I am capable enough to face it. But Liliana is different. I can't accept it when she is being treated unfairly in public like that." The eldest sister spoke up to suggest to Marius, "Give me the right to appoint and punish people in the palace. I will take care of it myself." He calmly agreed after hearing this, "You will have those rights when you become queen, and we are getting married soon, so it is not a problem. Here's the queen's seal. I will give it to you in advance." Receiving the betrothal gift, the eldest sister was grateful, "Thank you. Also, the young duke's problem, I will also take charge and handle it." Marius was confused. "Edgar, what is wrong?" The eldest sister explained. The young duke was also refused entry to the garden. Marius did not seem to want the eldest sister to pay attention to this matter. "We are not married yet, paying attention to Edgar is." The eldest sister's eyes immediately filled with murderous intent and asked back, "Only after we are married?" Marius was surprised to be asked that question. "I had intentionally not created a bond with Edgar. How did she know?" The eldest sister retorted, "It would be strange if I did not know. The way you look at the young duke is different from Liliana." Marius went back to his old way of talking after hearing this. "Seriously, I did not intend to reveal this. Alice, do not give Edgar too much affection either, because this relationship will only last for 10 years. At this moment, the eldest sister went to open the door, then looked back at Marius, and spoke up to mock, "Just because of the separation, you are abandoning the child right next to you. Is what I fear the most." Those words of the eldest sister seemed to have touched Marius. The eldest sister announced, "I will handle the palace well. I hope we do not meet again because of this." After speaking, the eldest sister left, leaving Marius standing and watching, with a back full of determination. Not afraid and always moving forward, that strong appearance of hers really makes me jealous. On the other hand, at Alice's room, the little girl was nibbling on the cake while being grateful. "Uncle, thank you for helping Liliana get better." Francois smiled kindly after hearing this. Then he cared about the little girl. "Is your body better?" Liliana immediately replied, "I do not feel any pain now, so I have decided to follow my third sister to visit the cavalry in a few days." Francois threatened after hearing this, "I guess you have to drink magic medicine again." "Ha!" Hearing that medicine made Liliana feel disgusted. "I do not like it." "Can we pretend to drink grape juice, uncle?" Francois crossed his arms and took credit. "You do not know how hard it is to make magic medicine. It is hard to meet, you have to drink a lot so you can grow tall. Liliana became uneasy after hearing this. Then she clutched the cake in her hand tightly and spoke up to admit to Francois, Liliana probably won't be able to grow. On was surprised after hearing this. He tried to ask the reason why do you think so? Francois was worried, what did the kid find out? How can she calmly say such a scary sentence? Liliana explained, why is it that I am always sick? Hearing that answer made Francois breathe a sigh of relief because you are always sick, so Liliana just has to eat a lot of delicious things and play as much as you can. Even though I knew that, Liliana still had some thoughts. What am I saying to that expectant face? The kid's expression is not surprising at all. As if she does not have any thought that her health will improve. Francois rubbed his head thoughtfully. Although I am the type of person who has nothing to do with kindness or gentleness, but standing in front of this small thing, I feel the cuteness of this kid. Liliana is a very cute child, and a cute pawn. A most important masterpiece so that we can make a contract. Francois sighed helplessly. I want to stop the feeling of guilt because of the plan to take advantage of this child. It is too hard. Evening came. Francois gathered everyone together. Everyone's here. Is Liliana asleep? The second sister quickly replied. We went to call her but she looked too tired so we sang her to sleep. At this moment he looked down and immediately saw the third sister's exhausted face. Isn't this side the one who should be tired? That is right, the love of family is boundless. The second sister spoke up to ask, so, what did you call us for? Francois started to talk about the main topic, yes, about the essay related to Liliana's health. Because I and Emilia have been researching Liliana's illness. The eldest sister was surprised after hearing this. Asked the third sister again, Emilia. Did not you say you were going to work as an assistant? I heard you were very busy with the handover of work. The third sister quickly explained that it is just in name only. In reality, it is joint research related to Liliana. As for handing over work, it is just the two sides cramming a bunch of documents into each other's heads. While studying medicine, I also had to look at all sorts of things. It is really busy, but that is not important. The third sister looked up and affirmed, we have already found out what Liliana's real illness is. Both sisters were surprised after hearing this and said in unison, what? Isn't Liliana suffering from an autoimmune disease? Regarding an empire with such a large population, the research, Francois denied, unfortunately, this is not an autoimmune disease. The third sister was helpless. All the medicine that she has been taking so far has been useless. There is no cure for this disease, no data. It is a rare disease that even the empire has not been able to research. The eldest sister could not help but crush the water glass in her hand. The atmosphere quickly became silent. The eldest sister's eyes became uncomfortable. Emilia. Then she warned, you have to take responsibility for your words just now. Although scared, the third sister still had faith in her research. At first, I thought it was a local disease because all the people with symptoms similar to Lily's were from Travanca. But the medicine did not have any effect on alleviating it. Do you remember, in Travanca, there are many cases where children with the same disease as Lily's recover on their own when they reach a certain age. The eldest sister immediately replied, I know. But if they do not recover on their own, they will all be sick, chronically ill, and pass away at the age of 14. The third sister very seriously said, the age of 14 is the deciding time whether the disease will recover on its own or not, and it is also the year when the children in Travanca awaken their abilities. Both sisters immediately fell into contemplation after hearing this. 14 years old, everyone will have to go through an awakening fever. Whether it is severe or mild, not everyone with a fever has supernatural powers, but if they do not go through the fever, they can't awaken their abilities. Supernatural abilities are innate, and can't be obtained through learning or training, but before awakening they can't use their abilities as they please, because their bodies are not developed enough to control them. Francois continued to answer. The awakening fever is a form of growing pain when supernatural abilities break out in adolescence, and Liliana is experiencing this awakening fever. The second sister was surprised and disbelieving what Francois said again because the latent supernatural power is so great that it overflows to the outside, while the body is not strong enough to resist it, leading to fever and organ damage. The Berkio family has been born with powerful supernatural powers for many generations. Therefore, Liliana must also possess powerful supernatural powers. No matter how strong the supernatural power is, passing away before awakening the ability becomes useless. The third sister could only think of one method at this time, therefore, we need to endure until Lily goes through the real awakening fever. Francois was also helpless, as Emilia said, however, it will be difficult for her to reach adolescence. The second sister's face turned pale and she did not believe it. How can that be? Francois continued to rant. The more the body develops, the latent supernatural power will also grow stronger. Right now, she is fainting because she is having a fever, but in the future. But she was quickly stopped by the eldest sister. That is enough. I clearly understand what symptoms will appear in the future. The eldest sister frowned uncomfortably, knowing it so well that I am bored. It is just that I feel helpless, that I can't do anything. The second sister was confused. So, what should we do? The third sister currently does not have a solution. From now on, we have to think of a way. The cause of the disease has been researched. We will definitely find a way to treat Lily. Suddenly, the eldest sister spoke up to call Emilia. Then she made a suggestion. You are the best supernatural ability researcher. Francois is the best magic researcher. As long as you two join forces, I think nothing can make it difficult for you two. Can't do it, but... The eldest sister spoke up. I will hand it over to you and Francois. Believe you can do it. Receiving the eldest sister's trust made the third sister feel moved. Sister. Francois smirked on this side. Then he shook hands and affirmed, please do not worry. Liliana will go through the awakening fever safely. Francois gave a bright smile because of everyone's wishes. The third sister cursed furiously. Hey you, why are you meddling and messing everything up? Francois did not care and replied, you have chosen me, I also have the right. Right, the third sister was still very angry and cursed. Ridiculous, this idiot, and for my purpose. The next day, the female maid suggested, Miss Liliana, I will tie your hair for you, okay? The little girl immediately refused because she was shy. No, it is okay, I am fine. But the two female maids were determined to tie the little girl's hair. Don't be like that, we will finish it soon. Just leave it to us. Just like that, Liliana was forced to tie her hair while laughing. The maids who had greeted me when I first came to the Empire disappeared at some point, and the new maids were assigned to me a few days ago. Unlike last time, the maids this time reacted as if I had become a princess. Even my sisters did not bother to help, but the maids helped me put on my shoes. Will they suddenly disappear like the maids before? This is a 6-year-old child sees this kindness as a burden. Liliana was very surprised at this moment. When Edgar flung open the door and asked loudly, hey, how long are you going to sit there? The boy urged, Miss Alice is waiting. Hurry up. Hearing this, Liliana quickly got out of bed. Wait a minute, I have to put on my shoes first. Miss Liliana, I. Just put on your shoes quickly. Suddenly, Edgar snatched the shoe away. Then he lifted the little girl's foot and put it on, but the heel was crooked. After putting them on, Edgar immediately stood up and said, okay, right, let us go. Liliana looked at the shoe on one side and could not help but feel helpless. Edgar, this guy, when I was lying on the hospital bed. He acted kindly, but as soon as I got better, he turned his face. Then tried to understand. I understand his heart, but the reason why Edgar rushed in to urge me like that was because today, the person he had been longing for a long time will appear. The day to visit the cavalry. At this moment, Leo appeared handsome and was praised by Liliana, making Leo shy. Uncle Leo, you're so cool, you really are my best friend. Edgar was also very proud, crossing his arms and asking, my brother is cool, right? Leo was so praised that his face turned red. Thank you, you. Why are you putting on airs? At this moment, Leo looked ahead and immediately saw the second sister. Leo's eyes immediately became affectionate. Both looked at each other without looking away. Leo was startled and immediately composed himself. Miss has arrived, I will lead you inside. A row of people stood in a serious line, making Edgar surprised with shining eyes. Seeing the knights, Edgar could not help but exclaim, so cool. The eldest sister was embarrassed to see everything so grand. You did not need to do this. Gathering everyone like this. Leo denied, no, the national wedding is in a month, so it is normal for everyone to greet you properly first. At this moment someone came over, and this side. The person who appeared made Liliana gape. This man was Derek Dauma, the captain of the guard. Liliana exclaimed in her heart, so big. Derek came to greet her. It is a great honor to meet you, miss. The eldest sister also politely replied, I am Alice Berkio, and these are my younger sisters, Regina and Liliana. At this moment, the second sister stepped forward and gave a bright smile to praise. I have heard a lot about you, Mr. Derek. Just as I thought, you are really great. Derek smiled back after hearing this, thank you. Then he said in his heart with a bit of ridicule, compared to Travanka, the atmosphere of the cavalry here is very different. Coming from a place that was originally free, it must be difficult to adapt, but I hope you have a good time here. Liliana, although she did not understand, felt very unusual. What is it? The content sounds normal, but it is somehow strange. As if the tone had a hidden meaning. Seeing that her sisters did not react at all, I must be imagining things. I thought so, but a few minutes later, a loud incident broke out. The eldest sister looked at Leo and wondered, I thought the cavalry were separate. It is because of professional reasons, but it turns out that they are directly under the night order. Leo explained, direct command will become chaotic in an emergency, so they are organized like that. Suddenly, Derek butted in to praise. Oh, I do not know if it is because you used to work in the Marine Guard Force, but I see that you have grasped the system of the night order very quickly. The eldest sister replied in a happy and harmonious way. I think it is because the work is quite similar. Derek was curious. What exactly did you do there? The eldest sister also honestly said her previous job, before, I was from the police bureau under the Marine Guard Force. Derek wondered, the police bureau is the place in charge of security, right? The eldest sister confirmed that is right, however. It is the department that protects national security, not ordinary people. Derek gave a not-so-friendly smile to mock. Unexpectedly, as a woman, you do a job similar to the night order. Are you in charge of paperwork? His mocking laughter silenced everyone. Liliana's face turned pale. Things got serious. The eldest sister did not care, but smirked. Then wondered, should we directly confirm it? Derek was stunned after hearing this. Yes. The eldest sister made a suggestion. Yes, just right, I want to see what the swordsmanship is like in the Empire. Before becoming His Majesty's fiancé, I used to be a pirate elimination commander, so I am very curious about the strength of the Sun Knight Order. Leo wanted to stop her. Stop it, I am sorry, but was stopped by the second sister. You stand still. Derek was still very confident in himself. No, Miss Alice is a woman. Standing in the position of a knight, how can I duel with a woman? The eldest sister spoke up to affirm. On the battlefield there is no distinction between men and women, only allies, enemies, and the strong and the weak. There are two things that the third sister, who is usually very patient, can't stand. That is my health and pride in my work. My third sister has risen to a high-ranking officer directly under the Security Bureau at a very young age. She fought non-stop in the stormy seas, for countless days. The reason why she survived and stood firm on the sea was to protect her country from vicious people who robbed and killed. And now that muscular guy dared to openly insult her eldest sister. Liliana came to grab the second sister's skirt and pulled her back. Sister. The little girl wondered, which is stronger, the Marine Guard Force or the Sun Knight Order? The second sister, who was now furious, affirmed, it does not matter who is stronger. Because the eldest sister will win anyway. The little girl was excited after hearing this and reported to Edgar, my eldest sister won the swordsmanship competition in Travanca. Edgar, do not you want to see my eldest sister and Uncle Derek duel? The boy enthusiastically echoed, yes, I want to see, it must be very exciting. The little girl excitedly asked again, right? Uncle Derek, my eldest sister can break you in half. Liliana's eyes were burning with the fire of determination. I have prepared the stage for the third sister. This is the price you have to pay for daring to touch my third sister. Remember this well, you muscular guy.